Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Queen of Werewolves by Kestra Pingree, narrated by Alexander Sendies and Elizabeth Hart. Chapter 1. Todd.
The Crimson Cave's tech field is holding strong. Each spire can be accessed without issue. Commence system-wide takeover.
The blonde vampire called Jocelyn announced. I sat cross-legged in the driver's seat of a roomy glider, hunched over and intent on my vampire-made packed pewter screen. It emitted a harsh red glow in the dark. Jocelyn was sitting to my right in a similar position. Our packed pewters were linked. Each time one of us pressed a key, we came that much closer. We worked safely outside of the enemy kingdom's walls, hidden underneath a camouflaged tarp in the dark of night. It was one of the first warm nights at the start of summer, and the sky was clear. I had no trouble singling out each of the 4 spires making up the Pause Peak system. With my finger pressed against the glass-faced touchscreen of the packed pewter, I selected all of them. Forget tech inhibitors, this was better. The system was ours. The entire kingdom was inside of the vampire's tech field. They extended their field by networking inconspicuous obsidian posts. They could sit as low to the ground as a simple daisy and were planted all throughout the Goodlands. It was imperfect since the signal was weak, and if one post broke, the system was shot, except for the center tech field that powered Crimson Caves. I made sure to ask the possibility of that since the vampires, Jocelyn in particular, were so forthcoming. The more I had on them, the better. But this setup was good enough for this operation. Now, if we could just figure out how to properly use the heart to... That had to wait. My priority was my pack. I had to keep them safe, and that started with this, converting foreign tech so it would respond to our tech field's wavelength. It didn't matter if their tech was locally wired in or not. This would affect everything inside of the tech field. The Pause Peak system wouldn't escape my control this time. Viruses go, I said. It started working immediately. The spires lit up on my screen at the same time, washing over, yellow with red. They didn't stand a chance. Now those bombs would be safe for our team to approach and disarm once they were inside the walls. I readied my IntelliBand and triple-checked my comms bud by lightly pressing it into my ear. Then I sent data out to all of my IntelliBands within the tech field. I made sure all teams were highlighted on the updated holographic 3D map I generated with our new Pause Peak data. I said, "We've done it. Get ready."
Understood.
It was strange to be connected like this to werewolves who weren't my pack. It was strange to see my tech projected red instead of blue. I glanced over at the vampire working side by side with me. Her hazel green eyes were wide open, and the red from the screen of her packed pewter flickered in them. It dyed her nearly translucent skin. Her lips were curved up too high, teeth white and sharp. I shuddered. It was true Jocelyn made this possible, but that didn't mean I trusted her. She was a vampire. She turned to me.
You going to sit there gawking at me all night? Or are we going to tell them all to move in?
She batted her light eyelashes and combed back the frizzled mess of her hair.
I mean, I wouldn't be against making them wait a minute longer.
I hesitated. I had no idea what she meant by that. Was it an insinuation, or didn't she care how this turned out? It was disconcerting. We were like 2 parts of the same brain in some ways, and yet, in other ways, I didn't understand her at all. A couple days ago, Jocelyn started assisting me with creating a tech field that would come from the heart and reach far beyond Wolf Bridge. It was something I had been trying to accomplish for a while now, and it would be far superior to the vampire's widespread tech field. Queen Evie sanctioned it knowing this. It was all going well. Jocelyn hadn't seemed to mind being in werewolf territory one bit. She also didn't hide anything. Ever. She was more than happy to divulge whatever information I asked about and seemed more than happy to make Wolfbridge the most powerful kingdom in what was left of Prime. Maybe it was by her queen's command. If Queen Evie wanted to win Sarissa over so badly, if that was all she cared about, there was no better way to do it than to give Sarissa all power. Or there was no better way to make us all drop our guards. But that was just it. I couldn't find any holes. None of us could. Sarissa said Queen Evie was genuine. We took the information the vampires provided and decided to strike Pause Peak first. The bombs they were packing made it non-negotiable. The new Pause Peak data I just downloaded proved the bombs were real. Queen Evie was genuine. Sarissa was taking to her position as Queen of Wolfbridge naturally, with poise, grace, decisive action, and with power. Truly, no one out there was like her. I smiled at the thought of my incredible mate.
"Todd,"
Jocelyn drawled.
"You in there?"
She reached over and tapped my nose with a slender finger.
"Thinking about your queen again, no doubt. I know that look."
She ran her hand down my arm. I shuddered, even though I was wearing my former Phantom Fangs uniform and had long sleeves. I was glad I had long sleeves. I pulled away from the vampire, and she giggled. She pressed her hand to her mouth and looked at me from under her eyelashes. A shiver crawled up my spine. Jocelyn was smart. I could appreciate that. But everything else about her was a nuisance. "Together," I said. Jocelyn let out a deep sigh and rolled her eyes as she tapped the comms button in her ear to broadcast. I opened my mouth to follow her lead. Then I closed my eyes and reached out to my pack through those invisible silver threads attached to each one of us. I told them, all of them, now. Roderick. Caspian Air and I moved first. We took teams and combed the streets, clearing the way for our bomb squad. Once they were in place, dismantling the fucking things, Sarissa and her team made their move. They walked down the biggest street and began their march to Pause Peak Castle. It was a parade of werewolves, vampires, and humans. It was bizarre. I had never thought I'd see the day. Whether we were all on the same side or simply had a common enemy was debatable, though. Sarissa didn't force this on anyone, but many werewolves lined up to serve her, drunk off her power and alpha nature. I knew werewolves were centered around an alpha, their king, but I had never seen it displayed like this, like there was no way they would ever dream of, or were even capable of, moving against their leader, despite the drastic changes she had already brought and continued to bring upon their way of life. Humans, on the other hand, weren't wired like werewolves, but they knew what was good for them. "Intruders!" a guard yelled, but he was silenced by one of the werewolves on my team. Another guard tried to sound the alarm, but Pause Peak technology was no longer theirs to control. I hit the confused werewolf on the back of the head with the butt of my gun, knocking him unconscious. He crumpled to the hard, gray concrete in the alley. "Too easy," I muttered. Without their system running, they were disorganized at best. I checked my IntelliBand to make sure we were moving in the right direction. We hadn't infiltrated as close to the castle as we could have because Sarissa wanted to make a point. My eyes watered in reaction to the new garishly red interface of my IntelliBand. The holographic 3D map looked like what I was used to. Other than that awful red, it was a bright reminder that we were linked up to the Crimson Cave system. I kept my eyes on my map as I tripped a guard who rounded a corner. He drew his gun on the concrete, and I kicked it out of his hands. Then I repeated the process of knocking him out cold with the butt of my gun. "Keep following this road," I said, sweeping my hand to indicate the direction. It was like traveling through a steel tunnel with intermittent splashes of yellow. It was claustrophobic, but my team followed my order without question, and I ran beside them. As we moved, I glimpsed figures hiding in the shadowy crevices between metallic gray buildings, but most weren't too keen on interacting. Those who were didn't stay awake for long. My hand was numb because of how many times I'd made that precise swing and hit. Crack! Another body crumpled. These unconscious soldiers created a trail of metal shavings behind us. I couldn't compare them to breadcrumbs, but it crossed my mind. Their chests bobbed up and down, slow and steady, alive. I had orders not to kill. I had always killed, for the rebels, for Phantom Fangs. Sarissa, on the other hand, just wanted a path of passed-out bodies leading her to the castle. Her point was this: we had the power to kill them, but we chose not to. "Everyone good?" I asked, sharing the thought with my pack alone.
"It's all going according to plan," Sarissa replied. "The bombs, our march, we won't see the rest of the Goodlands destroyed."
King George really has lost it. I can't believe he was building those things in the first place.
It's a good thing Queen Evie warned us of their planned attack on Wolfbridge.
And the rest of the world, apparently. I looked behind me when I heard gasps and whispers. Sarissa had caught up. She had the Queen of Vampires with her. the Queen's most trusted commander, and a parade of vampires and werewolves behind them. Sarissa was the focal point. She was a beacon, blazing blue with moonlight like a bonfire, and wielding that big-ass sword she loved entirely too much. But I understood her pride. We had forged that blade together, and she named it after this great fairy tale werewolf hero she adored, Garstrauda. It suited her. She was a living legend herself, the kind of thing fairy tales were made of. The only way history would forget her would be if we lost and our enemies chose to bury her memory. But looking at her, shining like the moon, I didn't see how that could happen. Sarissa caught my gaze. She raised the 6-foot-long hard-skull sword high above her. The light blues in the blade amplified the blue moonlight cascading down on it. It was a moonbeam.
"We don't wish to fight,"
Sarissa said as heads poked out from behind buildings. Her voice clearly carried throughout the area, as if she were standing next to me. I wondered if it sounded the same in all parts of the kingdom. I wouldn't have been surprised. Sarissa contained an immense amount of moonlight, and she had great control over it. Ridiculous control. No one would have known it when she first arrived outside of the Witchwoods, empty of moonlight. She had seemed almost ordinary back then. Almost.
"Lay down your weapons. Allow us to meet your king at the castle, and no harm will come to you," she continued. "We haven't killed a single guard, and we have no intention to."
Her voice rippled like literal waves of energy traveling through the air and vibrating into my skin, flesh, and straight to my heart. I had the urge to fall on my knees, to worship the filthy ground she walked on, to kiss it, to pledge my undying loyalty. Those hiding in the shadows, the citizens and slaves of Paws Peak, did just that. "Do you have any idea how terrifying you are?" I thought, and pressed forward at a sprint, urging my team to follow and reminding them of our part in this. It took far longer for the werewolves in my group to get their shit together than the vampires and humans. I wondered how I would have processed Sarissa's power had I not been tethered. I still considered myself human, but I was more werewolf in nature. In my physical abilities and power, Sarissa brought out the werewolf in me even more. I understood their reluctance to move. My knees were threatening to lock up.
"Do you really find me terrifying?"
Sarissa wondered. "Enough chatter," Air joined. "We have things to do."
"Obviously you don't find me too terrifying, Air, or you wouldn't feel comfortable telling me to be quiet."
"We love you, Sarissa," Todd said. Sarissa's laugh carried through our connection.
"And I love all of you."
Caspian remained silent, but I could feel him there, listening in on the conversation. His thread was limp. He hadn't been the same since killing that bastard father of his. Then again, maybe 5 days wasn't long enough for him to work through whatever he was dealing with. It wasn't like we had any downtime. Paws Peak Castle loomed in the distance. It was a bluish steel gray, tall with multiple towers and growing larger with each step I took. No Paws Peak guards had escaped me and my team. Without their system working for them, no alarms could cut through the quiet made by phantoms. King George Vapaz of Paws Peak was in for a nasty surprise.
Chapter 2. Sarissa. I hadn't stood at the front doors of Paws Peak Castle when I first saw it. I was sequestered away through a side door entrance. I remembered the semi-reflective gray in the millions of windows clearly. Unlike last time, I was here at the dead of night. The windows reflected blue moonlight instead of the oranges and reds of dying sunlight. It would have been intimidating if I had been the same Wera I was before, but I wasn't. The maw of hell had lost its fire. Now, I was a queen. Aside from those with me, I had gained an audience of onlookers who cautiously followed us here. The Queen of Vampires herself was at my side, Gala at hers. More vampires trailed behind us, werewolves and humans too. I glanced at the residents and meat of Paws Peak farther back, and I raised Garstrada high over my head. Its white blade crossed with blue veins shone in the night, amplified by the moonlit flames that flickered over every inch of me. I maintained a steady rate of moonlight. I had more control and determination than ever before. I had my pack and all of those standing behind me. I refused to let them down. I focused some moonlight internally, visualizing it coating my vocal cords in the same fire-like blue energy. With this level of control, I could use moonlight like this for hours on end. It wasn't because I had more than usual, because my mates each gave me some of their moonlight. It was something else. I had never felt more powerful. I had never been more powerful. I spoke. I am Sarissa Valupin of Howling Sky, now Queen of Wolfbridge. I demand King George Vapaz of Paws Peak show himself. My voice reverberated throughout the entire area, slamming back into my own body as a powerful vibration. The large doors groaned as they opened, and I moved back. Guards poured from the drab guts of the castle. I held my sword ready, but they disappeared to the sides, as if intending to circle around us. However, the line of those following me was too long. Instead, they stood at the edges, anywhere they could fit, and blocked our way as much as they could. "Where is your king?" I asked. "Charge!" a guard yelled. The first gray soldier to move caught my eye, and I intercepted him. When he took a step forward, I had already crossed several feet. The tip of Garstrada's blade was mere inches from his throat. He almost took another step forward, but his eyes shimmered with understanding. His face paled. He froze and swallowed. The fabric underneath his gray armor bobbing up and down, the little yellow paw print insignia along with it. I recognized the pink scar on his right cheek. This was the werewolf responsible for taking me from my woods and handing me off to George just over a month ago. I didn't see his cronies, but I was sure they were here somewhere. "Lear," I snarled. "Princess," he replied through gritted teeth. My mates and their teams rained bullets down. They struck Paws Peak guards in the joints and weak links of their armor, though they were careful not to hit anything vital. I knocked Garstrada's hilt against the metal helmet Lear wore. His eyes rolled back, and he fell into unconsciousness. His body hit the stone-paved street with a dull thud. "Stand down," I said. Paws Peak stilled. So far, everyone was adhering to my order, cowering before my moonlight. I was keenly aware of the sharp presence of werewolves. "We haven't killed any of you," I said, keeping my voice amplified. "Either your king will come out here of his own free will, or you will bring him to me." "That is quite enough, lost princess." George, with eyes as hard and gray as his kingdom, emerged from the castle's maw. He stood tall, his yellow cape trailing behind him. It looked more green than yellow in the night, slightly wrong. He didn't look much better. The sickly pallor of his face was contradicted only by his firmly set jaw. His metal crown was even skewed atop his white head of hair. I stifled a growl deep in my throat. I didn't care to see this werewolf ever again, but peace demanded it. "You killed my son, little bitch," George spat. His eyes dulled. The skin underneath them was bruised. "What makes you think you have the right to control an entire kingdom like this? Like you're some kind of king. This isn't a Wera's place. You're perverting everything about the werewolf way of life." I ignored his goading. "I want to spare this kingdom. I want peace. I have no desire to kill any of you. But I can't leave Wolfbridge open to danger. You were planning to attack us. You've been building bombs that could have very likely destroyed the rest of the Goodlands." "Your threats are hardly peaceful. You'll cut us all down without mercy." "Only if you leave me no choice. And it won't be everyone here, just those who would side with you and do us harm. At the very least, I know your slaves would pick me over you." I glanced at the humans hiding in shadows. Some sunk in further after hearing my words, as if they were trying to disappear completely. Others took a small step out into moonlight and below tall light posts, to demonstrate their courage. "A one-on-one duel," I said. "That's what I want. We can settle this fairly, traditionally." George sneered.
"The Alpha Challenge only happens on a full moon."
"Are you afraid? I'm offering you a kindness. You're not my alpha. This is a siege. You will either face me one-on-one or we all fight here and now." George's unusually pale complexion grew paler, like the fair moon above. "What will it be? Your kingdom is waiting for an answer." His lips trembled and his tongue darted out to wet them.
"Fine. For Charles."
A small cluster of look-alike soldiers stirred behind George. They were dressed differently from the others. They still wore a uniform with a gray base, but it was more formal with intricate swirls and yellow patterns carved into the metal accents. They were likely George's other sons, princes still, but not favored by their father. Perhaps they weren't even acknowledged. Perhaps, in some way, they were like my Caspian. I searched for some sign of Caspian, perched on a building above or hiding in the shadows below. A silver string led me to him. The moonlight enhancing everything about my body made my eyesight sharp, as if he could feel me searching. Caspian caught my gaze with dark sapphire-flecked eyes and offered a subtle nod of his head.
"We're here,"
he thought. The unspoken words warmed my chest. I returned my attention to George.
"What are your terms?"
he asked, and shed his cape. His sons dutifully caught it before it could fall to the ground. They bowed and took a few steps back as George came to me, though he remained at least a couple feet away from me at all times. Those around us cleared a space in front of the castle, forming a ring outlined by bodies for our fight. "Anything goes. We fight until the other surrenders or is killed," I said. George spat on the ground in front of me as he moved back, his royal armor glinting in the moonlight. I stepped back as well, mirroring him. I held Garstrada ready. George drew a gun previously holstered at his hip. He fired. I twisted Garstrada's hilt so the flat side of the blade faced George. The bullet pinged against it and fell to the ground as a smoking, crumpled lump. I rushed forward just as the reality of what had happened registered on George's face in a look of abject horror. Mouth wide open, eyes just as wide. He looked like he might scream. But I was too fast. I jabbed, hitting the gun and knocking it out of his hand without cutting him. Then I held the tip of the blade to his throat, just like I had with Lear. "Surrender," I said. "You don't stand a chance."
"I'd rather die than to be subordinate to a wera."
I fired up my moonlight, exuding much more than I wanted to, but this made others bend to my will, werewolves specifically. The moonlight flames stemming from my body reached high into the sky, as if to touch the moon they came from. If this stubborn king didn't heed my words now, he never would. "Submit." As George's arms went slack, the fight fled his body. His eyelids drooped.
"Sarissa!"
Roderick's voice roared inside of my head.
"He has a second gun."
George's hand trembled behind him. I saw the sheen of dark metal and more moonlight as he called on his own reserves. I did the only thing that made sense. I drove my sword forward, burying it into his throat and beyond. Blood sprayed from the wound, painting me with red as George's head slid off his shoulders. His crown hit the rocks below with a clang. It rolled at an agonizingly slow pace before coming to a silent stop. Bile rose in my mouth. I was sick to my stomach. I stared at the crown as red pooled around it. Slowly, I forced my eyes to follow the source of George's severed head. I took it in. His tongue lolled out of his mouth. His eyes were white orbs, and his body hit the ground with a wet smack. This was my first time killing a werewolf. This was my first time killing in war. I was officially part of it now. I was a queen. Maybe I was a monster, too.
You did what you had to do.
Todd's voice was gentle and soothing in my head. I hadn't realized my breaths had grown erratic. I willed them back under my control, and time resumed its normal speed and lens rather than the bubbly, warped film it had assumed. "Your king is dead," I said dully. The precise circle surrounding me broke. It scattered away, and Evie approached me. She looked over the result of the impromptu alpha challenge. "You all have a new queen," she said. She took my wrist and raised it high. Garstrauda with it. Her strength astounded me. Vampires didn't have an outside tell like moonlight to show their strength, for the most part. A vampire's strength could often be gauged by how healthy they looked, but it was an inexact approach. Unless they looked sick, they always had to be presumed strong. My mates told me that. There was much I didn't know about vampires. Moonlight was a lot easier to read. My stomach kept churning. The vast amount of moonlight licking my skin dwindled. When Evie released my wrist, I let my hand and sword fall. Garstrauda's blade cut through gray rocks as if they were butter. The sword stayed vertical, hilt up, patiently waiting for me to wield it again. If a sword could be noble, it was my Garstrauda. It refused to fall on its side and clatter to the stones below like a normal weapon. But it wasn't normal. It was made for war and the strongest of werewolves.
"Take her sword,"
Evie said. Then she added,
"If that's all right, Queen Sarissa."
I nodded. I didn't need Garstrauda anymore. Not if this worked the same way it had in Wolf Bridge. Gala took my sword with the help of a couple other vampires. They sheathed it. Then they bowed to me and their queen. All other figures followed that bow in a continuous wave. But there was a cold silence despite the warmth of a summer night. The subtle bond I forged after becoming Alpha of Woodbridge wasn't present here. That wasn't a good sign. So I fired up my moonlight on full blast and commanded, "Pledge to me as your Alpha, your queen, and put an end to this fighting." Little sparks of electricity darted out from the dancing flames of my moonlight. They popped and snapped in a bright light, and threads of that same light were burned into my vision. Werewolves. Every werewolf lit up in response to me, my moonlight calling to theirs. It brought heat and forged a bond, a unanimous acceptance of me as Alpha. Werewolves follow the strongest.
"My queen,"
Lear said. He had woken from his forced sleep and bowed like everyone else. He fell lower, onto his hands and knees, and pressed his lips to the ground. We did it. We really did it. After all that had happened to me outside of my woods, we were making a change in Prime. I sent the fluttering in my chest to my mates, and they bolstered me. "Take me to the vampire prisoners, Lear," I said. Chapter 3. Sarissa. Lear was being submissive. He led the way through the castle in silence, in total obedience. I left almost everyone outside of the castle rather than take a large parade through it. I brought Evie, Corin, and Gala with me, though. I couldn't stop staring at the back of Lear's head. Our first encounter was fresh in my mind. It had been a shock, painful even. That feeling extended to all of Paws Peak. Walking down these metallic gray halls reminded me of the prison this place was. The lunalite scraps were the cries of those seeking power. But not anymore. Paws Peak no longer belonged to a king who would abuse it. Lear led us to the spiraling staircase I had fled to when Prince Charles had tried to seal me with the mate claim against my will. I narrowed my eyes at the back of Lear's head, where his dark hair was tied up into a bun. I concentrated and singled out whatever ties now existed between us with me as his Alpha. We didn't share emotions or thoughts. It wasn't a physical thing either, but I could tug on it like a leash. I was the master, and Lear was the dog wearing a studded collar. I tugged on it, and Lear flinched. He almost cowered like a cub that was about to be scolded by his mother, but then he continued forward. I hadn't told him to do any differently, and we hit the decrepit bottom of the dungeon where loose rocks with jagged points had once cut into the soles of my feet. "So obedient, Lear," I murmured as we neared rust-ridden cages. I tightened my hold on his leash. I pushed down with my alpha dominance, and sweat beaded on his forehead. He stopped. We all did. I could feel the eyes of those with me on me, but I ignored them. This power I held was immense. I had no intention of abusing it, but a petty part of me wanted to flex my muscles to get back at Lear for what he had done to me.
"I follow the strongest,"
Lear said through gritted teeth. Without a word, I allowed his leash to grow slack. The crinkled skin and sheen of sweat on his face cleared instantly. He held out a hand, indicating a narrow tunnel-like hallway with vampires caged on either side of it. I had run through here before. I had asked vampires for help, but they thought I was insane. I was much more naive then. Now I understood their plight.
"Little Wera,"
an emaciated vampire said. Her skin was almost as gray as the dimly lit stones around her. Her cheeks were sunken in and her bones protruded. She looked much worse than she had the last time I had seen her. Paws Peak had been slowly starving her and the others to death. I wondered if they had fed them anything at all since I left. The vampire's eyes were bloodshot as they rested on their queen and gala beside me. There was no jeering or cackling now.
"My queen."
Vampires scuttled inside of their cells and bowed low to the ground. "Let them out," I commanded. Lear didn't look me in the eye, and he didn't hesitate. He grabbed a keyring attached to and hidden inside an inner pocket of his Paws Peak uniform.
"I have come with the Queen of Werewolves to free you and take you home,"
Evie said.
"You will treat her and her own with the utmost respect. Paws Peak has treated you as nothing more than the dirt they walk on. But their new alpha will not condone or tolerate that any longer. The Prime War is finally coming to an end."
Lear unlocked the first cell. The vampires inside hesitated. I didn't know what their connection to their queen was like, but I could tell it wasn't like the bond I had forged with so many werewolves. Vampires weren't wired for packs like we were. Slowly, the vampires emerged from their cells as Lear unlocked them all. As much as I didn't personally care for Lear, I was relieved none of them attacked him. Corin held his breath beside me. I tried to send soothing vibes his way. I knew how to show dominance with this new alpha status, but I hadn't figured out if I could do much else. Corin released his pent-up breath and glanced at me.
"Thank you, my queen."
I nodded, and I hid the frown trying to crawl its way onto my face. I had much to learn and hardly any time to do it. But essentially, this connection tying me and so many other werewolves together was just like the connection I had to my mates. The one I had to my mates was far stronger, but the reason for that seemed fairly obvious to me. I had a much closer relationship with my mates. This was likely the real reason why werewolves eventually built kingdoms like humans and even vampires. Packs got too large, and they had to adapt to a different way of life, one that didn't depend on these deep-seated instincts.
"Queen Sorissa, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to get some blood in these vampires sooner rather than later,"
Evie said. "Paws Peak has cattle, right?" I asked. "Pigs, chickens, sheep, and the like?"
"Indeed,"
Lear said stiffly. "Take them. Let them drink their fill."
"Very well."
"Ah, but first, where are your Weras? I haven't seen one."
"They're inside the castle. I can take you to them if you wish, my queen."
I regarded Lear quietly for a moment. I wondered what he was feeling. I wondered if he despised me for this alpha power I had over him. Was the very sudden difference in our relationship as strange for him as it was for me? Just minutes before, he was trying to kill me at the command of his king and previous alpha. Or maybe George never held the power of an alpha. I had awakened something ancient, something primal. It all started with the Alpha Challenge in Wolf Bridge when Caspian fought his father. The Alpha Challenge, its rules and what it meant, were remembered, but it was rarely invoked these days, I was told, until me and my mates—
"One step at a time, Sarissa,"
Roderick whispered in my head. "Corin," I said, "find a guard outside and go with him to take Evie and her vampires to the livestock." Lear's lower lip twitched at my use of livestock. To these man-eaters, their livestock was as much the animals I had mentioned as the humans who lived here. Well, no more. Shields, man-eaters, it was all going to end. Under my rule, humans had equal rights.
"And leave you alone, my queen?"
Corin said uneasily, eyes darting to Lear. "I can handle myself." Corin took my word easily enough. He bowed and left with the vampires as Lear and I waited until the dungeon was silent. Lear stood tall, but his gaze never reached my eyes unless I demanded it. He was nothing like the Lear I knew. My stomach twisted uncomfortably. Was I the one taking freedom now? Was freedom nothing more than an illusion? Was it only attainable by a few, by the alphas, the leaders? Was everyone else meant to follow? What was the price of peace? "Take me to the Weras," I said.
"Your wish is my command."
Lear led me through more castle halls. A lot of them were empty since the soldiers had rushed outside with their king to meet me before, and I hadn't asked them to return to their posts. Each step we took produced a long echo that reached down through endless halls in an equally endless drone. We were several levels above the dungeon when I sensed we were getting close. It was because this level had been blocked off. A series of hidden entrances were used to get up here, narrow staircases and the like. The same gray stones used throughout most of the castle were present here, but so were barred windows. It was much nicer than the dungeon, but it was clear these Weras were just as isolated as the vampires that had been kept as prisoners. I figured I'd find something like this. The Weras in Wolf Bridge weren't kept hidden, but a good handful of them were also castle residents for their own safety. If my first experience at Paws Peak was anything to go on, the need for safety wasn't a joke. At least the Weras in Wolf Bridge were respected. I had spoken to each and learned that all the mated Weras had had a say in their mating. However, they were still Weras, and had been taught their whole purpose was to have a mate and cubs. When we reached a large metal door like all the others in the hall, Lear took out another key on his keyring. I said, "You keep your Weras locked up?"
"It's for the best,"
he said. "Not anymore." I bared my teeth and stepped past him as soon as the door clicked. I pushed it open. Feet shuffled across the floor and fine fabrics swished. Weras sat in chairs with their hands in their laps. All of them watched me, still like statues. I noticed several other rooms connected to this one. The Weras lived in quarters like the ones I had first been taken to when I was a prisoner here, but they had a much larger space. After Charles had claimed and sealed me, I wondered if they had intended on bringing me here as well, or if they had had different plans because I was the lost princess of Howling Sky. I'd never know. "I am your new queen," I announced. Their hard shells cracked. The whites of their eyes showed and lips trembled. Then I realized they didn't have any windows in their quarters. Not even barred ones. They had no idea what had transpired outside of their prison walls. My eyes settled on an elder Wera. She should have had more wrinkles, but she was so practiced at being expressionless her skin was abnormally smooth. All of these Weras wore draping, sheer fabrics in pastel yellows or grays. But hers was especially ornate, with bright splashes of yellow intricately woven in through the base fabric to make an inappropriately sunny design. She also wore a thin metal tiara.
"Is King George dead?"
she asked, voice warbling. "Yes," I said. "I killed him in a one-on-one fight." It was true they hadn't seen the events themselves, but there was an underlying sense of pack tying me to them as much as it was tying me to anyone else. They had felt the change.
And my sons.
The rest of your sons are alive and well. I hope they told you about Charles before. Her shoulders fell, and she gave a swift nod of her head.
Yes, I was told.
Thank you, my queen. The other Weras followed her, relaxing slightly. The previous queen was the one they looked to, an alpha in her own way. What's your name? I asked.
Anne.
From now on, your room will never be locked. You can come and go as you please. You are not prisoners. You will be treated like any other werewolf. I gave Lear a pointed look, and he bowed his head. The same thing applies to the humans living here. They will no longer be food or slaves. I'll have some of my soldiers from Wolfbridge stay and assist you in these changes. I will also work beside you and organize things before I leave.
Leave?
Lear asked, incredulously.
Sarissa, we're ready to broadcast your message to the entire kingdom using its comm system if you are. The spires actually have pretty amazing sound.
Todd informed, using our intimate connection. I closed my eyes and answered, I'm ready. Chapter 4. Sarissa. It was well into the early morning hours by the time I had set things in motion. I spoke to the kingdom. I gave orders, and my mates helped me every step of the way. Exhaustion set in when I returned to the castle with my mates by my side. I collapsed into a hard chair in the foyer, joining the others. Evie, Gala, and Jocelyn were there in waiting. Corin and a human named Dirk from Wolfbridge were too. Dirk had stepped up when hardly any human would, when I started making big changes to Wolfbridge and needed human input. I was glad. Trace couldn't be my only advocate. Dirk saw I was serious about treating humans equally, so he spoke his mind, within reason, using the skills he had no doubt learned growing up in Wolfbridge and interacting with superior werewolves his entire life. The other humans were willing to follow him. He was a farmer with hard-earned muscles and weathered skin. He was a man with a big heart who gave to those in need. He was also very level-headed. He had earned a trustworthy status among his peers. Dirk, thank you for joining us, I said.
Thank you for allowing it, my queen.
How are the humans here? I couldn't get close to any myself. I would turn to look at humans from Paws Peak and they'd scatter like flighty birds.
Scared. They cower whenever a werewolf is near.
Because all the werewolves they've known have been man-eaters.
Indeed.
I sighed. Do you think you'll be able to get through to them? I'd like to hear their thoughts on the changes we're making to Paws Peak.
It'll take time, but I think I'll be able to.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Nothing more than you already have, I'm afraid. It's going to take a human touch now. Luckily, I'm not alone.
That's more than reasonable, considering everything. I turned my gaze to Evie. How are your vampires?
They'll live,
she said.
It's good we got them out when we did, however.
Most of us were still in the armor we had worn for the siege, but Evie wasn't. Her armor had been spotty at best to begin with. Shoulder guards, a loose breastplate. None of it seemed to fit properly. What she wore underneath was all she wore now. A red satin dress that reached her ankles. It was also very loose. I didn't question it, though. She and her vampires had been instrumental in taking Paws Peak, and I was convinced of her cry for peace. She meant it with every fiber of her being. She stood on the front lines for it. But a part of me still wondered. It wasn't in my nature to be distrusting, but the world outside of my woods had implored me to be time and time again.
It all went according to plan, Evie said with a sigh. It wouldn't have been possible without you, Queen Sarissa.
And there it was. This wouldn't have been possible without me. What if Evie was using me like so many wanted to use me? The cubs I would mother to bring about a new, more powerful generation of werewolves was all anyone had talked about since I was stolen from my woods. Maybe it was true. But what about the power I displayed right now?
Sarissa, are you all right?
Caspian's whispered thought hissed in the back of my skull, and I almost flinched. I was broadcasting most of my thoughts and feelings to my mates freely. We all did that more and more each passing day. Even if we weren't always actively listening, we'd pick up on specific thoughts or feelings like this. I caught his sapphire-flecked eyes and answered him with thoughts I intended to relay clearly this time. I've just had a lot on my mind since becoming queen. You, Eyre, Roderick, and Todd never followed Philip blindly like these werewolves seem to follow me, like they have no other choice. Is this normal? None of this is like the fairy tales I read about small nomadic packs. They were intimate and relied on their alpha, unlike these kingdoms I've been in. But the alpha challenge was also a normal part of their lives. I feel like what I've done is more. I wonder if anyone can refuse me. I know things outside of Babaga's woods aren't like the fairy tales, but I'm trying to understand.
Sometimes I forget how new you are to all of this,
Eyre commented. Roderick said,
You've got more than werewolves following you too, but humans and vampires would be stupid not to follow you with how much you control now. Agreed,
Todd said.
I think you have a stronger hold than a typical alpha because your moonlight capacity is unprecedented. The werewolves in Wolfbridge were ready to follow Caspian when he killed the king.
Todd suddenly fell silent. We all did. Then he added,
Sorry, Caspian.
I waited for that emotional weight to crash down on all of us like it did when it leaked through Caspian's thread. Instead, he spoke.
Werewolves are wired to follow the strongest, with or without this nearly tangible connection tying so many to you, Sarissa. Some kind of bond has always existed between an alpha and their pack, even if it gets stretched out when the pack grows like it probably has with these kingdoms.
Werewolves are like sheep, then, I mused. Except for the few that break out and propose the alpha challenge.
I challenged my father, but that was because of you. Maybe, rather than sheep, most of us have grown complacent and are used to a certain way of life. I wanted to change things, but I also knew I was no match for King Philip on my own. That world was all I had ever known. He protected us, kept us safe, and I wanted to believe in him, mostly. He changed some things in Wolfbridge, but he mainly stuck to the tried-and-true functions of a werewolf kingdom. No one has defied you, even though you've already made major adjustments to everyone's way of life. If there were viable candidates, there could be a great power struggle over these shifting dynamics. But you are an alpha above any other. You've proved it. It would be suicide to challenge you. Call it pack instincts mixed with self-preservation if you want. It's ancient, probably a lot like those nomadic packs, and it's working because you're you.
It's almost like you've tethered them to you, Eyre said quietly. So, no one actually agrees with what I'm doing, but they have to follow me anyway because of my moonlight. Is that what you're saying? I didn't like that, but I didn't know how else to keep my pack safe, or how else to help those who didn't have the power to help themselves. If that's what it takes, so be it. I protect what's mine. They'll see. They'll all see.
Queen Sarissa,
Evie said. Yes?
I asked if there is anything else we need to discuss, or if there is anything your Moonlight Knights have to report.
Moonlight Knights. It was the name that stuck once their title as Phantom Fangs was dropped. Moonlight Knights came naturally to the denizens of Wolfbridge since I was their mate. And one of my many titles included Moonlight Child. No, I said. I think it's time to implement the next part of the plan.
The unity of Prime is well underway.
Evie agreed.
Once the Heart's new and enhanced tech field is cast all over the Goodlands, I'll check in with the portacoms that are synced up to the system.
Todd said. He held out the small boxy device equipped with a short antenna. Jocelyn held one as well. It isn't ready, though. So I'll need to return to Wolf Bridge. Is that okay, Evie? Her hazel green eyes went big and wide, and her lower lip trembled.
Jocelyn,
Gala said, exasperated.
address your queen properly.
Of course, Jocelyn, Evie said. Real-time communication with the rest of the Goodlands is of the utmost importance.
There will still be the issue of the tech field penetrating the underground,
Todd said.
Unless Crimson Caves has receivers open, I'm not sure if it'll work.
We'll always have our receivers open, and we'll tune a set of them to the Heart's tech field, Evie said. We're calling it the Heart Field, Jocelyn chimed, to keep things short and simple. Todd nodded. I rose from my seat, and the others did the same. I went to Todd, took his hands, and kissed his cheek. Thank you, I said. He freed one of his hands from mine so he could wrap his arm around me. He held me close. It was warm in his arms, and I didn't want to leave, but I had to. I had more hugs to give and responsibilities to attend to. I reached for his red hair, threading my fingers through it. I gave him one more kiss, on the lips this time, and then we parted. And you, Jocelyn, I said. We couldn't do this without you. Ah, shucks. She gave a bouncy bow. I'm just happy I get to work with someone almost as smart as me. She fluttered her light eyelashes at my mate. Todd didn't see it, and Evie gave Jocelyn a stern look. The tech vampire clasped her hands behind her back and took a few steps away. Jocelyn's fascination with my mate had bothered me before, but Todd quickly cured any doubts I might have had. He only had eyes for me. I caught air, and he rested both hands on my lower back.
I'm really tempted to grab your ass,
he thought. I grinned. Why not?
You're a naughty queen.
He didn't grab my ass, but he did lean down to kiss me. I rested my hand on his smooth jaw. Slowly, I caressed him. I was eager to savor every bit of physical contact I could. We don't know how my alpha position is going to work over great distances for a prolonged period of time, I said, when Air had reluctantly let me go.
That's why we're splitting up,
Caspian said, and captured me in his arms. He held on tightly. I felt his firm biceps, imagining my fingers melting through the fabrics of his combat uniform and through to his skin. Yes, I think we have to.
I'll take care of things here.
Caspian gave a small smile, a shadow of the smile I had come to expect from him.
I may be the Phantom Prince, but I have some experience with leading, at least when compared to the rest of you.
Air came up from behind him and grabbed the back of his neck, forcing him to bend forward slightly. I stayed where I was in Caspian's arms as his warm breath brushed my neck.
You're not the Phantom Prince anymore,
Air murmured.
I'm staying too, remember?
I hated dividing my pack. It was especially unfortunate we consisted of an odd number. Todd would be without one of us.
It's fine,
Todd said. He glanced at Jocelyn, who giggled in an endless loop. I refrained from rolling my eyes. She had been extremely helpful so far, and it sounded like she would continue to be. I gave Caspian one last squeeze before settling at Roderick's side. I hugged him, pressed my fingers into his beard, and he kissed me. Our hug was shorter, but I captured his hand as I said, Roderick, Evie, Gala, and I will go to freedom. Corinne, Todd, and Jocelyn will return to Wolf Bridge. Todd, you're officially in charge, but Corinne can take care of most things for you. And by that, I meant the interacting with other creatures part. Todd wasn't fond of that. Caspian, Air, and Dirk will stay here in Paws Peak. If that's okay, Dirk. The farmer nodded.
Yep. Left everything in Wolf Bridge to Trace and Nora.
I was glad Air and Trace's mother was willing to help us, too. Like Dirk, she had a good reputation among the humans. I decided it partly had to do with age. Perfect, I said. Keep whoever else you need here and send the rest back to Wolf Bridge. Werewolves and humans alike, all right? Caspian and Dirk both replied.
Understood.
The rest of my vampires will return to Crimson Caves,
Evie said. For now, I agreed that was for the best. Paws Peak was already going through big changes, and there was no need to try and throw vampires into the mix when they already had a perfectly good home of their own. Corin, my goal is to have everything running smoothly as fast as possible so that we can all attend your wedding. Corin blushed, and his wide brown eyes drifted to the floor as he fidgeted. Perhaps he was uncomfortable with me suddenly turning everyone's attention to him.
It would be an honor, my queen.
Corin and Trace had wasted no time mating. Almost as soon as I had become queen, Trace showed up with a claiming bite between her right shoulder and neck. It hadn't changed her, though. It was because of what Air had told me before, about the intent behind a moonlight-infused bite. Corin didn't want to tether Trace. He just wanted to keep her by his side as his mate. I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling the weight of that same claim. Todd and Air had bitten me and sealed me. Caspian and Roderick hadn't. My body ached at the thought, and my claiming bites throbbed. We hadn't had much time to ourselves. Mostly, I was okay, but there were times like this where the thought of not being sealed by all of my mates nearly had me on my knees. Sometimes it wasn't triggered by a thought. My body needed something, and it wasn't getting it. I tried to ignore it because I didn't have time to figure it out right now, but it was getting harder and harder to. It would have to be addressed soon. At the very least, it would be wise to ask another Wera about it. When I got around to it, I sincerely hoped one of them would know something I could do about it other than pressure Roderick and Caspian into sealing me with the mate claim. I wanted them to claim me when they wanted to, not a moment sooner. Gods, but I needed them. I was happy for Trace and Corin, though. When I had seen Trace after she and her mate had made things official, at least in the werewolf sense, she had been glowing. It was as if a light shone underneath her skin, infused into her bloodstream. I wondered if I looked that way to others. Or maybe that wouldn't happen until I belonged, without question, to all of my mates. My eyes flickered to Roderick and then to Caspian. Heat pooled in my lower stomach and grew until it was a raging fire. I clenched my jaw to keep myself from screaming. This I made sure to keep to myself. I didn't let it slip through on the silver threads keeping us transparent. Some things were best kept a secret.
That's it, then, Evie said. Shall we move out?
Yes, immediately, I said. Thank you for doing this, for trusting us. Roderick yanked my hand. He caught my waist with his free hand, pulling me into his broad chest. Then he touched my cheek with rough, calloused fingers. But the gesture was soft, loving.
Let's go change the world, little fighter.
Chapter 5. Roderick. We took a brief stop in Wolf Bridge to gather supplies, to refill the rotor's gas tank, and to rest up a bit before setting out the next day. Now the rotor bumped along the same trail we took to Howling Sky a month ago. The sun sank lower into the sky, painting the world with dark golds and reds. I even glimpsed that same hard skull herd we saw before. They were a unit still, so that likely meant they had found a new bull.
I'm glad,
Sarissa said.
There aren't many left, right? It's lucky.
Yeah, we didn't wipe out an entire species because of Caspian's stupidity, I replied. She folded her arms and raised her eyebrows at me. I caught it in my peripheral vision. I wouldn't say it to his face. I know he's fragile right now. Then I added with a mutter, wish he'd get over it, though. How long can someone mourn?
Caspian loved his father.
And I never knew my father, so I guess I just don't get it, little fighter. I turned the wheel, and the rotor headed off the old dirt trail and into the grass field to the east. I was aiming for the trees ahead. The Queen of Vampires and her second followed in their glider. We could have easily fit into one vehicle since there were only 4 of us, but I was glad the vampires opted for driving their own. We were working with them. They had been nothing but helpful since kidnapping Sarissa. My jaw clenched. This ride to freedom could have been nice. I had Sarissa all to myself after all, but it wasn't a vacation. Far from it. Come to think of it, I had never had a vacation in my life. And there were a million ways all of this could turn out terribly wrong. In the past, I might have known the outcome, but nothing was clear anymore. Nothing but Sarissa and my pack.
You wouldn't mourn me if I died?
Sarissa asked as we were about to enter the trees concealing freedom from the outside world. Just a few layers of deciduous trees, that was it. Freedom didn't have some great wall to keep intruders out like Wolf Bridge, Paws Peak, or miles of heavily fortified land above and below the earth like Crimson Caves. They had trees. Of course I would, I said, but Caspian's father was a prick.
Caspian has a big heart.
I know. It's his best quality. It also makes him infuriating at times. I had been making sure not to look at Sarissa much during this trip. I kept my eyes on the road, on the task at hand, because looking at her was painful. We hadn't had much downtime since Caspian killed King Philip and Sarissa took her place as Queen of Wolfbridge. We hadn't talked much about the fact that Sarissa was claimed and sealed by only 2 of her mates. It had started to bother me a few days ago, really bother me. It was bad enough when I learned Todd had taken her first. I had the opportunity to be first, but I didn't take it. I didn't take her. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, stretching the skin on my knuckles to an angry white. Air had sealed her next. He was a tethered like me. He shouldn't have been able to. We weren't real werewolves. We weren't real humans anymore either. We were creatures stuck at some sort of in-between. But Sarissa considered us part of her pack. She didn't discount the human in us. It simply didn't matter which, human or werewolf, we preferred to be known as. She just wasn't fond of using the word tethered to describe us because of the negative connotation always brought along with it. But if tethered was sterile, how the fuck could air seal her? It didn't make sense. I was burning for her. I would have taken her by now if we had been allowed any time to ourselves. I wanted to officially take my place as one of her mates. I never wanted to let her go. I didn't want her to discard me. I wasn't sure I could live through it.
Roderick,
Sarissa whispered. She placed a delicate hand on top of mine, still glued to the steering wheel. I kept my eyes straight ahead, navigating through the trees, coming closer and closer to our destination, to the humans who had been my purpose for my entire life. And now all I knew was Sarissa. All I wanted was Sarissa. She wasn't like anything or anyone. Her touch sent electricity through my skin. It raised goosebumps, made the hairs on my arms stand at attention, and I shuddered. It was a deep, inward sensation that made my fucking bones rattle with the force of it.
I will never, ever throw you away. I will never leave you, she said. You're mine, and I take care of what's mine.
If it wouldn't have killed us, I would have grabbed her right then and there and kissed her until she couldn't breathe, until her lips were good and swollen. I would have continued my onslaught across her entire body, until she couldn't think about anything but me and was screaming my name. My throat was dry. I swallowed. The trees parted and the first flag came into view. It was white with the light blue silhouette of a soaring skyscraper. The large predatory birds were thought to have been killed in the Hellfire strike, but when freedom was established here, a sky spear painted like a cloudy blue sky was spotted in a tree as if overlooking this place, blessing it even. It flew away, and one hasn't been seen since, but that symbol of hope, of freedom, stuck. Rows of tents came into view right after, and the gray expanse of the Badlands and the fields not too far beyond them. I eased up on the gas. I stopped in the grass near the horse pasture, away from the tents. Gala followed, stopping just behind me. We needed to look as peaceful as possible, but humans with weapons were already rushing out of their tents to intercept us, thanks to the shouts and alarms from those on watch. A rotor and a glider were red flags in a pick-up-and-go settlement like Freedom. They only had motorbikes and horses. Hopefully, the rebels wouldn't kill us first and ask questions later. Sarissa kicked open her door and got out without any sign of caution. Despite being a queen, she hardly wore dresses any more than she had before. She was fearsome in her plain tunic, a skilled hunter hiding behind simplicity. She stood tall, chin raised. Gods, was she radiant. It didn't matter what she wore. She had the regal thing down. And she was trying to give me a heart attack. I rushed out of the rotor to stand beside her, my hands raised. "We just want to talk," I said. Some of the rebels hesitated, lowering their weapons slightly. Others had their sights set and their fingers heavy on triggers. I reflexively grabbed Sarissa's waist and hid her behind me. If she had been using moonlight, she could have stopped me. She tried to resist by digging in her heels, but I was stronger than she was when moonlight wasn't involved.
"Roderick,"
she growled. "Roderick?" a familiar voice echoed. The thickening crowd of rebels parted, stepping back toward the tents for the man coming down the center. Merrick Rex. I hadn't seen him in months, but he looked the same. His sizable physique and the scars he had given himself when he taught himself how to endure pain were his most distinct features. I doubted the wrinkles he'd continue to grow with age would ever diminish his presence. "Hold your fire," Merrick ordered the rebels, but he didn't take his brown eyes off me. They were usually hard, glimmering with something dangerous. I didn't see that glimmer now, though. "What do you want?" I did my best not to bare my teeth like a damn werewolf when Job emerged, cloaked in black, and stood at the rebel leader's side like a demon. He would have reminded me of a vampire if his cloak had been crimson, with gilded hems instead of tatters. Sarissa kept her cool easily enough, despite how she had lost her temper when Job and his guys had attacked me that one night, though she clearly didn't approve of me hiding her behind me. She was gently working to pry my fingers off her waist.
"We want to talk," she said. "You're Merrick, I assume, leader of the rebels?"
"Yes." Merrick gave me the side-eye.
"I have my hard skull sword tied down in our rotor. Roderick has a gun. We will gladly give them to you for the duration of our stay, if it pleases you."
"And the glider behind you?" Merrick asked. "You brought vampires, too."
"Not just any vampires."
I let Sarissa go. I knew I needed to, but it was probably the hardest thing I ever had to do in my life. I stayed right beside her, ready to shield her with my body if it came down to that.
"My name is Sarissa, but most of you probably know me as the Lost Princess of Howling Sky. Both King Philip and King George are dead, and I have become queen of both Wolfbridge and Paws Peak. All werewolves answer to me."
Merrick's chapped lips twitched as the glider's doors opened. Both Evie and Gala, hidden from the sun in their long red cloaks, came to stand beside me and Sarissa. Their golden hems danced like flames, catching the light as they swayed in the soft breeze. No one stepped forward, and no guns were fired.
"I have the Queen of Vampires with me,"
Sarissa said,
"and her most trusted commander. We want to talk about peace."
The corners of Merrick's lips slowly curved up until he was grinning. His eyes were too wide, the gesture too distorted to make it appear friendly. "Overconfidence in your abilities or sincerity? I wonder," he said. "Hand over your weapons and let us inspect your vehicles."
"As you wish."
Merrick signaled rebels forward. I took out my gun and handed it to one of them. Evie and Gala did the same with their firearms. Sarissa moved to the back of the rotor where Garstrada was sheathed and awkwardly tied down half inside the too-short cargo bed in the roof. Shorter cargo beds made rotors better suited for paving their own trails, but Garstrada really could have used a longer one. It also didn't help that Sarissa insisted on bringing supplies to share. She was too attached to the damn sword. Sarissa didn't lift the sword once it was free. She simply warned,
"It's heavy."
A couple rebels tried to move it on their own, but they could barely lift it. Their arms trembled. The sword was going to fall off the rotor and chop off someone's limb with its weight alone. But Sarissa reacted. She fired up her moonlight and caught the sword effortlessly. Then the crowd of humans drew weapons on my little fighter.
"Steady, Roderick,"
Sarissa thought. I hadn't realized my muscles were coiling tightly, ready to spring forward. I took a breath. Sarissa held up one hand cautiously as the other held her monster sword. Blue flames lit her up, brighter than the last sun rays of a harsh orange sunset. The rebels may have been human, but they knew the dangers of moonlight, and they knew a shitload of it when they saw it. Carefully, Sarissa laid the sword in the grass. She turned off her moonlight at the same instant.
"Please be careful,"
she said. She held her hands up as she stepped away from the sword and slowly made her way back to my side. "Sincerity," Merrick murmured. Then he raised his voice. "Everyone lower your weapons. Queen Sarissa, Queen Evie. We can talk in my tent." Chapter 6. Roderick. Job wouldn't stop glaring. Of course he came inside of Merrick's tent with us. With me gone, he was Merrick's right-hand man. I knew that, but I didn't like it, especially not after what he pulled on me last time I saw him outside of Wolf Bridge. Merrick's tent was easily the biggest of the lot. Several people could stand inside comfortably. It had sectioned-off rooms, including one with a map where missions were discussed with Freedom's tacticians. We stood in the first section, a sitting room of sorts, and were allowed seats on wooden stools. Aside from the rug placed on top of the tarp, there weren't any decorations. The tent's opening was tied down to give us some privacy, and a couple electric lights were lit thanks to the portable generators Freedom had developed. The tent's material was mostly opaque, but the outside light and the shadows of loitering rebels were noticeable.
"Job told me you sided with the lost princess of Howling Sky,"
Merrick said, breaking the heavy silence.
"He said you'd given up our location. I didn't believe him. I said you'd hold out, that you'd come back to us."
My guts twisted up in a mess of nerves. I felt sick to my stomach, and that wasn't normal for me. I didn't deal with this kind of shit, but it felt like Job had kicked me in the balls and the pain was shooting up my spine. I would have doubled over if Sarissa hadn't placed her hand on my thigh then. Her touch brought everything back into focus and chased away the sickness.
"Roderick would never have given Freedom's location unless he knew it was to Freedom's benefit," she said.
"Not even if you demanded it?"
Merrick asked. His tone was flat, almost dead.
"A Weira who has united all werewolves in the matter of what? A month? I'd tell you to prove your claim, but Freedom's spies informed me of your exploits before you arrived."
"It's good to gather intelligence. I'm glad you know what I say is true."
"I think you're sincere, but too powerful to anger without serious repercussions."
Merrick looked at the two vampires who had yet to speak a word.
"I'll hear you out, but it's not because I want to, Weira. I don't have any other choice if I want the least number of casualties."
"Honesty is also good."
Merrick sighed and hunched over in his seat. He rested his clasped hands in between spread knees.
"So, Queen of the Werewolves, do you truly believe your four could wipe out this entire camp if it came down to it?"
"I didn't think about that. The only thing I'm sure of is that I could get the four of us out of here alive if it came down to it. I have no intention of turning this into a slaughter."
"Naive, perhaps. Or maybe overconfidence after all."
"I want to end the Prime War. It's idiotic. I have no idea why it began in the first place. It's not that hard to get along with each other, is it?"
This time, when Merrick grinned, it was familiar, warm. It was the same look he gave me when I was young, acing any challenge he could think to throw at me.
"I see why Roderick chose you. You see white from black too, don't you?"
Sarissa shrugged.
"I know what's right, and I know what's wrong."
"Exactly. You don't hesitate."
"I have hesitated, but not when it counts."
"Honest, earnest. You aren't like any werewolf I've ever met. You are a strange one, Queen Sarissa. Is that why the others are happy to let you be their spokesperson?"
Evie smiled with painted black lips.
"A wonder, isn't she?"
"And what's your bit? How many humans have you bled dry and killed?"
"More than I can count. At the time, I didn't regret it in the least. Then Phantom Fangs killed Denez, the last male vampire, and I understood real pain. Now I know peace is the only way this won't end with another burst of hellfire."
Joe bared his teeth underneath his hood. It was a gruesome image between that ugly scar on his face and the flickering lantern light. His appearance had always bothered me, but it wasn't because he was one ugly motherfucker. I didn't like how it reflected what I had always seen inside of him, a twisted, angry man who was good at what he did but had little to no compassion. He wasn't righteous, but he followed Merrick, and I could never figure out why. I could never figure out what made him tick, and it didn't matter. Back then, he was white. We were on the same side. But I saw things differently now. I had a grudge against him because he brought out an ugliness in Sarissa I'd never seen. I'd never forgive him for it.
"You're buying time for your species," Merrick concluded. "At least one of you is pregnant, and it's possible that baby will be male."
"Roderick came to the same conclusion,"
Evie said.
"It's the obvious one."
Merrick's eyes lingered on Evie.
Specifically, his eyes went to her stomach. I'd been wondering the same thing. She wore elegant clothes, dresses mostly. Whenever I saw her, now was no different, but they were loose enough to conceal almost anything about her figure. There was one thing that didn't add up, though. Why would she move around so much and put herself in danger, as she had in Paws Peak, if she was pregnant? Gala was uncomfortable at her queen's side. Her hand reached for something that wasn't there under her crimson cloak. Evie held out her arm to her, silently commanding Gala to still. Merrick let the defensive action go with hardly a glance.
"Roderick is part of Phantom Fangs," Merrick said. "Therefore he killed your last male, but you haven't slit his throat. I'm surprised you can stand by him so calmly."
"It's difficult, but I believe in the Queen of Werewolves,"
Evie said.
"Phantom Fangs is no more. Its members are now called the Moonlight Knights. They are Queen Sarissa's mates. I long for peace. Exacting revenge will not give me that. I've given all the humans in our possession to Queen Sarissa. Under her rule, werewolves and humans stand and live equally."
"My spies reported on what they caught of that, too. There's been a lot of movement outside of the kingdoms lately."
It was my turn to be scrutinized. Merrick looked me up and down like I was an enigma.
"The Queen of Werewolves has multiple mates, and you're one of them?"
"Not yet," I said. Sarissa added,
"He hasn't sealed me yet, but yes, Roderick is one of my mates. I chose him."
"So very peculiar. Why pick a tethered?"
Sarissa growled.
"I don't like how you say that word. You all use it as a derogatory term. Weira is treated the same. Does it make you feel better to think you're superior to someone else?"
Merrick held up his hands in a placating gesture.
"My apologies. You know, an end to this war is all freedom has ever wanted."
"That and freedom itself. Me too. We want the same things."
Merrick chuckled.
"So it seems. It's as the Queen of Vampires said. If we don't try something new, we'll be consumed by hellfire in the end. That was always where the Prime War was headed."
He closed his eyes for a moment too long.
"I often wonder how the war started, believe it or not. It's been raging for so long, everyone has forgotten."
"What will you do, Merrick?" I asked.
"I'll follow you, Roderick."
I blinked.
"Do you trust her?"
"With my life."
"Then I'll put my trust in your queen."
"Thank you. I can't thank you enough."
"At first I thought you had changed into something else, a complete werewolf perhaps. But you haven't, have you? You're the same boy I remember. Stubborn, sure of what's right and what's wrong, though you've outgrown my guidance."
A faded black cape fluttered.
"Merrick, I don't want to hear it, Job. You've made your points to me already."
"We've brought some food and supplies we'd like to offer Freedom,"
Sarissa said.
"Please let us know of anything you might need, and I will see that it is delivered to you. What's ours is yours."
Job moved. Every muscle in my body tensed as he neared Sarissa, but he didn't stop. He passed all of us and tore out of the tent. His cloak billowed behind him like angry storm clouds. He didn't bother securing the entrance and left a gaping hole where a loose piece of animal hide flapped in the breeze. "Should I get that?" I asked. Sarissa shook her head.
"Merrick, Evie and I would like to hold a conference. This peace we've been working toward. We're calling it the Unity of Prime, and it won't work unless we're together. The Unity of Prime Conference would be a place to discuss our differences, our needs, and to simply exist together, to even celebrate it."
"When and where will this conference take place?" he asked.
"The next full moon in Wolfbridge. I'm replacing the Moonlight Banquet, werewolf exclusivity, with this peace conference. Feel free to bring as many from Freedom as you wish. The more of us, the better."
"And your werewolves are okay with that?"
"Yes."
Merrick stared at her for a moment, unblinking.
"Very well. We'll be there."
Chapter 7. Todd. "Test it again," I said.
"Okay."
Jocelyn sing-songed. The petite vampire flitted around the cylindrical energy chamber holding the heart, fingers tracing along the smooth tinted glass. She pressed a button on the other side of the console and the chamber glowed white-hot. It was almost painful to look at even through the protective lenses of my goggles. I monitored the system we had heavily modified. We threw out its previous guts, the components responsible for the tech field that had surrounded Wolf Bridge for years, and made a new one. It was much more powerful, and we managed to make it compact enough that we hadn't needed to change its container. Other than making some modifications to the energy chamber's console, everything looked the same on the outside. Mostly, the console had a few new dials, levers, and gauges, which I was carefully adjusting now as the heart pumped in immense amounts of electricity. I flipped a few more levers, fighting to keep the lightning stone from frying the system. We needed a certain amount of energy to cast a tech field that spanned all of the Goodlands, and that required a technology I had yet to invent. Gauges jumped up to dangerous levels and red lights blinked on. Sweat dripped down my brow. The heat inside of the chamber spiked at the same moment electrical pulses zapped my ears. "Turn it off!" I shouted. Jocelyn did. I could tell by the high-to-low buzz and eventual silence that followed. The computers inside of the heart's bubble glass shell shut off. The only light left came from the heart itself, blinking erratically. "Give it time to cool off. We'll boot up the system again in a few minutes so Wolf Bridge has power again," I said. It was better safe than sorry. Outfitting the old tech field with all of this new technology meant none of our wireless tech worked, so the kingdom was reliant on our base tech and wired-in comm system in particular. "It's hot," I said. "Let's move. I'll leave the shell open to air out the energy chamber. Ventilation will be the first system we want up and running again."
"You got it, Tech Werewolf,"
Jocelyn said while showing her teeth. My eyes always went to those sharp white fangs. Little did anyone know the heart shell could be opened manually. I made it that way in case of an emergency so the heart could still be accessed if all systems shut down. It was a pain, though. It required 2 small keys I always kept in a little pocket on my utility belt and a ton of force, moonlight levels. After groping along the uneven glass for longer than I would have liked, and after realizing I could have just used my moonlight to see clearly in the bright, flickering light, I found the keyholes. Then I dug deep inside of myself to that dormant energy I hardly ever used. It warmed my core and cooled it at the same time as blue sparks flashed behind my eyes. I forced the seamless bubble glass door out of place. A gust of hot air puffed out, as if eager to escape the heat. Jocelyn and I ran out too.
"Water,"
she said. I nodded. That was a need vampires apparently shared with werewolves and humans. My lips were chapped and I was definitely dehydrated. I was glad I hadn't been wearing my beanie. I'd been tempted to wear it again after I started attracting much more attention than I ever wanted, after officially being announced Sarissa's mate. But I didn't give in to the urge. Sarissa liked my hair. Just as Jocelyn and I were about to exit the base of the tower through the silver archway for the main body of the castle, Corin appeared. A couple other guards were behind him, and they all had flashlights. I squinted at the beams of light. "What happened?" he asked. "Had to turn off the power," I said. "Everything will be back online in a few minutes." Corin nodded over and over. "Okay, great. Do you need some water? You look—" "Yes." Corin told the guards behind him to return to their posts and left to get some water, while Jocelyn and I collapsed onto the dark blue carpet. The pressure in my head told me I was on the verge of developing a headache.
"How are we going to get that much power running through without frying the system?"
Jocelyn asked.
"Also, your lightning stone is crazy. I've never seen anything like it. We barely tapped into it. I thought we had this figured out with those new capacitors, but the electricity we just ran through is the minimum amount required, by our estimates, to generate the heart field."
"I don't know," I grumbled, "but I'll figure it out."
"I might help only a little. You totally knew how to upgrade the system without any input from me."
She rolled her eyes.
"Who already found a way to get a tech field to span miles and miles across the Goodlands? Surely not me."
She blinked.
"It's imperfect, but it's more than you've done on your own."
I growled. She blinked rapidly and placed her hand on top of mine. A shiver crawled up my spine. I recoiled from her touch and scowled. Jocelyn was brilliant. She knew tech and had ideas for it I had never thought of. But she was a vampire. That didn't bother me so much anymore, but I hated it when she touched me. I couldn't fathom why she did it so often. I didn't mind my pack touching me these days, but it wasn't something that happened very often outside of Sarissa. Sarissa was the only one I needed to be physically close to. My chest felt heavy and tight all at once. I missed her. It hadn't been a whole day since she left Wolfbridge, but I started work on the heart right after returning from Paws Peak, so I hadn't seen much of her before she and Roderick set out for freedom. Jocelyn huffed out a breath and stared up at the dimmed bubble glass shell that rose all the way to the top floor of the tower. Sarissa? I thought. I closed my eyes and concentrated, grasping at the silver thread connecting us. It was dull. It seemed to lose its luster when we were separated by a great physical distance. But I heard her reply. Her voice was a whisper in my head.
Hi, Todd.
Cool relief spread through my body and even soothed my chapped lips. How are things in Freedom? Did you make it? Is everything okay?
Yes, everything is fine. We have Merrick with us. He's letting us stay for the night since it's so late. We'll be back to Wolfbridge in the morning.
Good. That's good.
How is the heart field? Do you think you'll have it working soon?
Hopefully. We had a bit of a setback, but I'll get it going.
Is Jocelyn being helpful?
Helpful enough. Sarissa laughed, a soft, airy sound in my head.
You don't sound too sure.
She's strange. Sarissa paused.
I should go. I want to learn as much about Freedom as I can, and I need to give Merrick one of our portacoms for when the heart field is finished. Did you just want to check in?
And tell you I love you?
I love you too.
I could hear the smile in her words. I could imagine it on her face.
Todd,
Jocelyn said. She was waving her hand in front of my eyes when I opened them. What? I growled.
I think I figured it out, and I was telling you, but you didn't listen to a thing I said. Did you fall asleep?
I frowned. No one knew our little pack could communicate through moonlight telekinesis or whatever was happening here, but they knew we could exchange moonlight. Or at least Caspian basically told them we could. I didn't know what they actually believed. I thought many of them were leery of us, though. They had every logical reason to be.
Thinking about your weir, huh?
Jocelyn asked. I didn't answer.
You have that look on your face?
She giggled.
And you weren't listening to me. Poor lovesick Wolfie.
Corin returned with a jug of water and a couple of glasses. I was grateful for the distraction and drank greedily. It bought me time with Jocelyn. She was hard for me to handle. I had to work with her, so I couldn't just ignore her like I did most. She was so brilliant that if anyone could help me figure out how this connection worked between me and my pack, it would be her. I might have even let her try, but I didn't want her inside my head. I didn't want to be the things she was studying. I didn't want her anywhere near these silver threads because that didn't seem safe. And I was going to keep my pack safe no matter what.
Chapter 8. Sarissa. Images of George's severed head flashed in the back of my skull like a phantom haunting me. I ignored it most of the time by keeping busy. But it was quiet. It was late, and much of Freedom was sleeping. There were plenty of humans who were uneasy, but they trusted Merrick, so we hadn't had any incidents. Aside from the light cast by an electric lantern, it was rather dark. I was inside of a tent Merrick offered me and Roderick. Evie and Gala were in another. Why doesn't Freedom build permanent homes? I asked, as I took out my braid and ran my fingers along my scalp. I was curious, and I was trying to keep the gory images away. They made my stomach churn. I hadn't been able to eat much since it happened.
The rebels always need to be ready to move,
Roderick said.
Even the tech. Makes it hard to think about infiltrating well-fortified kingdoms, but they've made to. Hell, I think even Todd would find the tech tent impressive.
Haven't they been here for years, though?
Yeah, but that's just luck. They spent many years before I was born traveling and avoiding werewolves and vampires.
Roderick laid out a couple of bedrolls on the tarp below. His shoulders were rigid, and he was clenching his muscles, jaw in particular. I observed the scars on his face. Scars appeared all over his body, but often I forgot about them. His black tattoos were more prominent and hid many of them. How did you and Merrick get your scars? I asked.
Battles, but most of them are from training.
Training.
To withstand pain, to never talk if tortured.
I opened my mouth to ask what kind of training, to ask who in their right mind would scar themselves like this. But I didn't. I wasn't sure I wanted to know. The thought made my stomach hurt more. I liked to fight for sport, but I didn't like to needlessly harm or kill. There was a difference between killing to attain power and killing in order to survive. I would never go out of my way to disfigure someone. When I brawled with bears in Babaga's woods, we had an understanding. It was play fighting. It was different.
I don't know how you're doing this,
Roderick said. Doing what? I asked.
Bringing peace. Merrick is listening to you. He's willing to try.
Because of you. He shook his head.
No. He just sees what I see.
Regardless of what you all seem to think, I couldn't do this without you.
I'm not so sure about that, little fighter. If it wasn't us, it'd be someone else. You'd always convince someone to follow you.
I frowned.
You don't need us like we need you. Like the world needs you.
That is not true, I said vehemently. I marched up to Roderick and willed him to look at me. He did. He tilted his head down low, since I stood right next to him, and met my defiant gaze. You are not replaceable. Even if I hadn't met you, Todd, Air, and Caspian when I had, I would have found you. I will always find you. Roderick gave me that lopsided grin I loved. He brushed the rough pat of his thumb across my cheek. His touch ignited my core. The sick feeling was wiped away and replaced only with desire. I pressed my thighs together in response to the subtle tingling in my sex. Kiss me, I whispered. I didn't have to ask again. I didn't have to beg. Roderick cupped the back of my neck, tilted my head back, and bent down to kiss me soundly on the lips. My lips softened, and he swiped his tongue along my cheek before meeting my tongue. His other hand was on my waist. He tightened his grip as we kissed deeper. Every inch of my body was on fire.
It's not often I get you all to myself,
Roderick murmured against my lips. Maybe you want to take advantage of that? I was breathless. Seal me, maybe? My legs shook like they were experiencing their own little earthquake. My body aches, I gasped. It was more painful than the mate claim and the actual sealing itself because it was constant, grating on my nerves with each passing moment.
I want to eat you out,
Roderick growled. And seal me? I told myself I wouldn't push. I was trying not to, but I needed this. I needed him.
Not much privacy in a tent,
he said. I don't care.
Good, because I don't want to wait anymore.
His big hands traveled sensually down my back, feeling out every inch of it with a slow and deliberate purpose, as he stopped at my hips and grabbed the bottom of the lightweight tunic I was wearing. Then he went for my undershirt. It was tied against my skin and was made of a strong material that could stop a bullet, I was told. It was the same material my Moonlight Knights uniforms were made of. It was a precaution, something my mates insisted I wore, but I chose short sleeves. This summer was already a hot one, and Roderick made it hotter when his fingers touched my skin. My knees nearly buckled. I allowed him to pull the tunic and tight underarmor over my head. I took care of my binder after that, in a hurry. I needed his skin on mine, and I was sick of being patient.
Slow down, little fighter,
Roderick chuckled.
I'm not going anywhere.
I snuck a hand under the fabric of his uniform, unearthing the hem from his pants. I went for the button of his pants at the same time, revealing a patch of brown skin marred in scars and covered up by the inky black of his tattoos. I followed the trail of dark brown hairs to his underwear and grabbed his growing erection, freeing it. Roderick gritted his teeth, took my wrists, and forced me away.
Fine,
he said.
Clothes off, now.
It seemed he was done taking this slowly. He shed his shoes, shirt, pants, underwear, everything within seconds, and I followed his lead.
I'll never get over how beautiful you are,"
Roderick said. I laid my hands flat against his stomach. His muscles twitched at my touch. I searched for the scars hidden underneath tattoos and attentively traced them. There were many more than I had realized. Gods, but he was handsome. My Roderick. His hands went to my hips, and I tried to meld our bodies together. Combined with the heat we generated and the warm night, it was inevitable we began to perspire. I licked salty droplets off of Roderick's chest and pressed my nose to his skin and hair, making my way to his right nipple. Roderick's hands moved to my butt. He kneaded my flesh, savoring the shape of my body, and I gently nibbled at him. I sucked his nipple when I got the reaction I wanted. I shuddered a breath, and a deep groan set in the back of his throat. I rolled my hips, but he was too tall for the action to line up with his like I wanted it to. Roderick put one of his hands between us and slid it down my sweat-slicked stomach. He was gentle when he reached my sacs and drove his fingers in between my folds. I was wet. I hadn't realized how wet until his fingers met no resistance.
"So ready for me,"
he growled. He circled a particularly sensitive area with his thumb. I nearly died. This time my legs did buckle, but Roderick held me up. He took his hand away and scooped me up into his powerful arms.
"Let me make love to you,"
he said.
"Only you."
I reached for his face and buried my fingers in his short beard. All I could manage was a nod of my head. My tongue wouldn't form words. He laid me down, back first, on one of the bedrolls. He moved my wild hair, tucking it underneath me, and hovered over me to kiss my lips. His beard pressed into my skin. I savored how each kiss was unique. I relished in the near pain of it as Roderick kissed my lips until they were throbbing. When he released my lips and focused his ministrations on my jaw, the fog consuming my brain lifted just enough to remind me I should prepare my mate for what sealing me would entail. I wasn't sure he had ever heard the entirety of the mate claim. "Roderick," I said.
"My queen."
He kissed my neck. "When you seal me, I will bleed." He stopped kissing me to study my face. The soft look in his green eyes made my heart ache. "It's nothing to worry about," I said, and cupped his cheek. He leaned his head into my hand, eyes closed. "I might act like I'm in pain, but I don't want you to worry."
"Being sealed is painful?"
"Yes, but it's worth it. The pain is small compared to the pleasure. I just don't want you caught off guard." I laughed. Both Todd and I were.
"He didn't know? And he calls himself a werewolf."
Roderick rolled his eyes.
"Typical head-in-the-clouds Todd."
He knew, but it wasn't at the front of his mind. I smiled.
"Should we continue?"
Yes, please." Roderick took my wrist and held it down at my side. He resumed kissing my neck, my collarbones, my chest. He dwelled on my breasts, circling his tongue around each nipple, hardening them into sensitive points. He drew my left nipple into his mouth and sucked. His mouth was amazing, and his beard offered another layer of texture. Warm, soft, scratchy all at once. My back arched in response. I gasped. Instinct told me to dig my fingers into Roderick's back, but he held down both of my hands at my sides. I was reduced to wriggling helplessly underneath him. Normally, I liked to be in control. I was powerful. I was alpha. But it felt right to be dominated by my mate at this moment. It was all consensual. He knew my power. I knew his heart. I was happiest when I was with my mates. Eventually, Roderick let my hands go as he reached my stomach. He kissed around my belly button, my hips. I held his long hair tightly in my hands, disheveling his ponytail as I anticipated him going lower. Then he did it. That amazing thing he did with his mouth. I whimpered his name as he licked my slit. He circled that sensitive spot with his tongue. My breaths quickened and became shallow at the same time. Sweat dripped down my skin. The pressure was rising, and I was going to explode. But Roderick stopped.
He carefully pried my hands loose from his hair and looked at me. I squeezed my thighs together, anxious to orgasm one way or another. I didn't want it to stop now, not when I was so close. But Roderick held my legs wide apart, and I didn't succeed. I growled my frustration. "What are you doing?" I whined.
How did air manage to seal you? We're tethered. It doesn't make any sense.
What does it matter? We already talked about this. None of us know why. It just is.
It matters because sealing, the mate claim. It's also a werewolf can get a were pregnant, right?
So I've been told.
It just doesn't make sense.
It doesn't have to. I chose you. I pushed at Roderick's big chest. Stand up. He raised a thick brown eyebrow at me, but didn't protest. I somehow made my way onto my weak knees, set my hands on Roderick's thick thighs, and licked the head of his cock. He jerked, but stopped himself from moving forward. His hands were in my hair.
Gods,
he murmured. I swirled my tongue around the red, swollen head. Roderick's grip tightened, burning my scalp.
Fuck, Sarissa, I thought I was supposed to seal you.
You will. I smirked up at him. This is the ultimate test of your self-control.
Little monster.
I took Roderick like I had Caspian, working his erection into my mouth. I thought about stopping before he could hit the back of my throat. That was what I had done with Caspian. But I couldn't taste all of him like this. I hadn't taken all of Caspian. I didn't like that. I wanted to go further, but I was new at this. I didn't know how to get past the gag reflex if I tried to take Roderick down my throat. Moonlight. I could use moonlight. The moment I thought it, the powerful energy soothed my throat, and I took him deeper.
Holy fuck,
Roderick whispered. I knew it was taking all of his self-control to stay still, to allow me to feel this out. I worked my tongue around him, and he started moving. His thrusts were shallow, easy enough to follow as he slid in and nearly out of my mouth. When he knew I could take it, he fucked my mouth harder, and I took him, all of him. I gently pinched his balls with one of my hands. They drew up tight, and I knew he was close.
Enough,
he shouted. He retreated, and I allowed it. He slipped from my mouth as he took tentative steps backward. His chest heaved. He ran unsteady fingers through his hair, catching loose strands and fitting them back into his ponytail. I grinned. I did that to him. He moved. He moved so quickly I couldn't track him, and he was streaking blue. Sparks of moonlight zapped my skin as Roderick grabbed me and yanked me to my feet. He turned me around so my back was facing him and forced me forward until my thighs nearly hit a small wooden table. I held out my hands, bracing and catching myself against it instead. The moonlight in my core blazed in response to the power Roderick displayed. I used it to reinforce my limbs. Roderick positioned me, pulled my legs back, and widened my stance. He held my hips and angled my butt upward, and he thrust into me. I stifled a strangled scream, barely aware that I would disturb others if I let it rip through my throat with the volume it demanded. He was big, a lot for my body to take. I was glad we had so much lubrication and active moonlight, but my pussy still throbbed as he pushed into me again and again, relentlessly. The table I braced myself against dug into the tarp and skidded against it. I gasped when he buried himself as deep as possible. He reached over me. He brushed away the unruly curls of my hair and licked the back of my neck once before sinking moonlight-infused teeth into my flesh. "Roderick," I pleaded. My vision flashed white. I bit my lower lip against the urge to scream again. And then my body pulsed. The pent-up energy exploded and slowly dissipated with the pulses. Roderick jerked inside of me and continued pushing against me as he emptied his cum. I couldn't hold it all. Hot liquid dripped down my legs in tiny streams. Exhausted, I collapsed, my upper body supported by the table as Roderick continued to hold my hips as he rocked slower, shorter. I dug my nails into the wood and squeezed my eyes closed,
bracing myself against the pain I knew would come once Roderick's body left mine. Then he pulled out. I was acutely aware of his absence. Ceiling hurt more this time. It melted my core. The blood was hot lava burning its way through me. I couldn't hold the moonlight I had activated. The blood drowned it out, offering no relief. I whimpered quietly as I dug my nails deeper into wood. Thankfully, my mate wasn't gone for long. As blood seared my legs, he took me away from the table and settled me in his lap on the floor. He rocked us back and forth in a soothing motion, and I held him tightly.
"Are you okay?"
he asked. I was panting, overheated, and still bleeding. "I'm okay," I managed to say. "Give me a few minutes." He did. He held me and made the excruciating pain bearable. Then it vanished as if it had never existed. I sighed out my relief and let Roderick go. I crawled onto a bedroll and lay down on my stomach. Roderick pressed his fingers into my back, feeling my spine, and then he focused on my lower back. He applied some pressure, massaging my tired muscles. "Thank you," I said. My heart was warm. I could feel Roderick's warmth there, too, like our hearts resided in the same space. "Can you feel it?"
"Yes,"
he said reverently. He lay down beside me, and I snuggled up next to him, neither of us caring about the blood. We wanted to be close. That was all that mattered at the moment.
"Sarissa."
"Yes." Roderick simply breathed, like he was trying to work up to something. He hadn't figured out quite how to say it yet. I could feel him and hear his thoughts, but I couldn't decipher what wasn't already clear to him. I rubbed his chest and remained patient, encouraging.
"I've never really loved anyone before. I didn't know what it could feel like.
He pressed my hand against his heart.
But gods, I love you. Let me be useful to you, Sarissa. For the rest of my life, let me serve you. I won't live as long as you do since my years are still very human, but I will serve you well."
"What?" I rasped. Tears stung my eyes. I hadn't thought about that. I hadn't thought about the difference between the average lifespan of a human versus a werewolf. I hadn't thought about if years were different for tethered or not. I shook my head. "No, Roderick. I will not use you. But I will love you. I do, with all of my heart, for all of our days, and more. We can share moonlight. We don't know what effect that has on our years. You conceal me. That shouldn't be possible either."
"So optimistic."
Roderick chuckled, but his eyes were wet. He sniffed and cleared his throat. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand.
"Fuck. Sorry. That was weird."
I held him close and I kissed him. "You're mine."
"And you're mine,"
he said with a growl, nipping at my lips. "I see a bright future ahead."
"That's reassuring."
I closed my eyes and listened to the steady rhythm of my mate's breathing. "I love you, Roderick."
"I love you too, Sarissa. I love you so damn much."
Chapter 9. Caspian. It was quiet. I stood on a small circle of pieced-together lunalight and stared out one of the castle windows at the rest of Paws Peak below. A few bodies moved like fish in a pond reflecting moonlight, but the streets were clear otherwise. Everything was going impossibly well. It was as if Sarissa's alpha dominance had been passed on to me. Not even that. It was the ties. The ties she formed made me an indisputable alpha here. No one thought to challenge me, not even the remaining sons of the previous king and queen of Paws Peak. In fact, they seemed the least interested. They had been slighted by their father. Compared to Charles, they had never held much power here at all. I understood how they felt. I was vaguely aware of the bond now tying all werewolves to Sarissa. As a designated subordinate alpha, they were vibrant and clearly connected to me, and yet they were a ghost of the silver threads I shared with Sarissa and Phantom Fang, the other moonlight nights. What power she held. It was unprecedented, truly the stuff of legends. King Philip's advisors were still informants, but otherwise Sarissa didn't use much of anything from the previous king's rules. She had her own ideas, her own plans. Even now she was making things easy for me. Thank the gods. I had volunteered to do this because it made sense and because I needed to be useful, but my confidence was severely lacking. Sarissa probably knew that too. That was why Air was with me. My pack couldn't trust me to be alone. Through and through, I was a failure. I tried to hide the hollowness that settled inside of my chest, but it was difficult. It was hard to hide much of anything from my pack these days. The bond I shared with them was my only source of feeling. So I might have been bringing everyone else down, but they kept me from drowning. Movement down below kept my fleeting attention for a moment longer. The nearly imperceptible buzz of moonlight trying to enter my system, even though I was beyond full, because of the lunalight under my feet, kept me in place. It was a sensation outside of my pack, a novelty these days. So I stayed a little longer, motionless and silent. It was 10 times darker outside when I blinked. How long had I been stationary? I blinked again. My eyelids were dry and scratched across my eyeballs like sandpaper. Gods, I need to get some sleep. The guards have this under control. Hell, even your damn brothers insisted on staying to help. And they have. Everyone is serving Sarissa better than you are right now. Air told you to get some rest. He can take care of things. Air had just as much influence tugging on this new alpha bond Sarissa created. It didn't matter that he was tethered. The werewolves here listened to him. I took a step back. The steady buzz of moonlight stilled. The silver threads of my pack were slack. Most of them were probably asleep, or they were cutting me out. I didn't blame them. I had my own connection on mute as much as I could handle, but I managed to be a burden anyway. A shallow breath entered my lungs. It wasn't enough, so I took another. It was even shallower, hollower. Whatever air I did have in my lungs expelled in a rush when a warm hand gripped the back of my neck. He applied pressure, so I had to dip my chin or fight against him. I looked down. Caspian? Air? You good? Why wouldn't I be? Don't do that shit. The least you can do is answer honestly. I fell silent. No words found their way to my tongue, or if they tried, my tongue refused to move. It was dead weight in my mouth. I couldn't taste anything. Didn't I tell you to get some rest? Air asked. If you're worried, don't be. It's been quiet as death. There's been no sign of trouble. The guards are on patrol. Wolfbridge and Paws Peak are integrating like Sarissa wants. It's going off without a hitch. Yeah, maybe too damn easily, I said. Or Sarissa's actually a god. It wouldn't be that far-fetched after everything she's managed to accomplish, with the way she's able to command without question. I'll agree. I've never seen anything like it before. Or maybe she came at the right time. How long has the Prime War persisted? Her ways may be unconventional, but if something doesn't change, we'll all be lost. Maybe that's the truth everyone can see beyond her obvious power. Could the world finally be ready for peace after all this pain? After all this fucking time? I glanced over my shoulder at Air when he let up on the pressure he was applying. Moonlight washed his golden tan skin with blue. It caught in his eyes like a clear blue sky. I took my gaze back out, past the window. I miss Sarissa, I confessed. It had only been a couple days since we split up, but I felt her absence in my bones like I was missing a few vital pieces, and my frame would collapse before long. Me too. Air's hand hadn't left my neck. His warmth hadn't either. I almost didn't say these next words, but they bubbled to the surface. I'm glad you're here, though. Air removed his hand. I thought he might leave, but he stood beside me instead. I didn't look his way, though I could see him out of my peripheral vision. How was he so bright? He was like a sliver of moonlight separate from the moon. Sarissa must have rubbed off on him. He cleared his throat. I noticed his arm barely brushing mine. We were wearing our moonlight night uniforms, as was our almost daily routine, so our arms were covered, but I could feel him. He said, If you need anything, just reach out. Say the word. Whatever. Yeah, okay. I wanted to say something else, but didn't know what. Air turned on his heel. I told myself not to look, but my chest ached with the thought of being alone again. That hollow feeling expanded and bent my ribs, extruding them. My eyes caught on his tight golden braids, and then he stopped. He turned back with a grimace on his face. "How am I supposed to leave when you're breaking, Caspian? You can't shatter. I don't know how to pick up the pieces. I can't even glue the cracks together." I averted my gaze. I settled it on the steel-gray ground and the embedded pearly shards of lunalite. Sometimes I hated the silver threads tying us together. "I don't know what to do, Caspian. Tell me what to do. You've always done that. You've always been the one constantly dealing with my shit, and I don't know what to do on my own anymore." My breaths wavered. I tried to close my eyes, but air came back. He grabbed the back of my neck again and pressed his forehead to mine, and he breathed. He only breathed. Somehow it was enough. My body followed his, matching him inhale for exhale. For the first time since we parted ways with Sarissa, my lungs were full. Gods, I had been avoiding touch. Before Sarissa left, I hugged her and didn't want to let go, but the rest of the time since I had killed King Philip, I had been so distant. I savored this moment, Air's skin on mine. It felt good. I was touching another living thing rather than standing among shadows and death. And this was Air. I'd known him for so long, been close to him for so long, but never like this, never like... "Did you mean it when you kissed me in Howling Sky, or did you just give in to peer pressure?" I whispered. I wasn't going to ask, but I keep wondering, and you've been guarding your thoughts. "Do you really want to talk about this right now?" "I don't know." "Then ask me again when you do." Air jerked away from me. His gaze went down the hall where I heard footsteps echoing. The first to round the corner was Alexander. I knew the rest of my brothers would follow soon after. They hadn't caused any trouble since King Philip's death. They had done everything Sarissa asked of them, but that didn't stop my hackles from reflexively rising. "Caspian," Alexander said, and the chatter died down. My brothers stopped cold in their tracks. At first, Alexander couldn't look me in the eye, but then he moved forward. He caught my eye while maintaining a contrite posture. In a way, he was cowering, deferring to me, his alpha. His eyes were different somehow. They were dark like the rest of him, like all of us. I didn't know how we could look so similar, how they could even act so similar, while I was undeniably different. There was something new about Alexander, though. There was a glint in his eyes. "Trouble?" I asked. "No, everything is quiet," he frowned. Maybe it's too little too late, but I'm sorry, Caspian. We all are. You probably never knew, but we were jealous of you. Each one of us." I balked. Jealous of the outcast son? The expendable pawn? That doesn't make any fucking sense. "You were Dad's favorite. Mom's too. That's why he did it, you know? Maybe he didn't know how to deal with you. Maybe it was fucked up, but I think he always wanted you to win." I pursed my lips to keep them from trembling. "When Mom died, I think something broke in all of us. We dealt with it differently, but the hurt was the same. We started picking on you because you're the youngest. It just never really stopped. It went further and further, especially after you tethered... after Air." Alexander glanced at him before returning his attention to me. "You were never like us. It was so easy to target you, to cast you out. Much easier than dealing with our own problems, anyway. I know we have a lot to answer for, but we're ready to work hard and do it. Whatever you want, Caspian. I can say it and mean it now. It's good you're the one standing beside Queen Sarissa. Things just feel different, you know?" "Yeah," I swallowed. "I know." "We're still jealous you have such a hot maid, though," Dominic chimed. A pang of emptiness hit my chest, but I forced a laugh. She is a fierce beauty. Not that I've sealed her, and yet she calls me her maid anyway. Julius said, "The Weiras of mating age King George had locked up in this castle are damn nice to look at, too. Maybe one of us will get lucky." "You'll have to work for it," I said. "They're free to choose their mates. Queen Sarissa's orders." "Yeah, and now's our chance," Edward said, "since you appointed us as part of their personal guard. Until our queen is sure they'll be safe going where they please on their own, that is." My brothers had been doing a great job. Did I mention that? I couldn't get over it. They didn't do a thing out of line. It seemed King Philip's death had sobered them up to our new reality, or Sarissa's alpha power had. So smoothly. Everything was going so damn smoothly. "I'm feeling hopeful," Dominic said. "All of Wolfbridge's Weiras were either mated or too young to mate, but Paws Peak has 4 eligible Weiras. The runaround is fun." I hadn't seen my brothers this happy in a long time. To be safe, Air and I were also vigilantly watching over our new Weiras. I might have expected trouble, but they were as bright-eyed as my brothers. This courting game was being thoroughly enjoyed on both sides. When I thought about that, why shouldn't it have been? None of them had ever been free to choose. In a way, werewolves had been just as imprisoned as our Weiras. It was all political, all decided by the current king in the end. "The runaround? It's called flirting," Air said. "We know what it's called," Henry scoffed. I didn't like the way his dark eyes glazed over Air as if he were an annoying flea. No, it wasn't even that. It was a fight to ignore the alpha power Sarissa had given Air. However, oddly enough, Henry righted himself and brought his gaze back to Air, offering a slight nod. Acknowledgement. My brothers were trying. It wasn't just the magnetic pull to alphas. Their apology was genuine. I could even feel the change in them, like a warm light shining where there had been only cold darkness. I had to focus on it, really tug on whatever invisible thread connected us, but it was there. The death of King Philip set them free. In a way, I supposed it had done the same for me. It allowed change. It made this possible. But that wasn't all. I was bound by unbreakable chains because I was the one who had killed him. I never wanted to kill my father. My father. I wanted things to be different. I wanted him to crawl out of the hole he had been trapped in. But now I was drowning in its stagnant water along with him. Eventually, slowly, I was sinking further and further. He had shut everyone out, hadn't he? I was doing the same, to spare them from sharing my pain. For the best. Air nudged me. He sidled up next to me. It was subtle, and I doubted my brothers noticed. They were invigorated, talking amongst themselves and smiling. No hidden smirks, no teeth bared in a warning. They were carefree and content like I couldn't remember. "Caspian?" I tilted my head toward Air as if that would help me hear his thoughts. "You're not alone. Don't forget that."
Chapter 10. Sarissa. An uncomfortable pressure woke me from a deep sleep. Roderick's powerful arms wound around me, and I was tempted to ignore it. But I really needed to pee. Roderick snored softly as I worked free of his grasp, careful not to wake him. I ended up having to tear away from him. Gods. My handsome, tattooed mate weighed a ton. He was also a heavy sleeper in this case. I must have tuckered him out. I grinned at the thought, at the burning memory of what we had done. Gently, I nuzzled his cheek. We'd need to clean up the blood staining the bedrolls later. We cleaned as much as we could with the little water bucket we were provided, but we came first. We needed to pump more from the well. My body felt better, but I knew the pain would return soon enough. The mate claim wasn't complete. I needed Caspian to seal the deal. I craved it. I couldn't explain why it was such a driving need, but it was as great as the need for food and water. I wondered if that meant I would die if I didn't have it. Maybe that was why the pain had been getting worse. My body was in starvation mode. I was dangerously dehydrated, but Roderick sated my need for a time. Just for a time. This was the power of the mate claim. George had made it sound so vulgar, saying I'd feel this way for Charles. I had felt a strange tug after he had bitten me, but it was nothing like this. This was everything. I knew that once Caspian sealed me, we'd all be better for it. We'd be together always. My gut told me so. I didn't worry about cubs or if I'd be able to protect them or not, because I knew it would work out, that I could do this, all of this, because I was an alpha. It was instinct. I hastily donned one of Roderick's extra shirts. It was long enough to conceal past my mid-thighs. It was the most I cared to address when it came to modesty at the moment. When I peeked outside of the tent, all was dark and quiet, It was well into the night, likely early morning. I passed by silent tents and lookouts who watched me warily. I told them what I intended to do when one stepped forward. He drew back quickly like he had been burned, and then pointed out where I could relieve myself in private. It was a warm night. The air was crisp and fresh, and I lingered for a while longer. It wouldn't hurt to take a quick jaunt around the camp before returning to Roderick. However, I ended up catching the eyes of various freedom guards. They fidgeted in their places and cast furtive glances. It seemed they didn't like me wandering around. Did they think I was lurking? Searching for a weakness? I wanted to promote trust. I supposed that meant I should probably return to my tent. Then I noticed something. The guards weren't only watching me. I followed their gazes to a clearing outside of the tents, near the trees. There, sitting in the grass with her red nightgown framed around her like streams of blood, sat Evie. Her long, silky black hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her eyes were closed. She basked in the moonlight, slender chin tilted up toward the sky. Her skin had a warm undertone despite the shades of gray that seemed to permeate every vampire's skin in some way. I postponed going back to my tent. Instead, I walked to where Evie was and took a seat beside her. I took care not to crease the petals of her nightgown. "What are you doing?" I asked. Without looking at me, she said, "I had a hard time sleeping. Night is usually when we vampires wake. Werewolves keep a similar schedule. You're the in-between. Humans take the day. Vampires take the night." I hummed softly and twisted a blade of grass between my fingers. I popped it off at its base, running my finger along its flimsy length to the pointed tip. "And maybe I was a bit curious about the camp," Evie said. "Me too. We didn't get to see much of it. It seems so fragile. No stone foundations or even caves to shield it from the outside world, and yet they've survived as long as the rest of us." I thought back to Babaga's woods. It felt like a lifetime since I had seen them. Because of Babaga's magic, everything inside of those woods had survived too. But I saw death outside. The first time I left, there was nothing but death. Gray dust patted the land, thick as a paste when moist. I moved my tongue around at the thought. I remembered the struggle to clear the gummy death dust from my mouth. A crick in my neck called my attention. Gingerly, I explored the area with my hand. The bite Roderick gave me was sore, piled on top of the claiming bites given to me by Todd and Air. These bites weren't something that healed with the use of moonlight, not that I would have healed them anyway. I needed them scarred on my flesh for all to see as much as I needed the deepest, hidden parts of my body sealed. "Tell me about the mate claim, Queen Sarissa." Evie's crimson eyes bled into mine. They were brighter in the night, more lethal. Vampires were predators of the night, and Evie was no exception. At least, that was what everyone who wasn't a vampire had said. I didn't hear much of that anymore since we started working together. It didn't erase the undertones, the tensions twisting below everyone's skin, however. "What about the mate claim exactly?" I asked. "What is it like? Why do werewolves do it? Assume I know nothing." I plucked another blade of grass. "It's a driving need, I think. It's like werewolves are hardwired to find and claim a mate because we can't reproduce otherwise. That's how Todd might describe it." "You and your mate Roderick put on quite a show in that tent." "We tried to be quiet." Evie's lips curved upward. The paint that had concealed them earlier was gone, so this vibrant rouge must have been their natural color. "Passion doesn't know quiet. Did it hurt?" "The actual sealing is rather painful, but everything else about the mate claim is beautiful. Even the pain has its own beauty. We're like a lock and key. I'm the lock and my mates are the key. We fit together in a way we never will with anyone else." "How odd." Evie laughed delicately. A sound like a summer breeze. She pressed her thin fingers to her lips as if to stop herself. "I mean no disrespect." I grinned. I thought it was strange, too, until my body heard the call. Now it's demanding more. I want more, too. I have a connection with my mates, to my mates, like nothing I've ever had. It started in Howling Sky. I pressed my hand to my heart, and it has expanded everywhere. I touched my head and closed my eyes, concentrating on the shimmering silver threads binding me to my mates and vice versa. I can't imagine being without them. They've become a part of me. Evie's eyes flickered and glossed over. She blinked a few too many times, straining against letting tears flow. I was at a loss for words. Did I say something wrong? "Perhaps vampires are incapable of ties like that," she said. "What do you mean?" "I know a werewolf and a human with a bond just as powerful as mine." "Trace and Corin, yes?" "Yes. It has nothing to do with the mate claim. It can't because Trace is human. Besides, it doesn't really matter in the end. 2 of my mates were human first, and the mate claim isn't supposed to apply to them. Love is bigger than that." "Love," Evie repeated. Her eyes dipped to her stomach. The dresses she wore always did an excellent job of hiding her figure, but this nightgown didn't. Her hand rested on a rounded bulge. "I think it's time I told you my secret, Queen of Werewolves. It won't be a secret much longer anyway. If I'm to survive, if he is to survive, I will need you on my side. I am carrying a scamp, and he is in fact male. Our last, we used our medical instruments to make sure. He is the only hope for my species. I didn't tell you before because I need to keep my scamp safe. Because I failed Dinez. Your Roderick was right in a way. We need this peace so our species can survive. But I promise you that isn't the only reason. I want this peace more than anything so my scamp can have a life worth living. And with this I have no more secrets. Please help keep my scamp alive. I'm begging you." She rapidly blinked her eyes. Thick black eyelashes took on a silky sheen and tears streaked down her face. Evie had kidnapped me. Gala could have killed my Caspian. But I was working with them. All of the unchanged humans once kept in Crimson Caves had been surrendered. At the time I didn't understand such drastic actions. Now I did. Philip refused to hear the vampires out even after that. I wasn't blind. I could see for myself how broken the world was. Evie did the only thing she could to ensure she would be able to speak with me, and she hoped I would have the power and influence to do something about her plea. She did what she believed she had to. We all had blood on our hands. I joined them when I severed George's head only 2 days ago. The wet sound of his body hitting the stones below, his head rolling, lifeless eyes like white marbles, tongue protruding, blood. I could see it painting my hands if I held them out to look. I felt it, warm and sticky, dripping down my fingers at times. It was the price I paid. It was the price we all paid fighting for what we believed in. It was imperfect, every bit of it, and I was naive. I had shackles on every werewolf and believed they would do what I said. If they resisted, if they wanted to hurt the innocent, I'd force them. I had good intentions. I believed the 3 species could live side by side without war, as friends. I wanted to lead by example because I didn't want to be a dictator. That meant accepting, setting aside, things that would otherwise drive me to rage. "He will be born soon," Evie said,
I need to know you'll take care of him if I don't survive this. Everything is going well now, but war is unpredictable. We aren't past it yet, not even close. If history is anything to go on, then again history has never known anyone quite like you, has it? She dabbed at her eyes. Please tell me you do this for a scamp who has done no wrong. You'd entrust him to me? I asked, baffled. I'm not a vampire. How could I possibly? It has to be you. I've seen much more than you have. It's a wonder you've come as close as you have to peace already. You've had vampires, humans, and werewolves all in the same place multiple times, working together. You have to save us, or choose to rule the world. That power is yours. You command all werewolves. You could pick your own kind over anyone else. No one can stop you. I'd never. I know. Evie smiled and kept dabbing at her eyes, but the tears kept coming. I can see it. I have seen it. I will do everything in my power to help you, but please. Nothing is going to happen to you or your scamp, I said. The vast pool of moonlight lying dormant inside my core simmered, asking me to activate it. But I wouldn't. There was no need for it, and I doubted I would ever be careless with it again. Enough was expended on disposing of both werewolf kings. I couldn't afford to run out before the next full moon. To some, myself included, my position, my power appeared absolute. However, others knew better.
Chapter 11. Todd. Jocelyn's new idea made sense in theory. We reworked all of the capacitors again. We rewired different ports and made everything more compact. I wiped the sweat from my brow once I finished reassembling the last panel meant to keep all those wires safely contained. All I had managed to do on my own was contain the heart and trap lightning to recharge it inside of the energy chamber. Most of its power was on reserve. It was like a battery that would never run dry. With the vampire's help, this excess energy would be used for something groundbreaking.
Ready?
Jocelyn asked. Yeah, ready. Let's try this again. I stepped back with arms folded while Jocelyn flipped a switch on the console to let more power flow. The cylindrical container holding the heart popped, though it luckily didn't crack. It was a bright flash that would have blinded me even with the tinted glass. That proved my precaution with the goggles was well-founded. As sparks zapped out from the lightning stone, I eyed the gauges, but the disturbances settled. They landed on safe peaks all the way around. We were doing it. We were tapping into amounts of energy I had only ever dreamed of using all at once without frying the entire system.
Look at that!
Jocelyn exclaimed. She bounced on the balls of her feet, rocking back and forth. She was showing her teeth again. Fangs glistened and caught the flashing light of tiny lightning bolts. The light danced in the glass of her goggles, too. Her hair perpetually looked like she had stuck her finger into an electrical outlet. Right now, it was fitting, but I had asked her about that before. She told me it was a very rude thing to ask and proceeded to pat down her frizzy blonde hair just to have it spring back up again. It wouldn't be tamed. It reminded me of sheep wool. Moment of truth, I murmured. I'm expanding the tech field. My hand hovered over a knob, which I twisted right. Both Jocelyn and I kept our eyes on the gauges as I kept going. A small beep caught my attention, and I glanced at a large screen on the console. The tech field just reached foreign tech tuned to the heart field's wavelength. It was one of the Crimson Cave's tech field posts. As foreign tech, the heart field was designed to only allow access to comms units. Likewise, the tech Jocelyn tuned to the heart field was comms only. We were working together, but we weren't going to give each other complete access to the other's system. So far, so good, I said. Jocelyn squealed and giggled.
Oh, this is so exciting.
I twisted the knob farther, little by little. More pings sounded from the console, and soon the screen was lit up with little blue blips, signaling the new tech we were communicating with. I stopped twisting the knob when we spanned all of the Goodlands. The heart field was real. All portacoms are ready and available. Blue blocks of text reflected in Jocelyn's goggles as she scrolled through a list of our available devices and their current locations. I scanned the list Jocelyn had and saw the portacom I wanted to contact. It was online. After going on a hunt for the portacom Jocelyn and I had misplaced inside of the heart, it was under the console. I used it to call rather than using the built-in comm system. Everything should have been working, but my hands were sweaty anyway. I wanted to hear her voice coming through my tech. I wanted a physical trace of her, something not only in my head.
I wasn't expecting this to work so soon.
I relaxed at the sound of Sarissa's voice, smooth and confident, pretty and feminine.
Todd, are you there?
Sarissa, I breathed.
You did it!
With Jocelyn's help, I glanced at the vampire. I couldn't tell if she was looking at me or not because of the glare in her goggles, but I turned my back to her anyway. Not that the action made my conversation with Sarissa any more private.
We're really doing this,
Sarissa said. Just like you wanted.
And you?
She urged.
Haven't you always wanted to produce a tech field this large?
I smiled after I checked the gauges were maintaining an ideal level. That's true.
Roderick and I will be back home soon. Tonight, hopefully. We're leaving soon. Roderick, what are you doing?
She laughed and my chest ached with the sound of it. My mate. Call him back. We're busy, Roderick growled. He was holding her, touching her. I wanted to touch her too. Some invisible force squeezed my chest. Then Sarissa said the words I needed to hear most of all.
I can't wait to see you again.
Me too.
I have to pack up. See you soon, Todd.
Soon, I reiterated. After shutting down the call, I turned around to face Jocelyn. Queen Sarissa's on her way back, and we accomplished what we set out to do. You should contact your queen and prepare for your return to Crimson Caves. You're the lead when it comes to tech. I'm sure they want you back. Jocelyn shrugged.
When I feel like it.
What does that mean?
I don't really fit in at Crimson Caves.
You don't fit in here either. You're a vampire. She stepped away from the console and reached up to pat my shoulder.
Thank you for pointing out the obvious, tech werewolf.
I have a name.
Oh, I know. You're Todd Bizimunt. For the record, I think I fit in here just fine.
I jerked my shoulder away. Something about being touched by her felt wrong. I couldn't explain why exactly. I didn't think it was because she was a vampire. Regardless, Jocelyn didn't seem to understand my personal space. She showed her teeth and went back to the console to record numbers. When she returned to Crimson Caves, everything would go back to the way it should be. I thought I'd be glad to see her go. Kind of. I didn't understand her. She was the smartest vampire I knew, smarter than any werewolves or humans I knew too, but she was crazy. It was nice sharing my space with someone who could challenge me. I never thought that would happen, especially not with a vampire. None of that mattered, though. Who knew what would become of our unlikely partnership in the future when the world became the peaceful place Sarissa was fighting for? I didn't. I just knew what I needed to do next. Make sure the heart field stayed stable. Chapter 12. Caspian. Another day was ending. The sky was a grand orange as the sun moved down to the horizon. I had a clear view of it atop the castle. The farther it fell, the redder the sky became, until it was painted in blood. The harsh metals making up the entirety of Paws Peak made it more garish, redder, like Queen Evie's crimson eyes. It reflected on my skin, replacing the natural dark blue undertone. The lighter skin on my palms and fingertips seemed to absorb the most. I was half convinced I'd leave behind a bloody handprint on anything I touched. It was warm, sticky, but it was just my sweat. Today had been a long day. Every day was long without Sarissa, and finally there had been some trouble with the humans and werewolves. It had technically been uneventful since it hadn't lasted more than a few minutes. Werewolves got defensive, or rebellious maybe. When I got out there to settle things, my alpha presence locked them down in chains. What would have happened if I hadn't been there, though? Dirk and the humans with him could have been killed. Sarissa's alpha dominance wasn't quite as strong as it had first appeared. It wasn't a magical fix-all. It didn't change hearts, and apparently hate could overcome fear. I held out my hand to the last of the sun's dying light. The red faded into a bruised purple. Little splashes of pink painting clouds were the last trace of blood before nightfall. The moon was sliced in half. The stars speckled the sky one by one, mirroring the lights of the buildings spread throughout the kingdom. A naive idealist. That was what King Philip, my father, had called me when he thought I'd at least make myself useful with phantom fangs. Some things can only be done in the shadows. I thought he may have been right about me in some way, but it seemed Sarissa was no better than me. She was much worse. I had become disconnected from it all, unable to wrap my head around it. Man-eaters curbed their gluttony for human flesh just because Sarissa told them to. They had backed down, after all, immediately. My brothers had become helpful, some of the most helpful of the werewolves assisting me here. They were courting weras who finally had a taste of freedom, weras who were just as happy to play along. I didn't recognize this world. I thought it might be a good sign, but my father's death cast a shadow over whatever brimming optimism I might have been accused of before. Poison took my veins, my heart, my mind, and I just couldn't see this lasting, because the werewolves had backed down, but they hadn't wanted to. It would fall apart. It always did. I couldn't get over the fact that Sarissa trusted the vampires enough to give them so much power, to have Todd work alongside one, to connect our comm systems, to integrate, to promote peace, she said. As equals, she said. All of us. That was why Sarissa was the only one to get this close to unity. She didn't have the biases and prejudices the rest of us did. Whatever peaceful world I had envisioned was never clear in my mind, and this was why. I didn't know what peace was. I just wanted the war to end. So peace can only be achieved if Sarissa demands it, I mused. Simply take away free will. It's not like any of us had much of it to begin with. We answered to our kings, our queens. I wondered what the gods thought of that. They were separate, favoring their own species as much as the rest of us. Then again, it was entirely possible they weren't real. Sarissa was the only god I knew. I forced a laugh to stop my eyes from burning. I had still been strange considering it all. I wanted to be friends with the human because he was so bright. I knew that light. It was love, something he and his family had, though they were small, essentially slaves. He was... A soft click sounded from the door leading to the roof. Then I felt a tug on one of the silver threads tying me to my pack. "What are you doing way up here?" Air's eyes caught me again. They made me speechless. They looked different these days, like they could hold more light. It sounded stupid, but that was the only explanation I had. The blue had never been more luminous, never so much like pure moonlight. I could ask you the same thing. You don't need to keep checking on me like this. Focus on the rest of the kingdom, not me. And it wasn't like I was on the highest flat roof of the fucking castle to get away from everyone or anything like that. Yeah, right. Someone has to, and Sarissa isn't here. I'm just a burden. I looked away, back to the horizon. The moon met my wandering eyes. There were lunalite murals even on the roof. A trickle of moonlight tried to penetrate my skin. Such vanity. It was nothing substantial. Air sighed. That wasn't what I meant. My jaw clenched. I hadn't shared my thoughts, had I? I was doing my best not to. I'm here because I want to be. I'm not good at this. I'm sorry. I almost choked on my spit. I had to spin on my heels and face him. I raised an eyebrow. Sorry? For what? You never said sorry to me, not once in your life. Air's eyes were downcast, hooded by heavy eyelids. His tan skin almost looked bruised. His braids weren't woven as tightly as usual. Strands of wispy golden hair caught on his eyelashes. My breath stalled. You're right, I haven't. But I am sorry. For everything. Try being more specific. For always being shitty. For expecting you to solve all my problems and acting like it's your responsibility. This situation and his words were bewildering. So bewildering I didn't know what to say in return. I settled on this. Never apologize to me again. That got him to look at me, eyes wide. Seriously? I'm being sincere. This isn't a joke. I know, but it feels weird. I should say more shitty things instead, huh? You like me belittling you more? Well, no, not particularly. Then why won't you accept my apology? I will. I do. Just don't do it again. Apologize, I mean. Even when I fuck up? Because that's probably going to happen in the near future. He fidgeted, tapping his foot. It was a move I might have missed if I hadn't known him for years. He was agitated. He was always agitated. "I mean it, Caspian." "Like you meant that kiss?" Air's features hardened like he was putting on a suit of armor to keep me out. He was already keeping me out of his head. Granted, I was doing the same. But what was he hiding? "What was that kiss?" I pressed. I gave in to peer pressure. It was like you said. I winced. Why those words felt like a punch to the gut I couldn't explain, but gods, that was a hard blow. Same old Air. No one could hurt me the way he did. No one else's hit stung as much. Not even King Philip's. "I wouldn't mind kissing you again, though." I stared at him. I didn't blink, just stared and stared until he fidgeted more noticeably. His foot tapping sounded at consistent intervals, like the ticking of a clock, a timer counting down to an explosion. "Say something," he murmured, "or let's bury it. That's okay, too. You told me not to apologize again, but you should know you're my best friend, Caspian. That wasn't a lie. For so long. I did everything wrong, but you never gave up on me. I don't know how to put any of it into words. And so much has changed. We aren't dumb kids anymore. We stopped being that when you agreed to tether me." His foot stopped tapping for just a moment, breaking the rhythm he had set. "When I gave you an ultimatum, despite all the cold shoulders, the harsh words, abusing the friendship you could have taken back whenever you wanted to, you let me stay. You kept me around. That means everything to me. And I liked you, a lot. Though I could never admit it for so many damn reasons. You, Sarissa, hell, even Todd and Roderick. You're as much my family as my own flesh and blood." A lump formed in my throat that I couldn't swallow. "I never wanted to tether you to me." "I know. It's another case of me being shitty. I thought if I could keep you, everything would turn out somehow. As well as it could, anyway." "Really? Because all it did was put more bad blood between us, more resentment toward werewolves, because it was the only way to keep your mother and sister safe. My fault, again." I closed the space between us, so close we almost touched. All it took was a couple long strides. I was taller, so Air was forced to look up at me, but he stood his ground, or he tried to. His hands shook at his sides. He clung to the loops in the casual pants he wore, though they weren't for sleeping. I wasn't the only one staying up late. Even with something to hold on to, Air's hands kept shaking. "Nervous?" I asked. "I guess. I hoped after I gave in that tethering you to me would help this make sense. It bound you to me, but it didn't make you any easier to understand." I glanced at his hands. His foot was still tapping too. I eclipsed his boot with my own, but I didn't press down hard. I applied only enough pressure to make him stop. "It's just anxiety," Air grumbled. "Frayed nerves. Who knows? I don't understand it either. It just is. I used to think it was because of me. I felt bad." Air spit out a laugh. It rushed against my face, warm and wet, and I didn't mind it. It was a rare occasion to see Air smile. Not so much since Sarissa happened, though. She shined light where the rest of us couldn't see before. Air grabbed my wrist and his tics stilled. "You're giving yourself way too much credit. How could a cub following me around like a lost puppy cause this? You were hardly intimidating. Hate to break it to you. Like hell, you relish every chance you get to use that sharp tongue of yours. Viper. How else am I going to protect myself in a world full of predators?" He let my wrist go. I thought he might have had enough of our proximity. I thought he might step back. But he didn't. A good question. My eyes dipped to his lips. The kiss he gave me didn't last long enough for me to know how I felt about it. I had never thought about kissing him before. It wasn't done. Yeah, he was tethered to me, but we were both males. That went against nature, right? But how was it any different from werewolves taking women? They weren't the same species and couldn't reproduce. Then there was Sarissa and her nonsense with 4 different mates. I decided I didn't care about any of it, nature or not, right or wrong. Who was to say? The one thing I was sure of was that hollowness in my chest and the tears burning at my eyes again. I needed my pack's stability, but I couldn't bring myself to open up to them any more than I had. I didn't want them to drown with me. I couldn't hold them back anymore. The tears fell out of my eyes. There was so much water. Like my eyes had become waterfalls. I couldn't see a thing. Air was a blur of gold-tinted silver. Warm arms embraced me. I buried my face in Air's shoulder and let my tears soak the dark fabric of his short-sleeved shirt. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't talk. I couldn't even bring myself to care about how I must have looked, or how I let the facade drop without warning. "I'm so tired," I managed to say. "Something's broken, and it won't heal." Air squeezed me tighter. "Shut up. You're going to be okay. Your pack is here to back you up. You just have to let us in. You're not a burden. We need you as much as you need us, okay? I'll say it as many times as I have to until you get it through that thick skull of yours, and then I'll tell you again. You're going to find that cub I first met, and smile again and dream your crazy idealistic dreams. He's still in there somewhere. I know he is. I just don't know if anything we're doing is going to work. Maybe it's not worth anything. You're not a quitter, Caspian. I'm not going to let you give up now. And it is worth something. To me, to Sarissa, to Todd and Roderick. It's worth something. What about everyone else? Fuck everyone else. Air! I angrily bit at his shoulder and growled. "Don't talk like that." Air turned his head and growled in my ear. He nipped at my ear too, a warning to back off. But he didn't let me go. He kept me locked in a vice grip. I don't have delusions of saving the world. I never have. That's your problem. Sarissa's too. Maybe Roderick's, but I think he's more like me and Todd, the only ones who make any fucking sense. But we're still here, aren't we? We're fighting for the unity of Prime too because we believe in Sarissa. We believe in you. Roderick's like you, huh? As it turns out, Roderick is kind of all right. Same old Air. He made the tears stop, so I had to give him that. "Are you going to let me go, or are you going to slowly squeeze the life out of me?" I asked. Squeeze the life out of you. That was fine. I wasn't sure I could keep the tears away if he didn't keep me grounded. Maybe I was craving touch. Maybe I was craving distraction. Whatever the reason was, I leaned back to find his lips and I kissed him. It lasted a second. Air let me go in a rush and retreated, even though the night was hot and muggy. It was cold without him pressed against me. "Payback," I deadpanned and shoved my hands inside my pockets. Air's chest bobbed with every breath he took, like prey considering fight or flight. He looked how I had felt when he had kissed me before, but then his blue eyes went dark, the same shade as the night sky. He stepped up, grabbed the back of my neck and forced our lips to meet again. It was hard, punishing, teeth scratching sensitive skin, the barest hint of stubble on his jaw. Yes, this was what I needed. This was enough to make me forget my failure to claim Sarissa when I had the chance, twice, to forget all the problems of the world. I was melting. Air stopped kissing me, but he kept his mouth close, each panting breath mingling with my own. "What are we doing?" he asked. "I need more," I growled. I twisted, grabbed, and clawed my way to the back of Air's neck. I bared my teeth against his skin and pressed sharp points into scarred flesh. My bite, my mark, my claim, mine. Air shivered, fingers digging into my arms. His heart raced so fiercely it pounded in his wrists like a plea. I was the one who Air had in a bind. I was the alpha who could demand whatever I wanted, but I didn't want to be that. I didn't want to demand something Air didn't want to give. Just like Sarissa didn't demand I seal her, even though it had been too long, even though I should have by now, even though I wanted to when this heaviness lifted enough for me to notice, when the fear of secretly not being wanted wasn't screaming in my ears. "Tell me the truth," I said. "Are you afraid of me?" "No," Air said the words so quickly, without a hint of doubt. "I trust you." Chapter 13. Air. Gods, I didn't know why I was so turned on when Caspian was breathing down my neck, his teeth on my flesh like a predator about to tear into a meal. A jolt shot down my spine. I gripped his arms as fiercely as I could without the added power of moonlight. If I didn't cling to him, I didn't know what I'd do. I didn't know what he wanted. He had gone still, hadn't moved a muscle since he asked his question. I couldn't see his face. Caspian. Slowly, he took his teeth from the back of my neck. He faced me. I thought he would step away, but I dug my fingers farther into his skin and he looked at me. Really looked at me. I couldn't get him to hold my gaze for more than 2 seconds at a time since King Philip's demise. It was a relief. His eyes were darker than normal, but I found those underlying specks of light too, like the stars in the sky. Caspian shook his head. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Done what? Gone for your bite? It's full of bad memories, right? I bit my lower lip. I bit it hard enough that my teeth punctured it. A sour, bitter taste hit my tongue, but I couldn't let up. Stop. Caspian leaned in and licked my lips, once, twice, until my teeth let go, preventing my lip from turning into mincemeat. I kissed him before he could lick again. My lip hurt, but I didn't care. His lips felt good enough to erase the pain, warm and soft. Damn it! I was getting lost in the feel and sweet taste of him. I was drunk on him, and I couldn't explain why. Maybe it was because he had been ignoring me as much as everyone else, more in some ways. This was the first time I had his attention in what felt like ages. I wasn't used to him ignoring me, avoiding me. My feelings for Caspian were a mess. I had never considered kissing him before. I truly hadn't. It would have been inappropriate. He was a werewolf. I was a tethered. We were both males. It wasn't done. So many reasons, and it just never crossed my mind. It couldn't. Without Sarissa there, changing everything, it still wouldn't have. Maybe. It was the time Caspian was almost killed by the Queen's right-hand vampire Gala, when he was covered in blood and the reality that I could lose him dawned on me. That was when it had crossed my mind. I could lose him. Sarissa, my pack, my family, everything. That was why I was fighting with Sarissa now. That was why I was buying into crazy ideas of peace. I was ready to fight, to put my all into it after all this time. There'd be no more resistance from me. Subconsciously, I lifted the hem of Caspian's shirt and placed my hand on warm skin. I gripped his waist and kissed him deeper. A muscle twitched underneath my palm, but it just drove me on. More. I should stop. Caspian gasped when I released our locked lips with a soft smack. He shuddered. I thought I could even see a deep red settling into his dark complexion. He was overheated. Fuck, air. Just fuck. He puffed out a breath. He shook his head a few times as if to clear it. Hopefully you're as turned on as I am, or else this is going to get really awkward fast, and we'll have to swear never to talk about this again or share it with anyone. You know, mainly Sarissa. Oh, gods, Sarissa. Caspian chuckled. I cleared my throat and pressed my hand flat against his chest. I shoved him back. He wouldn't have moved if he hadn't wanted to, but he complied, freeing some space between us. I don't think Sarissa would mind, Caspian said. No? She told me when we were together and you sealed her that you wanted more, and then she basically told me to figure it out. My feelings, I guess. That sounded entirely too much like our strange and beautiful queen. I wanted to ask Caspian if he figured out his feelings, but it wasn't the right time to pester him. I couldn't sway him on this like I had everything else, like when I had convinced him to tether me. I knew he'd bend. I could feel that, and yet I kissed him like a sex-depraved lunatic anyway. Fuck, I wanted to get off. What's it been like since you've sealed her? Are things different? Caspian asked. Of course. Everything is so much better. It's like a physical manifestation of these invisible threads connecting us. It makes my tie to her stronger. She's mine and there's no question. Core Almighty, I loved saying that. It was likely the werewolf in me talking, but it had become as big a part of me as my human origins. By all accounts, I should have said I was Sarissa's. While that was true, it was, more than anything, mutual. That was one of the many things I loved about her. In a way, she had all the power in the world, but she treated me and the others as equals. You should really get in on that, I said. Caspian tugged at his collar to fix it. I hadn't realized I had rumpled his shirt like that, bad enough to stretch the fabric. I intend to. I want Sarissa so badly I ache in ways I can't explain. But it's also been muted with all this. He raked his curly bangs back along his scalp. I could have sealed her before. I had a couple opportunities, but I didn't take them. The first time, I outright refused her because the king would have had my head, because she wasn't mine to keep. The second time, I gave her to you. I told myself it was because I didn't think you could get her pregnant. Didn't think? Now you do think it's possible? My heart raced. I hadn't even considered that, but I was able to seal her, wasn't I? There was no way. I was tethered. I don't know anymore. Her power feels limitless. It feels like she can change anything she wants to change. The rules don't apply to her. I just want her to be sure she wants me, you know? She does. Ask her. She'll tell you the same thing. You're wanted, Caspian. Needed. I promise.
Air, Caspian, are you there?
Sarissa's voice cut through my mind like a thought that had forced its way to the forefront. Yes, Caspian and I replied in unison.
I've been trying to get a hold of you both. I've called both of your portacoms. I guess this means there's a glitch in the heart field.
Todd figured it out? Caspian asked. I didn't have my portacom on me, but I had my IntelliBand. It was blinking, showing missed calls. No, the call went through, I just didn't see it, I said. Had my IntelliBand on silent and I don't have my portacom with me. I changed the settings back to normal. I don't know what Caspian's excuse is, though. Unlike me, he wasn't wearing his IntelliBand, but he had his portacom attached to his belt. He checked it. I left my IntelliBand in my room because I had thought about turning in for the night, and I switched portacoms with Dirk when mine died earlier. The one you called is recharging.
I'll try calling again,
Sarissa said. The portacom let out an obnoxious beep. Outside of Wolfbridge, we typically would have used comms buds to communicate, but we weren't exactly undercover at the moment. We weren't really on a mission either. After accepting the call, Sarissa's voice sprang to life through Caspian's portacom.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Caspian said. He does it again. Is there anything Todd can't do? I commented. Sarissa replied.
Perfect. I'll let Todd know. It's good to hear your voices with my ears.
Caspian laughed. I agree.
How are you both doing? You haven't reported any trouble.
Little spats here and there, but nothing worth mentioning. Werewolves listen to me as if I were you. Caspian frowned.
They listen because it's you. Because you're my mate, and we share our power equally.
Except we're not equal. You're the alpha. You hold more moonlight than anyone. Besides, I'm not even officially your mate. Sarissa growled.
I chose you, Caspian. You are my mate whether you've sealed me yet or not. You stand by me, and you're my pack.
I smirked and mouthed the words, I told you so.
I hate that we're split up like this, Sarissa continued. We should all meet back in Wolfbridge for Trace and Corin's wedding.
That sounds nice, but I should stay in Paws Peak, Caspian said. My brothers, the guards, Dirk, everyone here helping me has been doing their job well, but overseeing something this big should be left to your inner circle.
You think little spats warrant that?
Caspian hesitated. Yes, you're a new queen. We just took Paws Peak. Things are more or less quiet, but you never know. It would be better to take precautions after coming this far. We can't let it fall apart now. He flicked his gaze to me. Air will see you in Wolfbridge, though. I'll send him out. I thought about objecting, but how could I? It was my sister's wedding. I had to be there. I wanted to be there. But I didn't want to leave Caspian here without someone from our pack. Sarissa paused.
I'll trust your judgment. I'm not there, so you know far better than I what would be best. Well, and I'm still new to all this, but I'm learning.
You're doing great, Sarissa. Caspian's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. I wasn't going to argue. I really wasn't, but that got me. He wasn't okay. I knew he wasn't okay. He needed his pack more than ever, and I was just going to leave him here? Like hell. Caspian, I growled. I'm not going. Trace will understand. He growled back. I'm not going to fall apart while you're gone. We can communicate whenever we want to or need to. Tell Trace and Corin I'm sorry I couldn't attend. Wish them the best for me.
You have to go, Air,
Sarissa said slowly.
We'll strengthen our bond. I know we've been quiet with this separation. It seems to be harder to connect when there's this distance for some reason, but it isn't impossible. More than that, I think we've all been hiding things lately, figuring out a way to regain some of the privacy we lost.
Flashes of Roderick and Sarissa pervaded my mind. It wasn't anything lewd exactly. It was mostly feelings. A rush, a reinforced silver thread, and the inexplicable fire of sealing. It brought back my own memories of experiencing that same thing with Sarissa. My body burned with the satisfaction.
Soon, Caspian,
Sarissa said.
Do you feel it? Each time one of you seals me, our bond grows stronger.
Caspian swallowed. I feel it.
I love you both. I can't wait to see you again. Roderick feels the same, although he's been silent this whole time.
I don't do sappy. Roderick's voice was quiet, but it was only because he was too far away from the transmitter. The call shut off, and Sarissa's voice blanketed my mind.
We'll keep in touch.
My chest stayed warm. It stemmed from inside of me, but I knew it wasn't coming from me. It was Sarissa. I hadn't felt her this intimately since she was last standing beside me. The warmth in my chest flared. I considered what Caspian said about Sarissa not minding whatever it was we were doing, so I shared what I had done with Caspian too. Her response was neutral. No words, no guidance or upset. She really was leaving this to us. Caspian sighed and replaced his portacom, attaching it to the case on his belt. "It's late," I said. "That it is." "Then let's get off this fucking roof and turn in. I'm tired." I waved him away with my hands as if that would be enough to get his feet going. "You're either making room for me on the floor or I'm taking the bed. You have your own room, and I really need to send you off with a driver. You can sleep on the way back to Wolfbridge. You'll need some time to prepare before the wedding."
We can kill a couple hours.
"We're having a sleepover." Caspian was about to laugh, but I held his gaze and he cut it off. I passed my feelings along, letting him know I was serious. We needed to be more open, all of us. Even after what we had managed to accomplish so far, it was hard to lose the privacy of our own thoughts and feelings, but this was how we worked. We weren't individuals anymore, not in the sense anyone else would understand. Caspian responded in kind. He didn't use words, just opened up what he was feeling, the constriction of his chest and the release of a pent-up breath. "Thanks, Air." I wouldn't embarrass him by passing this along, but I knew Caspian had been crying himself to sleep, maybe all night. His eyes were always red and puffy in the morning. He could lie and say it was something like allergies, but I knew better. I may have been dense and insensitive to so many things, but I knew him, now more than ever. I had the urge to tap my foot when Caspian gazed out at the kingdom. He was stalling, and I was getting antsy. I made myself wait. Until he was ready, I stood silently by his side. Maybe I could never be the stability Caspian had been for me, for so many fucking years, but I wanted to try. I had to try.
Chapter 14. Sarissa. Roderick parked the rotor in front of Wolfbridge's west gate. We hadn't stepped out of the vehicle, but the gate rose for us. Todd's thread shone the brightest of my packs. I had told him we were almost here an hour back, and he was aware of my presence. When Evie's glider pulled up next to the rotor and stopped, I could see my red-haired werewolf emerge from inside the kingdom. His skin was somehow paler at night, his freckles like dark constellations, but his hair maintained its rich color. My face lit up with a smile. I gave Roderick's forearm a quick squeeze before exiting the rotor and running across the orange-red road to meet Todd. I leaped at the last moment, and Todd caught me. He stumbled back a few steps, but he stayed upright. He buried his face in my shoulder. I gently nipped at his ear. Roderick, Evie, and Gala came up behind me, but someone else caught my eye over Todd's shoulder. It was Jocelyn. She was skulking in the shadows, buried inside her crimson cloak. She was treating moonlight as if it were sunlight. I didn't like the way she eyed Todd. I didn't really understand how she felt about my mate, but it was clear she wanted him in some way. The only reason I allowed her to be so close to him was because of her skill. That, and I knew Todd would never return her advances. He chose me. He was mine. Still, it was odd seeing her so sullen. Jocelyn was usually like a lightning bolt. Maybe she had come to realize she had no chance with my mate. She had helped Todd create the biggest tech field in the world, so I was grateful to her for that, at least. The toes of my boots touched the ground. Todd reluctantly let me go, and Roderick stepped forward to grab his shoulder.
I know I shouldn't feed your already unhealthy ego, but you're a fucking genius.
Todd glanced over his shoulder.
I had some help this time.
The shadows covering Jocelyn's face lifted as she stepped out into the moonlight. She showed her fangs freely in a big grin. Her feet barely touched the earth. She flitted like a little bird. Glad to be of service, my queen. She stopped in front of Evie and made an elaborate bow. It was a big show of hands and swooping gestures before she settled on bending in half.
Your timing is impeccable, Jocelyn. Evie said, You will return to Crimson Caves with us.
Jocelyn dropped like a wilting flower.
What? You heard your queen.
Fine, but I'll keep in touch. Jocelyn held up one of our portacoms and waved it around like a flag. Then she opened one of the glider's back doors, stowed away inside, and slammed it shut. Silence ensued and tension filled the air like smoke. I almost wondered if time had stopped, or if we had all stopped breathing. I was okay. Roderick's and Todd's feelings were what was making me uneasy. Gala was a blank slate. Evie trained her crimson eyes on me. I noticed her gaze waver from second to second, but she couldn't settle it on my mates. Likewise, neither Roderick nor Todd would give her more than a fleeting glance. I knew why, but I didn't know how to fix it. The wounds they had given each other ran deep. Worse than that, my mates didn't feel sorry for their part in it, just like how Gala felt no remorse in her actions regarding Caspian. There was no trust, and yet Evie trusted me with her scamp. I frowned so deeply I thought my face might maintain a permanent scowl. I couldn't tell my mates about Evie's scamp. I kept that thought locked away, but it pained me to do it. I trusted my mates. They supported me and worked with vampires because I asked them to. Given time, they'd understand for themselves. They wouldn't just accept my words. It didn't matter which of the three species any of us belonged to. We were equals. Given time, the world would see it my way. What I was trying to accomplish was easier said than done. I knew that, but I didn't understand how far a grudge could run.
We'll be back in time for the full moon, Evie said, for the Unity of Prime Conference.
Rest until then, I replied. Evie dipped her chin. Her eyes dipped too. Without thinking, I reached out to her. Gala stiffened, but Evie held out her hand to stop her as I whispered in Evie's ear, Everything will be fine. My promise is good.
I'll share the news with everyone at the conference,
Evie whispered back. Then she stepped away.
Have fun attending the wedding. You have much cause for celebration, I think.
We all do. And thank you. We will. Roderick and Todd gave me inquisitive looks, but they didn't press. Gala opened the glider's front passenger door and assisted her queen in taking a seat. After that, Gala gave a short and stiff bow.
Until the full moon, she said.
Her eyes were hard as diamonds. She was a soldier for her queen through and through, even if she didn't agree with her decisions. Like, perhaps, my mates. I waved as Gala turned the glider around and then disappeared down the dusty road for Crimson Caves. A couple guards stood on the wall and looked down at us from over the parapet, attentive and ready for a command should I give it. I didn't have to look to know where they were. They were a strand in this immense spiderweb of connections woven into my being. Roderick stepped up to our rotor.
Shall we?
He leaned against the worn metal, in no hurry himself.
One more to go,
Todd said, as he glanced at Roderick.
Our pack is getting stronger.
It is, I said.
What were you and the Queen of Vampires whispering about?
Roderick asked. Nothing important. Neither Roderick nor Todd pressed the matter. They believed me. They trusted me, even though I had just told them a lie.
Chapter 15. Air. The new suit I wore was made of the finest threads I had ever seen. My specialized combat gear, my Moonlight Knight uniform, formerly my Phantom Fangs uniform, was first-rate, but it was of an entirely different make. Even the formal suits I had worn in the past couldn't compare to this. This suit was all luxury, fit for a king. The material was light and a pearly white like Sarissa's favorite dress. Trace and Corin were wearing Wolfbridge's colors, or so I had been told. I hadn't seen either of them. Werewolves and humans alike stood in the castle garden of all places. It was comprised of many smaller gardens with the luscious greens, flowers of every color, and flowing mountains nestled in crystal-clear ponds. The smells came in as many varieties, but mingled together to create something sugary sweet, like a rich dessert. Trace deserved this, a wedding fit for a queen, but I was an edge. Not even a month ago, this would have never happened. It wasn't perfect. Those who wanted to be here had a certain gleam in their eyes, the same warm gleam as the sun in the sky. It was sinking lower and lower, on the verge of setting. Trace was adamant on having a sunset wedding. Arguably, the deep orange rays made Wolfbridge look its best. The base tans, dark blues, and orange reds soaked in the sun's light and became more vibrant. I stood out of the way, near some bushes in one of the ponds. I was mostly hidden from those attending the wedding. I was waiting for Trace. I'd walk her through the narrow opening of bushes and trees in this section and down the walkway to where the largest gazebo was located. Corin would be there waiting for her. He had already taken her in the most werewolf way possible. Now he was going to do it the human way too. I pulled on my folded cuffs. There were too many layers to this suit, and I wasn't a fan of the collar. I was used to a high neckline, but this one was designed as an added flourish. Everything about this suit constantly reminded me I was wearing something expensive. I couldn't stop messing with it. I pulled at the cuffs again. I was going to wrinkle the damn things, but I couldn't make myself stop. Was it better to incessantly tap my foot or tug on these cuffs? Neither, you nervous wreck, I told myself. Stop worrying about Zeke. He's not part of the guard anymore, after your request to Sarissa, and he sure as hell won't be attending this wedding. He will never lay his dirty hands on Trace again. Never. I wouldn't allow it. There were guards posted discreetly all throughout the area, Corin's friends and Sarissa's followers. This place was safe. I sighed. My mind wandered to Caspian. I hated leaving him alone like that, but he had insisted. I couldn't miss my sister's wedding. I knew I couldn't. She wanted me to walk her to her new husband. I tucked my chin and closed my eyes. Caspian, I thought. Aren't you busy, Air? I smiled, relieved by how quickly he had responded. Just wondered if you were there. I'm here. They were two simple words, but I needed to hear them. I was worried about more than one thing, which was typical. Knowing Caspian was there, though I couldn't see or touch him, was somehow reassuring. Air? I opened my eyes and lifted my chin to see my sister. The base dark blue fabric of her dress hugged her body, tailored for her. The skirt was layered like the petals of a fancy rose. The lower layers were orange-red, like the detailing sewn into the bodice. One of those details, on the right side of her chest, was a play on the insignia all Wolfbridge guards wore on their uniforms. However, instead of two wolves touching noses, it was a human and a wolf. Trace's face shone brightly in the dying light. The shimmering makeup she wore only amplified the effect, and her golden hair framed her face with immaculate curls. You look beautiful, I said. She smiled brighter. Thank you for coming, little brother. You say that like you thought I wouldn't. The Queen told me you tried to swindle your way out of it. My jaw dropped. I did not. It's time to get going, right? The sun was about to kiss the horizon. Corin's waiting. I should have been sufficiently distracted, but I tugged at my damn cuffs again. Trace's eyes went to my hands. Air, what's wrong? Nothing. She folded her arms, sweeping fabric, following the gesture. What if you wrinkle your sleeves? She ignored me and tapped her arm. Everything is going to be perfect. The Queen herself is here. I know. I never said otherwise. Her blue eyes searched mine. Where's Caspian? I haven't seen him. I thought he might be back here with you. I frowned. I remember when he used to follow you everywhere. That earned her a grimace. Yeah, well, he sends his best, but he couldn't leave Paws Peak. That's too bad, but I understand. Is it hard to share the Queen among the four of you? That's kind of private, don't you think? You're my little brother. Plus, I'm trying to distract you. She took my hands. I hadn't realized how much of the cuffs I had managed to pinch between my fingers. You're the one wrinkling your clothes, not me. What's it like to be claimed by a werewolf when you're human? I asked, eager to get the conversation away from me. And I was genuinely curious. I slipped out of her grasp and gently moved her hair to the side to probe the back of her neck. Angry scar tissue met my fingers. It was still sore. If Trace's flinch was anything to go off of. Unconventional, maybe? She whispered.
But I'm happy. That's all that matters, isn't it?
I reclaimed my hand and offered my arm. It is. The sun is setting, big sister. It's time to meet your mate.
You think like werewolves now.
Hard not to when I've become more werewolf than human. She pressed her hand to my heart.
Maybe. This heart is the same heart I've known all my life, though, no matter the physical change. I think all of our hearts beat the same. Humans, werewolves, maybe even vampires.
Without another word, Trace clasped my bicep. I led us forward on the narrow pathway framed by lush foliage. A soft click sounded each time our shined shoes touched the hard rocks underfoot. The susurrus of those in attendance fell mute as we reached the grass lawns. All eyes turned to us. Werewolves and humans stood from their seats to either side of the walkway as they watched our quiet procession. Corin and my mother waited in the silver-framed gazebo. I glimpsed my pack. Todd wore his usual discomfort in a crowd, eyes downcast, but he didn't feel the need to hide his hair anymore. That was an improvement. Roderick stood tall and imposing with his arms crossed, flexing his muscles like he just couldn't help it. Sarissa was barely holding herself back from stepping onto the walkway. Her hands were clasped in front of her, almost like she was in prayer, and her eyes were bright. All too soon, we reached the couple of steps leading to our destination. Once inside the gazebo, we stopped in front of Corin. I took my sister's hand and offered it to him. It was surreal. Corin looked like a nervous young man. He wore the same tentative, love-struck expression that I had seen others wear on their wedding days. His palms were sweaty, a little shaky. He wasn't like a werewolf at all. And I thought my sister may have been onto something back in that secluded space we shared, shielded from the rest of the world for just a few minutes. Corin took Trace's hand, and, honestly, for the first time since learning how Trace felt about this werewolf, I accepted it. It looked right. It felt right. And my sister was happy, the happiest I had ever seen her. Neither one of the lovebirds would break eye contact. I stepped away but stayed in the gazebo, close to the bride. It was meant to mirror tradition. It should have been our father, but he died soon after I was born. I didn't even remember the man. My mother stepped up, fidgeting with the little microphone pinned to her neckline. Normally, the parents of both the man and woman getting married would be present, and the tech would be absent. It wasn't that Corin's parents refused to come. His parents had died when he was a cub, and he was swept up in the guard. That was what Trace had told me. I wasn't surprised. The Prime War took from everyone. It would keep taking until someone like Sarissa put their foot down to stop it. If anyone was powerful enough to, it was her. I believed that much.
I will say my piece enough for both of you,
my mother began.
I've gotten to know you well in a short time, Corin, so let me start by saying I know how much you love my daughter. I'm glad everything she told me about you is true.
She dabbed at her watery blue eyes with an embroidered handkerchief that matched her dress. My mother wore her best dress, the one she had worn on her wedding day. Some alterations had to be made since she had been much younger when she had last worn it. Bodies changed. She was thicker than she used to be, and yet thinner too, but it suited her. The bronze material played off her golden hair and even complemented the silver strands in it. Mom talked enough for 2 sets of parents. She told stories about Trace, then she told stories about her own wedding day. She told Trace and Corin they must promise to love and cherish each other always. She stopped after the sun had vanished from view when the strung-up lights turned on and lit up the gardens. You couldn't get lost and miss the courtyard with them as a guide. Follow the light, and you won't lose your way in darkness. It was a nice sentiment.
Sorry, Air,
Mom said, taking off her mic.
I took up all of your time.
It's fine. I took the mic between my thumb and pointer finger. Then I looked between Trace and Corin. I wish both of you all the happiness in the world. Kiss already, and let's get on with the festivities. I figured that was good enough. Trace and Corin had been more than patient. They smiled through Mom's blubbering and long-winded stories, but this was the moment they had been waiting for. Corin touched Trace's cheek so softly. He held her gaze, and she moved to her tiptoes. When their lips met, they kissed and kissed without reservation. Someone in the crowd cheered. Others followed, led by our queen. However, when I scanned the crowd, plenty remained silent. Though there were clusters of werewolves and humans standing together, the majority were segregated. Corin and Trace were too involved in each other to notice, and they happily led the parade to the courtyard. The crowd slowly filed in behind them. I waited for my pack. Well, for everyone but Caspian.
"That was beautiful,"
Sarissa exclaimed when I handed the mic off to Todd.
"I wonder what Babaga would have said about me if we had been married like this."
I thought I saw a frown flash across her face. She covered it quickly, if one had. I knew Sarissa loved the Witch of Witchwoods, but I was just as happy to be away from her. She was a menace as far as I was concerned. She was the whole reason I had kissed Caspian in the first place. Not that I regretted it. "Why are we gathering in the courtyard?" Todd asked. "It's not over?" "Not even close," Roderick replied. "It's time for live music and dancing." A storm settled over Todd's head. He drooped as if actual water were pouring down on him.
"It'll be fun,"
Sarissa said. She took his hand and chased the storm away with a wave of her hand. Todd was hopeless when it came to Sarissa. We all were. The courtyard filled up quickly. A live band featuring an odd combination of classical stringed instruments as well as a lead electric guitar waited patiently on their own patch of orange-red rocks, separated from the rest of the courtyard by a pond full of flowering water lilies. A long table sat along one stretch of the courtyard and was so full of food the tablecloth could barely be seen underneath. Sarissa held up her hand. It was impossible for everyone to see in this mess of bodies, but the gesture sent out a wave of power that crawled up through the soles of my shoes. Moonlight, little fiery wisps of it, lit her up like the moon itself.
"I want to personally thank you all for coming," she said. "This wedding is the first of its kind, and it will pave the way for more to come."
Her voice was loud and clear when her vocal cords were carrying active moonlight. It also had a presence that not even the most bass-heavy sound system could emulate. Energy pulsed through the ties connecting all the werewolves present. A few of them even cheered Sarissa's words when they had been lukewarm before. The break-in tension seemed to ease the humans too. Shoulders relaxed. Some clapped their hands.
"This is a look into the world I want for every one of you. Unity. Equality. Isn't it beautiful?"
Sarissa had the charisma of any well-liked leader, but she also had more. Moonlight sparked around her. It spanned the entire courtyard in a flash, amping up the energy. Werewolves howled for their queen and bowed before her. Many humans weren't as fervent, but they all bowed as well. They willingly acknowledged her. That was more than I could say from my time among them. We coexisted with werewolves because we had to. With Sarissa, it was changing. If she continued controlling werewolves with her alpha dominance, maybe it would last. Her power was ecstasy in my veins as much as any other werewolves. My vision brimmed with optimism. It was impossible not to admire her pure power. As if to break the trance, the table holding all of that food toppled over. The crash ricocheted off the walls, and another blue light source called attention to itself. Contending moonlight was the culprit. However, the werewolf using it could barely cut through Sarissa's aura. She glared, whipped her head in his direction, and concentrated her will on him. Her moonlight was so intense it was almost white, but it had no effect. The werewolf staggered forward, likely drunk. I couldn't tell who he was since his long, greasy hair covered his face. When he ran a hand through his hair and challenged the crowd with bloodshot eyes, my knees almost gave out. This was the werewolf who made me hate all werewolves beyond repair for so long. This was the werewolf who spurred my contempt for Caspian because of my own self-loathing over liking him when I shouldn't have, though Caspian was good and never deserved any of my anger. This was the werewolf I had hoped to never lay eyes on again. My hackles rose, and I growled, "Zeke!" Chapter 16. Air.
"No one invited me to this celebration,"
Zeke spat. He could barely stand on his own two legs, let alone control his moonlight. At the rate it was leaking out of him, he wouldn't have any left soon enough. I stepped forward. I had every intention of ending this now by tearing out his throat. Every muscle in my body wound up tight. The dormant energy resting at the base of my stomach flickered to life like a flame that had just been lit. It burned just as hot, too. Sarissa grabbed my wrist. My strength was no match for hers when moonlight was involved. She stopped me cold. Her touch was like a bucket of water tossed over my flames. "Sarissa," I growled. "Wait," she said. Her dark eyes flashed the same deep red as the last dying rays of a sunset. She stepped in front of me and bellowed, "Stand down!" The moonlight flames she had shot over the courtyard returned to her. Then they leaped out again as bright blue tendrils, grasping at Zeke. But the thin wall of moonlight he had erected couldn't be penetrated. The difference in power was clear as night and day, and yet he resisted our queen's orders. Was it because he was drunk? Did his intoxicated brain act as a shield against her dominance? "Trace," Zeke droned with a tired lisp. "It's been a while, my little flower. I've waited so long to get you back. Remember last time? Remember how your body writhed? How you screamed my name?" He licked his lips, and the crowd stirred uncomfortably. The intricate web Sarissa had woven frayed at the edges. Trace's face paled to an unnatural shade of white, and she clung to Corin, tighter and tighter until her fingers must have ached. Something inside of me snapped. At the same time, Sarissa let my wrist go. I was running. My moonlight reserves powered up, and I aimed to kill. Zeke was too drunk to move. He stumbled back, slipping on the food now littering the ground. An outstretched table leg caught him. I held out my hand, ready to break his neck and end this in one blow. I concentrated most of my moonlight in my right arm for that purpose. I was almost there, but another streak of moonlight flew past me and caught in my peripheral vision. I had just enough time to dig in my heels as Zeke was swept to the side in a wave of blue. Two bodies crashed into a tree, snapping it at its base like a twig. Corin was on top of Zeke. He pounded his face over and over. A broken nose, bloodied lips. He'd smash Zeke's face in at this rate. Do it, I thought. I'd gladly let him end this. I couldn't think of a better way for him to show his dedication to Trace. He'd protect her. I didn't need to worry about my sister's safety anymore. Each blow Corin dealt sent a rush of satisfaction through my body as if I were doing it myself. Another streak of blue raced past me. It almost knocked me over in its wake. The wind picked up, and it howled through the little decorative spaces in the walls. It screamed through the leaves of trees, bushes, and flowers. It even uprooted a few. Water splashed out of ponds and fountains. The noise rattled my skull. Then it all stopped. Sarissa had Zeke by the collar, and Corin was knocked down on his ass. Corin's teeth were bared in a vicious snarl, but he stayed put. "This is a wedding, not an execution," Sarissa said as her eyes swept over everyone here. Though he had buckled to his knees, Sarissa lifted Zeke with ease. Moonlight pumped down her arm, and she growled in his face. His face went red with the pressure she was applying. He was either going to pass out or be sick. Sarissa continued. I gave you a chance. Philip let you live and kept you in the guard. When Eyre told me your crimes, I still allowed you some freedom. I took you off the guard, but you were otherwise free to live your life as long as you didn't cause trouble for others. I had you watched, and yet here you are. You ruined Trace's wedding. You've disobeyed my direct orders. I don't want to promote bloodshed during my reign, while we're trying to pursue peace, but I can't allow this." Sarissa called over a couple of the guards watching the wedding. It bothered me that Zeke got past them in the first place. "Take him to the dungeon," she said. She unceremoniously dropped Zeke on the ground, where he gasped and was sick. "Trace will decide your fate. You better pray to Lorraine, or maybe Cor, that she has mercy on you." Suddenly she turned off her moonlight. The crowd shifted uneasily, and no one could look directly at her. More than anything, they made sure to avoid watching as the guards dragged Zeke away. My jaw twitched. I wanted to tear out Zeke's throat, but I thought maybe Sarissa was right. Trace's wedding didn't need any more interruptions. This was her time to celebrate. When it was all over and she was ready, she would decide to end the Zeke nightmare how she saw fit. I felt calm. Sarissa made me feel calm. Corin wiped off his bloody knuckles with a handkerchief and went back to Trace. He wrapped his arms around her and held her close. She melted into him. The tension in her shoulders relaxed, and she smiled. She whispered something, but I wasn't close enough to hear it. "Let's clean up this mess and start the music," Roderick shouted. He used Sarissa's trick. He amplified his voice by covering his vocal cords with moonlight. Sarissa's ties demanded the werewolves listen. The way Sarissa had woven these threads together placed us, her mates, as alphas, nearly matching her rank. Or maybe we did match it. I wasn't sure because it wasn't that easy to read. Taking Zeke's actions into account, the follow the strongest wiring in every werewolf's brain was much more volatile than we thought it would be when faced with Sarissa's power. Maybe it was initially too strong to ignore, but it would break down with time. I shivered.
Everything is fine,
Sarissa thought. She came to stand beside me and took my hand. I held hers tightly in response. Todd joined us a moment later, while Roderick walked away to delegate tasks. Luckily, the courtyard got cleaned up in a hurry with all the available hands, and the band started playing an upbeat tune. Trace wasted no time pulling Corin along to dance with her. I was relieved. Her natural color was back. She smiled like she'd never stop. "What happened?" Caspian asked. So that was why Sarissa hadn't spoken out loud. She wanted Caspian in on the conversation too.
"Zeke happened,"
Sarissa said.
"We had a little bit of trouble, but everything is fine. It was an important reminder. Werewolves will only listen to power displays. Usually my alpha presence seems to be enough."
"He was intoxicated," I added. "I think that had something to do with it." Caspian said, "I'm glad everyone is okay." Roderick said, "As long as Sarissa keeps her werewolves on a leash, things will stay under control."
"I don't want to keep them on a leash. I want them to see things my way."
"You can't just force your beliefs on people, little fighter. Not even werewolves."
"But I can force my dominance on them. What about free will?"
Todd took Sarissa's other hand and shared a thought. "If there is free will, I don't think there can ever be peace. Someone will always cause trouble like Zeke." Sarissa squeezed both of our hands and pursed her lips.
"I don't like it."
"You've already taken charge. Don't second-guess yourself," Roderick warned. "If you weren't leading, it'd be someone else."
"I don't want those I care about to get hurt. And I want to help those who can't help themselves like Garstrauda did. I want to end this stupid war. I'm not going to let the world end because of it. I haven't even been here that long, and there's so much more I want to see."
Roderick's deep, rumbling laugh rang out through our connection. He looked at Sarissa from across the courtyard, and they locked eyes for a moment. "Ha ha! You'll do it. All of it. You're the only one who can." Sarissa tugged at me and Todd, leading us over to Roderick, where we proceeded to help in the last of the cleanup. More food was already being brought out of the castle. It was a good thing the cooks were prepared to feed an army. War continues without end as long as there are creatures like us living and breathing. Creatures with free will, Caspian thought. Someone will always be fighting for something they want or believe in. Real peace doesn't exist here. If it exists anywhere, it's in death. King Philip realized that. Our silver threads went mute, like none of us had the energy to hold the connection between all of us when one of us was miles away. "You don't think like that, Caspian." I tried to break through to the boy I knew before, the optimistic cub who didn't know how to quit, but he remained silent. Todd helped straighten the new tablecloth that was brought out. He didn't lift his eyes from it after he had finished. He placed his hand on it and just stared. "We could leave. No one's been that far out in the Badlands. Those who have never came back, we don't really know what's out there," he said. "Oh yeah, let's go to the Badlands and die of thirst. That sounds so much better." Roderick smacked Todd's back hard enough to break his stare. Todd glanced at the band and then at Sarissa. "I've never really danced before, but..." He held out his hand. "Dance with me?" Sarissa grinned.
"Of course. And, I haven't either."
She took his hand and joined the few other couples already dancing with Trace and Corin. Seeing the queen herself take part invited a flood. Soon, most of the humans and werewolves attending were dancing.
"Caspian,"
Sarissa thought.
"remember we're here."
"Go. Dance and have fun," he replied. "I'm sorry for what I said before. I don't mean it."
"We miss you. I'll be glad when we can be together again."
"Me too." Chapter 17. Air. Roderick leaned back against the table and nabbed a chocolate cake ball. He popped it into his mouth and watched our Sarissa twirl and spin without a care. Her body knew a natural rhythm. She didn't know the traditional dances anyone else in Wolfbridge did. Neither did Todd, so he was happy to let Sarissa invent something all her own while dragging him along for the ride. I thought he might get embarrassed, that his face would retain that telling red, but he wore a grin bigger than any I had ever seen on his face. Stars may as well have been in his eyes, like that look someone gets when they're newly in love. In all fairness, it hadn't been that long since he had sealed her, even less for me, less still for Roderick. I could tease or condescend all I wanted in my own head, but Sarissa was captivating, and her self-confidence flowed through all of us. It was a kind of reassurance that wouldn't have been possible if we had not been connected. Being with her strengthened us. Sealing her did too. I doubted the stars would ever leave any of our eyes. This thing between us would never grow stale. For the first time in my life, I didn't wonder where I belonged. I didn't feel anxiety over an uncertain future. I wasn't dwelling on the fact Zeke was still alive. I knew it would resolve, definitively, and Trace would make the decision. I was just here, sharing a moment of happiness and peace, and that was enough. I tried to share that with Caspian, the feeling, but he gave no indication on whether he felt it or not. "You staying here?" Roderick asked. "Yeah, I think I will for a while," I said. "At least eat something or move to a bench. You're in the way." I rolled my eyes at the big lug. "I'm going to steal a dance with the Queen. You do that." He gave me one of his lazy grins through his thick beard and sauntered off to the main stretch of orange-red rocks. I shook my head. He'd never change, but that was fine. The food smelled good, so I grabbed a plate and a slice of prime meat. I used to love sweets as a human, but nothing tasted as good as meat since I became tethered. It made sense since werewolves thrived on a basically all-meat diet. I took a look at the sweets anyway. There was a pastry I lingered on. It was light and delicate, in the shape of a rose and glazed with a red jam to reflect the color of one. They looked like,
"Hello, Air, it's been a while."
Twice. I tried twice to meet her eyes. I had easily avoided her for years, and now she was standing in front of me. It was bound to happen at some point with all of the werewolf-human integration Sarissa was responsible for. But our worlds had been separate for so long. "Jenna," I finally said, but I still didn't make it to her eyes. I ended up staring at her pert nose. "For some reason, I didn't expect to see you here."
"I'm Trace's friend. Of course I'd be here."
I nodded because of course that was true.
"You've changed,"
she said. I gave her a quick once-over. Her hair was longer, down to her lower back. It was the same silky black I remembered. Her skin was an even brown, aside from that one mole on her chin I used to kiss. Her dark eyes were the same, but my eyes lingered on her rounded stomach. Was this her first? Second? I knew she was married for a few years now, but I didn't know much beyond that. I said, "So have you."
"When you became tethered to Prince Caspian Vic Cast of Wolfbridge, I cut you loose as if I had never cared for you, as if I hadn't expected you to ask me to marry you before everything. I'm sorry about that, Air. It just scared me. I didn't understand. I'm still not sure I do, but you look happy. I hope you're happy."
"I didn't really give you a choice. I broke up with you," I said. "And I am happy. I think I'm where I'm supposed to be."
"I'm glad to hear it."
She gently rested her hand on her stomach and grabbed a plate with her other.
"This little one is hungry, and so are my other little ones. I'll have to excuse myself. It was nice to see you."
"You too." I was glad to know I meant that. I had moved on. She had moved on. I could say I was okay with that, and mean it. A lot had changed. I took my plate to a bench near a patch of grass opposite the band. It was as quiet as I could get without leaving the party. Roderick stole Sarissa from Todd, and I laughed as the two of them spun her back and forth between them. She didn't seem to mind, though. She added a few extra spins here and there, as if she was trying to see how far she could get her dress to flare out. The skirt didn't have any added volume, so it wasn't easy. It hugged her figure so perfectly it got me hot if I thought about it too much. Surprisingly, she managed to get a few good spins, though. The skirt made a perfect circle, and the pearly material glowed like the full moon. I glanced at the sky, almost expecting the moon to be full, but it was chopped in half. I hadn't realized how hungry I was. The first bite I took of that steak had me salivating. The gravy complemented it perfectly. Sweet, savory, I didn't know. It was all of those things, and I devoured it like an animal. When I had almost finished, Trace was making her way toward me, gliding with the musical strings carried on the wind. She bent over me and batted her eyelashes.
Air, dance with me?
I swallowed my last bite of meat. What about Corin? She pointed out the refreshments.
Apparently the steak you ate is delicious. Come on, little brother, just one dance. Humor me.
I wasn't going to say no. A server took my plate, and I led Trace to the center of it all. It had been a long time since I had danced, but my body remembered the moves. Dancing had been a popular pastime for humans living in the tech-off zone. Those were fond memories. Caspian and I had exchanged dances once. He showed me werewolf steps. I showed him human steps. Gods, how we danced. For so long, I had replayed the bad memories over and over as if they were a video feed on repeat. But not all of my memories were bad. Do you remember, Caspian? Soon, Trace and I were laughing. I spun her around and we matched steps. She held up her flowing, layered skirt as our shoes clacked against the rocks. Caspian's voice filled my head. Yes, I remember. You were a much better dancer than I was. I still am. You never grew out of your awkward phase. I beg to differ.
Why do you look so happy?
Trace asked. What? That beat isn't making your heart race? I said. The music sped up. Our feet had to move faster and faster until the current song reached a heart-pounding conclusion. The instruments were accompanied by a final clap that echoed out from everyone's shoes hitting the ground. It was loud as a gong, and it rang for a few moments after. Laughter and chatter filled the air as the band moved into the next song.
You've still got it,
Trace said. Didn't even break a sweat. I grinned when I glanced over Trace's shoulder. She was about to turn to see what I was looking at, but Corin grabbed her waist from behind and leaned in to kiss her cheek.
Hi, Corin,
Trace said. My mate, he growled. Mom danced her way over to us, clapping her hands in time to the beat.
My turn,
she said. Be my guest. I held out my arm and led her to an available space on the dance floor. We made it through another upbeat song before Mom announced she was getting too old for this and was going to take a break. But before she left, she said this.
I've never seen you so happy, Air. I feel like there's something bothering you, though. Is it Zeke?
She rested her hand on my cheek. No, this is the last time. Sarissa has made sure of it.
You really love her, don't you?
Yes.
I can see why. She's charismatic.
You could say that. And she doesn't take no for an answer.
When you said no, I didn't push. You gave in and kissed me.
My neck prickled at the sound of Sarissa's beautiful voice, feminine and somehow powerful like a military commander. She twirled and nestled into my side, resting her cheek on my arm.
Mind if I steal him?
She asked.
Not at all, my queen.
My mother offered a deep curtsy and made her way to one of the benches. The next song the band played was slow. I didn't mind, not at all. It meant I got to hold Sarissa close. We swayed back and forth, and I held her the entire time. One kiss turned into two. Our lips lingered. Sarissa closed her eyes and simply breathed. God, she was beautiful. I kissed one of her eyelids, then the other. Her smile softened, and I swore her skin glowed.
That feels nice,
she whispered. I ran my thumb across her cheek, and she opened her eyes.
Air, you don't regret sealing me, do you?
How could you even ask me that? Of course I don't regret it. I've never felt like this. Sarissa glanced down at her skirt. She kicked her foot out to the side, sending a gust of wind through the fabric. It rippled like the surface of a lake. I didn't bother asking where her very elegant high heels had gone. Seeing her small toes wiggle with their freedom made me smile.
Caspian is distant, she murmured.
He's mourning.
It's more than that. I don't understand what he wants. I need him to seal me. I've said it, and I've tried not to push. I think maybe he doesn't want to, though. What does he want, Air?
He's just been in a bad place. Don't give up on him.
I'm not giving up on him, but you're closer to him than any of us.
I wouldn't say that.
You've known him the longest.
Sarissa's bottom lip protruded.
I gently pinched it between my fingers and she stopped, but I felt it. She passed it on to me, this angry tightness in my chest. "You're jealous," I marveled. Sarissa was capable of jealousy. It surprised me more than it should have, but she just had that air about her, an alpha among alphas. She had a much higher capacity for moonlight than any before her or around her. Sometimes I forgot she was only 18. "You shouldn't be," I added. "I've hurt Caspian more than anyone, I think. He's never felt wanted, Sarissa. Not by his father, not by his brothers. I think he tried to find that in me when we were cubs, but I wouldn't give it to him either. I came close as time went on, but then Zeke happened and everything fell apart. I winced. I knew it wasn't Caspian's fault, but I made him suffer for it anyway. I convinced him to tether me. I gave him shit for everything that ever went wrong, even when it had nothing to do with him. I've been a complete asshole. Gods, but I'm trying to be better." Sarissa searched my eyes. She grabbed the back of my neck, urging me to bend down. I did, and then she pressed her nose to mine.
"Do you love him?"
"Yes," I answered without hesitation, because that much was true. Sexual attraction or not, that was true, even if I couldn't say the words myself. Sarissa moved back, but she grabbed a hold of my hips. She inched closer until our bodies were flush. She moved her hips so subtly no one surrounding us would notice the added pressure. My dick throbbed at the thought of grinding against her.
"I need him to seal me," she whispered. "I can't explain it, but I need it."
I rested my hand on her ass and squeezed. Fuck the impropriety. The soft moan she let loose was worth it. So worth it. Her nails dug in through my shirt and pinched my skin.
"Maybe you want to help me ease my need for the time being?"
she whispered. "Gladly. Let's get the fuck out of here." She almost said yes. It was written on her face, especially in her softly parted lips, but she shook her head.
"Later. We can't just leave the celebration."
"Fine, but I won't hold my breath. Something will demand your attention. Just watch." A rush of need blazed through my body like fire. Sarissa opened a valve she had closed between us. I gasped and my dick ached. Todd and Roderick looked okay, so she must have shared it with me alone. I was sure I'd crumple into a heap on the floor. I had never felt anything like it. It went beyond normal arousal. It was crippling, my body ready to tear itself apart if I didn't take Sarissa right then and there. Except it wasn't Sarissa I needed. It was suddenly Caspian. Only Caspian. This is very uncomfortable, I grimaced. The need subsided as quickly as it came on, and I gasped. I wouldn't share that with Roderick or Todd. They might feel violated. She smirked.
"I won't, but you have these kinds of feelings for Caspian too, don't you? I thought you might understand."
"Not like that," I frowned. "How are you standing right now if your body is revolting like that?" Her fingers trembled when she grasped my arms.
"That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know how much longer I can wait."
She closed her eyes and I held her waist. I felt helpless. I couldn't sate her need, not when it was all for Caspian. "Did you feel this way about me before?" I asked.
"All of you, but it's been getting worse the longer I wait. I need Caspian to seal me, and then everything will be right."
Chapter 18. Sarissa. Morning came too soon. I would have happily slept in until noon. But I was a queen, and my body would not allow it. My eyelids were as heavy as stones. When I tried to sit up, my core ignited. I doubled over and clutched my middle. I had had sore muscles before. I had had a bad flu before. But this wasn't either of those things. It was both and neither. It was an open wound that needed to be healed. My relationship with my mates was stronger than ever, but it was incomplete. My bed was empty and cold aside from the heat of my own body. I lay back down. Then I closed my eyes. I reached out and thought, Caspian. The resistance irritated me more. Caspian wasn't ignoring me, I hoped, but this distance wasn't doing us any favors.
Sarissa.
His voice enveloped me like a hug.
How did you sleep? It's early for having stayed up so late.
It seems we don't get much sleep. It doesn't help that none of my mates are with me currently. We've all been kept so busy. If we can't even sleep together at night, how am I supposed to cope? The fiasco at the wedding didn't help matters. It's drilled its way into everyone's subconscious and has them worried. I can feel it. Todd worked late into the night fixing an anomaly in the heart field and probably fell asleep near the heart. Roderick needed to ready supplies for freedom and refused to wait. Air spent the night in his old house and helped Corin move in since that's where Trace wants to stay. Air said he would see how the others took it since, despite changing regulations, that area of our kingdom is still predominantly human. The tech-off zone and the tech-on zone don't exist in name anymore, but they still exist in the hearts and minds of Wolfbridge's citizens.
I know what you mean,
Caspian said.
We're closer than ever and yet so far apart. I miss our time in Howling Sky.
I do too.
Are you doing well despite all of that, my queen?
I thought about lying, but a thought escaped my filter before I could. I need you to seal me. I don't want to pressure.
I feel it.
The fire in my body lessened some. I wondered if that meant Caspian had split it with me. I hadn't intended on sharing my need, but I was losing my control.
I should have done it already.
Caspian continued.
Seal you. I want you. I want this.
I need you, Caspian. We all need you. Do you believe me?
Yes, I believe you. It's the only thing that's kept me going. We're pack.
My eyes burned, but my lips upturned. I would find a way to make my Caspian whole again, I swore it. I'm coming to Paws Peak.
So suddenly?
Don't try to talk me out of it.
I won't. I'm not. I'll be waiting, but I have to go.
Is something wrong?
It's nothing to worry about.
Caspian.
I promise.
I love you.
I love you too. Remember, my queen. I'm waiting.
A shiver started just below my neck and traveled all the way down to my toes. Caspian would seal me. I'd be complete. We'd be complete. As our active connection faded to the background like a dormant moonlight, I pondered. I clutched the fine silks on my bed. Smooth, powerful, rich. I was all of those things as a queen. There had to be a way I could keep Paws Peak without separating myself from my mates. Being apart like this was too painful, for all of us. I knew it. The door leading into my bedchambers opened. It didn't make a sound, but I sensed Air's presence and looked up when he was within view. He shut the door behind him with a quiet click and leaned back against it. He hesitated before saying,
What does that look mean? Did I do something wrong?
You left me alone all night, I retorted. I meant to say the words playfully, but there was too much truth behind them. They stung like angry bees. Air flinched. I'm going to Paws Peak, I said more quietly.
I'll come too.
No, I said more harshly than I intended to. What had gotten into me? I bit down hard on my tongue before I could strike again. Air folded his arms. I couldn't see the hurt in his eyes, but I must have done it. Hurt him. I didn't even know why I said it. I wanted to be with all of my mates, and it was because of the mate claim. I needed Caspian to seal me. I needed him to complete it.
Sarissa, if you don't want me and Caspian to...
I held up my hand to stop him. No, Air, I'm sorry. I'm lashing out like a wounded animal. One of my hands held my middle and refused to let go.
I understand, he said. That's something I have a lot of experience with.
Come with me. I'll need time alone with Caspian, but come with me. He'll be happy to see you too. Pack. The word resonated with every fiber of my being. Air lurched when the door opened again, smacking into him. He stumbled to the foot of my bed and rubbed his back.
Fuck, Roderick? You should have gotten out of the way if you knew I was there.
Roderick stepped into the room with a satisfied smirk on his lips. Todd was right behind him.
What's going on?
Todd asked. His red hair was sticking up in odd places. He hadn't bothered to look in a mirror today. That was typical of him. Part of the charm I adored.
Yeah,
Roderick said.
Are you sick? You look pale.
It seemed I couldn't stop my own discomfort from leaking through the silver threads tying us together anymore. I had reached my limit. At least I kept most of it to myself. Forcing them all to suffer alongside me wouldn't have been beneficial. I need Caspian to seal me, I said. I hate to split us up. I'd much rather bring him here, but I haven't figured out what to do about Paws Peak yet. I don't really know what's going on there. I'll need to discuss things with Caspian. I can barely think. I doubted I could stop any scuffles right now. I felt weak in my mind, my heart, and my body.
Todd and I will take care of things here,
Roderick said.
What?
Todd frowned.
You just got back, Sarissa. I won't let everything Sarissa's accomplished fall apart now. Neither will you.
Todd frowned deeper.
I didn't do anything but work on tech when I was the only one here. Corin took care of things just fine. Were you or were you not at the wedding celebration last night? We can't take chances. That's why I'm staying with you.
Roderick growled. And why we will be distributing moonlight more evenly among us, I said. Even if you share my power now, I've been crowned Queen of Wolfbridge. But you're just as much its kings. We're all alphas. Todd opened his mouth, but he closed it again without saying anything.
At least through you we're all alphas,
Air said. He sat on the edge of my bed and placed a hand on my thigh. His warmth eased my twinging insides. If they were coiled tight like a piece of rope, his touch helped loosen the knots.
You've tapped into some ancient werewolf instincts, bringing two werewolf kingdoms together under one alpha because of your intense moonlight and whatever. Since you're also the strongest werewolf by far, no other werewolves are going to challenge you for alpha. If you can appoint us as alphas under you, using your moonlight to bridge the distance, right?
Roderick said.
Right?
He nudged Todd.
I guess,
Todd murmured, rubbing his arm.
King Philip certainly never had the same kind of hold on Wolfbridge that Sarissa has. Old nomadic packs and whatever tied their packs together are not my specialty, but alphas and their power are real. Werewolves are wired to follow the strongest for their own survival. It's like we said before, Sarissa's just doing it on a scale that's, well, I would have said impossible. And that's why things haven't gone to shit yet. That fucking bastard werewolf last night was drunk out of his mind. She couldn't reach him when his brain was addled like that.
Roderick said.
That's a crucial detail. We all feel the ties Sarissa has constructed. The ones holding our little pack together are strongest, but Sarissa can still tug on these other threads and, by extension, keep Wolfbridge in line. But I don't feel the ties to Paws Peak.
They're weak, I conceded. I can feel them, but maybe only because Caspian is there. What was I supposed to do, become some supreme ruler? Spread my moonlight nights to every notable area in the Goodlands and rule with an iron fist? But even then, the only ones affected by my power were werewolves. It was potentially a lot of power. Already it was a lot of power, but I was holding sand in my hands, trying to close the gaps between my fingers. The grains were fine. So fine that little bits kept leaking out. My hold was getting weaker, and we could all feel it. My thoughts turned white. My head hurt as if I had hastily eaten something frozen. I need Caspian to fulfill the mate claim, I said. I held my head and threw my legs over the side of the bed. Air squeezed my thigh as if to keep me there, but I stood, or tried to. My head was heavy and led forward. If Air hadn't grabbed my waist, then I would have fallen over.
I'm going with Sarissa,
he said. Roderick stepped up. He took my chin in hand and tilted my head from side to side. I watched him. I let him do it, though I had no idea what he was looking for. Everything was muddled, including our connection. After releasing me, he said,
Take good care of her.
Todd stepped forward and took my hand.
Are you sure you weren't sick?
I'll be fine as soon as Caspian seals me, I assured. It was all I could think about.
Chapter 19. Roderick. An angry hum made the thread connecting me to Sarissa vibrate. It was almost still at times, but then it'd rumble like the beginnings of an earthquake. No wonder she had left for Paws Peak as soon as possible yesterday. This was unbearable. I could hardly sleep last night, and I wasn't the one this was directly affecting. The maid claim was a power to fear if it could bring even the Moonlight Child to her knees. Maybe we were the only thing that kept her standing. I could hope. I hated to be useless. Briefly, I pressed my fingers to my temples. My boots made heavy thumps on the carpet like a horse's hooves. I passed by a couple of guards at the silver archway and stopped inside the tower's base. The heart shone as brightly as ever. I expected Todd to be hidden away inside of its bubble glass shell, but he was outside of it. He was slumped against it with his ass resting on the floor, eyes closed, and breathing deeply. "Don't tell me you slept out here all night," I said. That startled him. He scrambled forward and pushed up to his feet. Then he rubbed his eyes. They were bloodshot, and the skin underneath was puffy. "Not all night," he said. "We're heading to the old tech-off zone, remember? You're in charge, Techie." "Yeah." I'd be along to add muscle and to make sure everything went smoothly. So far, uniting the kingdom and fixing the tech differences was going okay, but things were too quiet as far as I was concerned. Or maybe it was Sarissa's unbridled need rubbing off on me. It was irritating. "Let's get it done," I said. "It'll wake you up." If Todd had been anyone else, I might have gotten some complaining, but he simply nodded. "Let's grab the rotor. Last night I packed it with some supplies I'll need." "All right, and call the werewolves you picked out to assist you." "Oh, yeah." Todd frowned. He was a loner, but a task this big required a team. "You did put a team together, didn't you?" He nodded again, but he was transfixed by some spot on the dark blue carpet. "Do you think Sarissa will talk to me?" "Sure, why wouldn't she?" Todd's hand went to his wrinkled short-sleeved shirt. He grabbed the fabric and pulled, stretching it. His fingers drained of all color. "I thought I should leave her alone until this stops." The agitation. Once Caspian fulfilled the maid claim, Sarissa thought everything would be right. After a moment, I said, "Maybe." One of the guards at the silver archway spoke. "Can we help you?" A female replied.
No.
I glanced over my shoulder. An old Wera marched forward, the long skirt of her dress trailing behind her. She had a young Wera on her heels, too, early teens from the look of it. Their dresses matched, both a light blue. In the past, I hadn't seen much of Weras at all. I still didn't, since there were so few, but with Sarissa in charge, they were pretty much allowed to go wherever they pleased. Damn, did werewolves age well. This Wera had to be well into her hundreds, based on what I knew about Wolfbridge's Weras. Hardly a wrinkle marred her skin, but her face was severe. The natural angles were made sharper with her hair pulled back into a tight bun. Her hazel eyes were what gave her age away, though. They were brighter and darker, fathomless. "Can I help you?" I asked. She wasn't stopping, and there was no one else here, unless she was planning on taking the elevator or spiraling staircase up a floor or two. Her cold eyes locked onto Todd. He took a step behind me, and I didn't bother calling him out. Boots pounded the floor, and Corin appeared in the entryway, panting. "Hi, Runen. I told you I'd be happy to assist you."
Run along, cub,
the old Wera said.
I must talk to our moonlight knights.
Corin mouthed the words, "I'm sorry." "Bold for a Wera, aren't you?" I commented. "I thought you were a timid lot, but I guess I should know better, considering Sarissa." Hailey's eyes narrowed. That depth of knowledge, of life, grew until I thought it might swallow me whole. I never had trouble holding anyone's gaze. I was defiant, but it didn't matter now. I had to look away.
We are strong,
she said.
We have to put up with dumb werewolves like you to bear your cubs and raise them.
I'm tethered, I said, but I didn't know why I said it. She had to know.
Doesn't matter. Two of you aren't.
I glanced at the young Wera. She, on the other hand, was a shy little thing, hiding behind her mother's skirt. You should return to your mate, Corin said. Hailey let out a sharp laugh.
Ha! Says the werewolf mated to a human.
But your safety.
I'm already sealed and claimed. What more safety do I need? We are no longer fragile.
Sometimes all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
Precious jewels to be locked away in a chest? Isn't that what our queen proclaimed?
Was this brazen confidence all because of Sarissa? I had to wonder. But it was something else, too. Hailey wasn't just exercising new rights. Her nostrils flared, and she let out a heated breath. She did, I said. And aren't you glad she did? Hailey tisked.
Perhaps, if it would last.
What do you mean? Todd said.
You irresponsible mates. That's what I mean.
You'll need to explain that, I said. Now I was getting impatient. I folded my arms and tried to push away Sarissa's growing agitation. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, throbbing like an open wound. Hell, it was distracting. I tried to send comfort her way, but it got lost in the sea of her need.
You, the Moonlight Knights, supposed protectors and closest advisors of our queen and our kingdom, will doom us all if you impregnate her.
I don't see how, and I'm tethered, I reminded. It could be a problem. Todd stared vacantly at a point just above Hailey's head.
I know you. Our lead technician. You overheard me talking to my Laurel.
She glanced at her cub.
About the mate claim some time ago.
Caspian won't. Hailey laughed darkly. Her cub grabbed her skirt.
It's hard, isn't it? The mate claim, the drive to seal and be sealed. It throws out all logic even for one like you.
I did think about it, but she needs us, Todd murmured. What the fuck is she talking about, Todd? I asked. When he didn't answer, I looked to Corin. Corin cleared his throat. He spoke slowly. Our queen left in a rush for Paws Peak. It's for Moonlight Knight Caspian. He's the last to seal her. I scrubbed my hand down my face. So, Sarissa is pregnant, hypothetically. How's that going to doom us all? She isn't pregnant, Todd said. But if Caspian seals her...
Her body isn't just begging to be sealed. It's demanding cubs,
Hailey said.
A pregnant wearer means no moonlight. All moonlight a wearer has and will absorb on the following moon nights for the 4 months of her pregnancy will go to the cubs inside of her. She won't have a say in the matter.
My jaw dropped. I should have known this, right? Maybe. I was tethered and was never educated on wearers like this, but I felt like I should have known this. I knew about Moonlight, how it and Sarissa being the only cub in her mother's womb attributed to her power, how she was expected to mother a new generation of werewolves, but I swore I didn't know this.
It will leave her powerless,
Hailey said.
We all know this precious piece is teetering on the edge of a cliff. The only thing holding it together is our queen's vast moonlight reserves.
I growled. Why didn't you speak up sooner? She smacked Laurel's hand away from her skirt and growled back.
It wouldn't have made a difference. Even now it won't make a difference unless the Moonlight Knights can take our queen's place.
I'm sorry, Corin said. I should have maybe thought to... our queen is just...
So powerful, yes,
Hailey agreed.
No one would think to consider her moonlight could disappear, not when we've all been enraptured by it. Our queen, our alpha, the moonlight child, but even she is not invincible. If the rapture disappears, there will be chaos among werewolves, not to mention the vampires and humans.
Hailey's cub once again grabbed for her skirt, but Hailey swatted her away again.
You are much too old to be clinging to me like this, cub. Be strong.
She pursed her lips.
This is why a wearer should never lead a pack or a kingdom. It's why a wearer never has.
Another growl ripped out at the entryway. The guard stepped aside as a large werewolf made his way through. His brown eyes were trained on Hailey and Laurel.
Saz,
Hailey said. Her voice fell back a few notches to a much more pleasant volume. It was as if she was afraid to hurt this guy's ears.
You left without a word, he said. Our sons are tearing the house apart. Our queen may have changed the rules, but you're still my mate.
Hailey dipped her chin. The defiance she showed moments ago melted away like butter on a simmering frying pan. Saz grabbed her forearm and yanked. The young wearer grabbed Hailey's skirt and moved forward with her. Easy, I warned.
She won't bother you again,
Saz said. She wasn't bothering us. Hailey placed her hand on top of her mate's. He loosened his grip. I thought I saw red where he had held her, but it faded away quickly if I had.
I said what I wanted to say.
Hailey held Saz's arm when he offered it to her.
I know my place, just like our queen knows hers. It's instinct.
I seriously considered stopping them, but Laurel released her mother's skirt and went to Saz's side. She grasped the back of his shirt instead, and he placed a hand on her back. She smiled brightly. It was the first time she had felt safe since coming here with her mother. Her father smiled back at her.
You coddle her too much,
Hailey said, and she smacked his forearm. Corin saw them out. A happy family, maybe. Content with their lot in life at least, and no desire to change it. Fuck. Will it matter if we say something? I asked. I don't know, Todd said. That old wearer had some valid points. Maybe this will turn out to be a problem. A problem? You mean it could be a catastrophe? This is about more than our little pack, if you say so. I ignored him, closed my eyes, and thought about Sarissa. I mulled over the words I needed to say to her. Maybe there was no stopping this, but she had to know. She'd want to know. Did she already know? A burst of energy hit me. It hit me so hard I almost fell to my knees. Todd did. The silver threads connecting us burned, melted, and reformed. Then they pulled tight and sang out like someone was plucking them all at once. It was total discord, and it got louder, but they wouldn't snap. When they finally quieted, I knew they never would. We were too late. Chapter 20. Caspian. The sun peeked out from above the mountains, bathing the cold, metallic kingdom of Paws Peak in a warm light. It didn't look so hard like this. It didn't feel so hard either. It was still quiet. My brothers helped me manage just fine since Air left. I had nothing to worry about. They were eager to do anything I asked, and they took care of many little problems before I ever needed to step in. They even talked with me just to check in. They almost felt like real brothers after all this time, and they could share the pain of our father's death. My pack wasn't heartless, not at all, but they couldn't relate. None of them loved King Philip. It helped to spend time with some werewolves who did. It was hard to imagine that just a few weeks ago we were at odds with each other. At first, I had attributed this change in them to Sarissa's alpha dominance. While it must have triggered it, the rest was my brothers, and the death of our father.
Almost there, Caspian.
Sarissa's sweet voice filled my head.
Come down to meet us.
On my way. My morning reflections were cut short, but I didn't mind. I had been doing too much reflecting lately. There was no more room for doubt. Sarissa's need clamored inside my body. She kept a lot of it to herself, but I was feeling it too, a need stemming from my own body. My gums ached with the cry for moonlight. I had to actively fight to keep my moonlight reserves dormant, not to mention my aching dick. I turned on my heel and made my way down the hall for the staircase. Dominic was there too, walking in the direction opposite of me. "She's here?" he asked. "I didn't hear the announcement." "No announcement yet, but yes." "Knew it had to be something about Queen Sarissa. You get this look on your face." He joined me when I reached him, matching my pace. "What's she really like, Caspian?" "I don't know. She isn't like anyone or anything else. She's everything." "Well, yeah, we all feel that. I was hoping you could tell me something a little more personal. You know, something that makes her sound more like other wearers instead of a god." "She may as well be a god." I flew down the stairs. Dominic had to rush to keep up with me. When my boots hit the ground floor, energy surged through my soles. When I made it to the foyer, Sarissa and Air had just walked in through the double doors. I didn't stop there. I moved faster, and Dominic let me go. A grin tugged at my lips. For once, it didn't take an immense amount of effort to smile. Sarissa ran, arms outstretched. I caught her and held her like I hadn't seen her in weeks. She reacted much the same, fingers clawing into my back. Gods, and this need. She trembled. I trembled. My lips went to her neck and my core kept threatening to ignite. My teeth grazed her skin. Her hot breath caressed my ear. Then I moved back reluctantly.
"I missed you,"
Sarissa said. "I missed you too." She touched the corners of my mouth.
"And I missed your smile."
Air had his hands in his pants pockets. His head was tilted to the side and his eyes flickered over me, Sarissa, Dominic, and the area in general. "Hey," I said. "Hey yourself," he replied, but he wouldn't meet my eyes. "Get over here." He took a step closer. I had to reach out for him, but I caught him in a one-armed hug as I continued to hold Sarissa with the other. He hesitantly wrapped an arm around me in return. "We're hugging now? Just shut up." He did. I closed my eyes and savored their warmth. My friends, my pack, my world. Their warmth banished the vat of hot tar threatening to drag me down to the abyss where light could never reach. With them, I was safe. With them, I could go on. They'd always be there for me in my heart, and they'd always find a way to physically come back to me. Maybe this time away was good for me, if only to realize that truth. I'm not alone.
"Never,"
Sarissa agreed, though I was pretty sure I had kept the thought to myself.
"Caspian, I need you now. Right now."
Her breaths came quicker, shallower. Her legs shook. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper.
"Please."
The throbbing in my body got worse. "Okay," I said.
"Alone."
Air pulled back. I raised an eyebrow at him, but he just shoved his hands back inside of his pockets. I wondered if he did it to stop himself from fidgeting. "I'll wait here," he said. "Do you need me to do anything?" Dominic asked.
"No,"
Sarissa said briskly. She meant it when she said now. She tugged, moonlight as a reinforcer, and we made our way deeper into the belly of the castle.
"You've been here longer," she said. "You know the place better. Lead the way. Pick a room."
So I did. I took us to the room I'd been staying in, one many floors up with a great view of the kingdom. Sarissa didn't complain about the time it took to walk there, but she didn't say anything either. She was content to hold on to me. Her shaking had subsided some, like the knowledge her need would be sated was enough to extend her patience. The bed was right there, not a wrinkle on the yellow duvet. And I stopped. I stared. Sarissa clung to my side, and the tremors returned. Was I stalling? No. I just didn't know where to start. This was real. This was happening. Would I be any good at it? Would I satisfy her desperate need? Sarissa, don't! She let me go. She stepped forward so her back was facing me. Then she pulled her tunic over her head and unraveled the binding she wore underneath to keep her breasts close to her chest for mobility. She grabbed the thick curls of her hair and draped them over the front of her right shoulder. My eyes followed the curve of her back, the expanse of bronze skin. Then they bounced up to the back of her neck, where 3 bites scarred her skin. Fresh claims.
"Bite me," she
said.
"Why do you hesitate, Caspian?"
I don't know.
"Is it air?"
"What?"
"Is it because of air? Is he the one you want?"
"No, I don't know. I want you, and I want air, somehow. I still wasn't sure what I wanted from air, but I wanted something. I had wanted something for a long time. Friendship? Acceptance, maybe? Whatever it was, he had started giving it to me."
"Then take me,"
Sarissa said.
"Please, I know it's bad timing. I know you've been hurting, but I can't wait. You're with me here."
She wrapped her arms around her chest.
"But I need this physical tie, too. I need it. My body craves you. If you don't want me, break it off now."
She shook and rubbed at her temples.
"It hurts."
"Sarissa." I stepped up behind her and wrapped my arms around her waist, her skin on my palms, my teeth on the back of her neck. "Don't doubt me."
"I don't, in my heart, in my head, but here, in this aching body, I do. I wonder why you haven't taken me yet. I want you. I don't know how else to tell you or show you. I don't know how to break through the wall you've erected. So, tell the truth. Do you want me?"
"Yes. Let me prove it right here, right now. I'm not going to leave you cold again. No more hiding." My body ached, too, unbearably. I released one hand just so I could unearth my rock-solid cock. Gods, it felt good to do it, to be this close to Sarissa's ass. I loosened her breeches and yanked them down as far as I could without moving my teeth from her neck. I gingerly licked the sore scars left behind, doing my best to soothe her. She gasped. "Does it hurt?" I asked.
"No, do it again."
I did, and this time I moved my hand down her stomach to the wiry hairs covering her sex. I held her fast, cupping her. Slick arousal wet my fingers. She moaned. "I don't really have any experience, so—"
"Let instinct guide you, Caspian. No more hiding, remember? Let me in."
And I did. Finally, the niggling doubt of not being wanted went silent. Sarissa's confidence consumed me. Our thoughts, our feelings merged into one. I didn't worry about hiding my insecurities, and it didn't matter anymore. With Sarissa there to reassure me, they were banished so fully it was like they never existed.
"Yes,"
Sarissa breathed.
"This is the power of our pack. This is how we're meant to fit."
For just this moment, there were no secrets between us.
Chapter 21. Sarissa. I turned around in Caspian's grasp, so I was facing him. I grabbed the back of his neck and urged him down to meet my lips. We kissed. I held on to him with one hand, managed to loose my breeches, and dropped my underwear. Then I took his cock with my free hand. He puffed hot air into my mouth.
"Let me take my clothes off,"
he said. I went for the edge of his pants and yanked down to assist him. He leaned away from me to work off his shirt without jabbing me with an elbow. When we were both naked, we went back to kissing. He tasted hot and sweet. We panted in time, our chests expanding and depressing. Sweat shimmered on our skin, and I held him tighter. His hard-on pressed into my stomach as I leaned forward on my tiptoes. Instinctively, I rolled my hips, begging for contact. I burned. I burned as hot as the sun. I felt as bright as it, too, about to explode, and I shared it all with him unfettered. Kisses with tongue turned into bites with anxious teeth. My lips throbbed, but I bit back just as fiercely. Caspian grabbed my hips and forced me to join him, nearly taking me off the ground. Wisps of blue fire caught in my vision. Active moonlight was stirring in both of us. He hit me just right. For a moment, our bodies aligned. I pushed off the ground with my tiptoes and wrapped myself around him. I breathed heavily into his mouth when I felt him at my entrance, sliding against my slick heat. He supported me with a hand under my ass. He kneaded my flesh and growled into my neck, teeth grazing. My skin tingled. Caspian walked us to the bed. When his legs hit the ledge, he bent down. My back brushed the yellow duvet, but I held on to him like tied ropes.
Let go, Sarissa,
he whispered into my skin. I tried to do what he asked, but it was hard. My limbs ached when I loosened my death grip and fell back onto the bouncy mattress. For a moment, it was cold. I shivered like Caspian was my only heat source, but he didn't leave me cold for long. He crawled over me, big and imposing. His muscles bulged. Moonlight accentuated the sapphire flecks in his dark eyes. His canines grew and emitted that same blue. The sight knocked the breath out of my lungs. The intense drive of his need, matching my own, proving he wanted me just as much, made my pussy pulse.
Need you,
he gritted out. Me too. I reached up, tangling my hands in the curls of his short black hair. His black skin seemed to radiate blue underneath the surface. It was all blue until it grew almost white-hot. He reached down and kissed me. He lowered his body against mine as far as he could while still supporting most of his weight. My hips rocked up to meet him, to find our alignment, and he licked the dip in my neck. Slow, sensual, I took in a shuddering gasp. My heart nearly burst with his feelings for me. Both of our heads were too jumbled to form words between us, thoughts or spoken, but our feelings ran free. He wanted me. He really wanted me. My chest almost hurt with the swell of my heart. Piece by piece, I was becoming whole. More than whole. I had never been broken, but now I was more. When Caspian sealed me, I'd be even more than that. We'd be more. I wanted to protest when Caspian pulled back, but he dove back in, mouth on my chest. Wet. Hot. So wet and hot. I was making delirious noises, small grunts, whispered moans. He tentatively licked my breasts, focusing on my nipples, coaxing them to hard points. My chest bobbed up and down with each breath I took. My breasts quivered. I yelped and held him tighter when he took a nipple into his mouth and gently bit down. My body pulsed with a small release, but then the tension came back that much stronger. My hips became wild things with a mind of their own, squirming, bucking, anything to hit that peak and release again. Caspian, I begged. He groaned when our hips met, when he slid down the arousal covering my sex, my thighs.
Let me taste you first.
He traced down the center line of my body with his tongue. He grazed my belly button and my stomach flipped. Then he reached the apex, the point in between my legs. A flick of his tongue made me scream. My senses were heightened. Any touch he made was almost too much. My body coped by sending another series of pulses. It was sweet relief for a moment, but it wasn't what my body wanted. The tension came back again, even worse. My muscles locked up. Caspian licked again, this time long and slow, riding all the way up to that bit of especially sensitive flesh. Stars exploded in my vision. Everything went black, and then that faded away into white. Blotches of color introduced themselves next. I thought I might pass out if this continued. I can't wait anymore, I said between gasps. I can't take any more. Now, Caspian, seal me now. Fulfill the mate claim. He kissed me silent. I could taste myself on his lips, more wet, more sweet, erotic. Then he turned me around so my front was pressed into the bed. He held himself up on hands and knees. I followed, fitting snugly underneath him. He lifted a hand, wrapped it around my chest, and fondled my breasts, one at a time. He worked his hips, inch by inch. I was surprised at my patience. I was tempted to grab him, to sit on his lap, to take what I needed. But it wouldn't have been complete without his bite. I needed all of it. I needed him to take the lead. If he wanted to take me at an agonizingly slow pace, I had to let him. Right now, all power was his. Then he was inside me. My body pulsed again, another release just to be replaced by more tension. His cock was hard, swollen, so big. He filled me up and stretched my insides. Our bodies rocked together, slow and smooth. Still he didn't bite me. Still he hadn't come.
Gods,
he gasped.
How can you feel this good?
How can you have so much self-control? I asked. But then I decided I didn't mind it. Not one bit. This slow build-up was a different kind of good. All of my mates were so different.
I'm just trying to savor every moment with you.
He breathed. He rocked his hips again, a little harder this time. Our bodies were flush. I loved his skin covering mine like a blanket. One moment he was breathing in my ear, then down my neck. Rounds of shivers lit my body up one at a time. You say that like you won't have me again, I said.
Not like this. I only get to seal you once.
The next time is better anyway. And the time after that. He chuckled. Then he picked up the pace, in and out, never fully leaving my body, burying himself as deep as he could go, hitting some point of ecstasy hidden inside of me. I panted faster, shallower with each thrust. His heart beat double time into my back. Our bodies made a wet smacking sound each time he thrust. My flesh twinged, but I wanted more. Harder, I said. He obliged. Blue moonlight eclipsed both of us, reinforcing our bodies for intense love-making. The bed groaned underneath us. It slammed into the wall and screeched. The metal frame bent and it dented the wall. Sparks jumped from the point of contact. I screamed. My vision blinked in and out. The back of my neck burned and blood trickled down. Caspian had my hair in hand and had finally bitten me. He sunk his teeth down, deeper than any of my mates had gone before. I felt it in my bones. The moonlight in his teeth fused with every fiber of my being, catching bits of the claims left by my other mates, tying them together and changing my body at the most fundamental level. Fire roiled in my belly. Caspian's cum. It leaked out in waves from where our bodies were joined. Blood would follow soon after. It was all so hot. Slowly, Caspian removed his teeth from my flesh. I whimpered. My arms shook with barely enough strength to continue holding me up as he licked the area over and over. He stayed buried inside of me, a comforting warmth as he shivered against me. As soon as he pulled away, the fire would rip free.
Are you ready?
He asked. Yes. Carefully, between grunts and micro shakes of his own, Caspian freed me from underneath him. As soon as he left my body, the fire roared with a vengeance. It seared every piece of me, sealing my body's change once and for all. Blood gushed between my legs. It was worse than every time before. Caspian, I couldn't hold myself up anymore. I dropped onto my stomach and tilted my head to the side so I could breathe. My mate gently rolled me over and scooped me in his arms. I curled into him as he rested on his spread-wide knees. The pain was bearable with him holding me. Just barely. He pressed his forehead to mine, and that helped, too. His skin was cool compared to the fire running through my veins.
Sarissa.
Roderick's voice echoed in my head.
Caspian, it's done, isn't it? You don't sound happy about that.
Caspian said.
It's not that. I didn't realize weras lose all of their moonlight when pregnant.
Caspian held me tighter. He moved the hairs sticking to my face and kissed my forehead. My eyelids fluttered.
Maybe that doesn't apply to Sarissa. Do you really think that?
Caspian grimaced.
I don't know. To be safe, maybe we should hold off on anything else for a while. The sealing was unavoidable. I tried to. Sarissa needed it. I needed it. We all needed it. But now we can... I think it might be too late for abstinence based on what this old Wera lectured me and taught about. I don't think it's just been about sealing. Sarissa found 4 potential mates, chose 4 mates. At first things weren't this intense, remember?
I remember, I said. My brain had cleared enough to join the conversation. My body continued to ache in unimaginable ways, but my drive for sealing, for sex, was finally satisfied. I had this strange notion that it would be for some time now. It was instinct talking.
This, Sarissa running off for you to seal her as soon as possible, was joined with another need.
Roderick said. Todd joined, his thoughts as quiet as a whisper.
We think Sarissa's body is ready for cubs. Demanding cubs. It's common for that to happen soon after sealing, but since there are 4 of us...
Caspian rubbed his temples.
Cubs. We knew this was a distinct possibility. We'll make it work. I'd agree if the stability of Wolfbridge and Paws Peak wasn't dependent on Sarissa's moonlight.
Roderick said.
Sarissa, can you still access your moonlight?
I'm sure I can. You're all worrying too much. Everything will be fine as long as we're together. I closed my eyes and searched for that dormant pool of moonlight resting in my core.
Something's wrong,
Air interjected.
Now you decide to join us?
Caspian asked. A howl echoed all throughout the castle. It was quiet at first, like a hole somewhere had let in a leak of air, but it grew more powerful. Someone was amplifying it with moonlight. It was a challenge, and the werewolf responsible wanted me to hear it. Chapter 22. Sarissa. Caspian and I had just made it back into the castle foyer when several werewolves activated their moonlight. Blue lit up the room and turned yellow banners green. Most of Caspian's brothers were present, standing at Air's side. They faced the first 3 werewolves I had met outside of my woods. I was dumbstruck. I shouldn't have been shocked, perhaps. Lear, Den, and Nash hadn't treated me well before when they took me to Paws Peak as a prisoner. But this was different. No one had had the balls to question my authority so boldly. Zeke didn't count. He had been intoxicated. These 3 were sober. What is the meaning of this? I demanded. My body was still quivering with the aftershocks of the sealing. Blood painted my thighs, but no one could see that immediately through my clothes. Though the blood was seeping through as angry red blotches, there was no time to clean up properly. Caspian tensed at my side. He activated his moonlight as well. He glanced at the double doors, but they remained closed. I hoped that meant Lear, Den, and Nash were all we had to deal with. I closed my eyes and dug deep into my core, searching layer upon layer. My reserves were there. I could feel them like cold waters trapped under a thick slab of ice. I couldn't crack the ice. Why couldn't I access my moonlight? It was as if it had been sealed off from me with an unbreakable lock and no key. This is nothing. It isn't a problem, I told myself, and I made sure to keep the thought to myself. After opening my eyes, I gave a well-placed glare. Lear eyed me warily. That's right, Lear. I'm just biding my time.
Answer your queen,
Caspian growled.
We're just a little unclear as to why our queen insists on calling that mongrel and the other one who isn't here her mate.
Lear flicked his burning yellow-eyed gaze to Air. His wolf was ready to rip free, and he wanted my Air.
He's tethered. Treat him like it.
I growled.
Watch your tongue,
Alexander said. He, Edward, and Dominic stepped forward with teeth bared. I stared at them with wide eyes. It was still a shock to see Caspian's brothers like this, on our side like this. They had changed a great deal, and I could say I was happy to see them. Caspian's brothers accepted my rule. They seemed to thrive on it, and they even defended it without my command. Air's thread hummed.
I don't know what to think of them like this. I didn't even tell them to do anything. They just gathered around me, ready to fight, even though I'm tethered.
He let his thoughts sit between me and Caspian. I could feel the rush of relief that steadied Caspian's heart rate. "You're one of their alphas," I thought in return. Then I cleared my throat and spoke aloud. "And I suppose you would have me treat humans the same way, Lear? As meat?" I tried to find those threads of pack, that intricate web I had constructed when I took my place as the alpha of alphas, but I couldn't find it. The threads tying me to my mates were brighter than ever, stronger, but the rest had fallen away. The farther I tried to dig, the darker and emptier it became. It had to be there. I had tugged on Lear's thread before like a leash. Where was it?
"I'm only looking out for your well-being, my queen. A tethered can't be powerful enough to protect you,"
Lear said. Nash and Den chuckled at his side. "I need no protection," I said. "I'm your alpha. I'm the strongest werewolf in existence." Lear's lips upturned. His wolf was in his teeth, too.
"I don't feel your dominance anymore, Wera."
"Sarissa." All of my mates' voices combined into one. Their concern radiated through me. "I can't access my moonlight," I admitted to them alone. Lear ripped through his clothes in the form of a big brown wolf. Den and Nash followed, gray and blonde. Their jaws snapped in time with Lear. Claws clicked against metallic flooring, and then air was shifting into his pure white wolf, followed by Caspian's brothers in dark speckled whites. Shreds of clothing littered the ground as the two sides clashed and conglomerated into one huge wash of blue. It was like being underwater. I couldn't see much beyond a watery blur. My eyes were slow. My vision wasn't as sharp. I tried again to call my moonlight, more out of habit than anything, because I knew before I hit that icy lock once again that I couldn't access my power. Den broke out of the fray and came my way, but Caspian was ready for him. Moonlight flared as he caught Den's jaw in his hands. He opened them wider than they were meant to go, and something cracked. He roared in Den's face, more like a bear than a wolf, and twisted his body around in one elegant motion. Then he smashed Den into the castle floor with a resounding crack. I had given Caspian a good portion of my moonlight when I left him in charge of Paws Peak. It put Den out cold. He might have even broken his body into pieces. A bloody bone protruded from his balding right foreleg. His moonlight form melted away, leaving him a bloody white mess of skin.
"Enough!"
Caspian bellowed.
"Back down before I maim you all."
His words carried power. It made me shrink inside of myself. I even thought to cower like a submissive. I found the ties I was looking for, but they were all pointing to Caspian. Instinct told me he was my alpha, that he was the strongest, that he could protect me. I shook my head. Everyone in the room froze in place and hung their heads low, except for Air. He was a central point in this web, too. Roderick, Todd, they were below Caspian, but part of his inner circle. I didn't exist there anymore. My position was invisible. Without moonlight, I didn't have a rank.
"Shift back,"
Caspian commanded. The werewolves in their moonlight forms listened without question. They reclaimed their base forms and turned off their moonlight. Shadows crept in from all around the foyer. The bright yellows seemed dulled compared to the white-hot moonlight that had been blazing moments before. Lear and Nash wouldn't look up from the floor. Some well-placed dominance was all it took. A great amount of moonlight was all it took. It didn't matter who it was. It was werewolf instinct to follow the one who held the most power.
"Edward, Dominic, Alexander, take them to the dungeon to cool their heads,"
Caspian ordered.
"Right away."
They stepped behind the traitors. One picked up Den and forced them forward, using moonlight as an extra deterrent. I thought the traitors would keep their heads down, but Lear glared my way. The defiance sent shivers down my spine. He was going quietly because he didn't have a choice, but he didn't support any of this. If he could obtain the power to take charge, he would. How many werewolves would?
Give them some clothes after a while, too,
Caspian called.
You should let them freeze their asses off in that icebox of a dungeon,
Air said.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Air didn't meet Caspian's gaze. He took my hand.
Sarissa, you look like you've just seen a ghost, and your hands are cold. Are you okay?
Caspian asked again, but it was for me this time. No. I squeezed Air's hand as hard as I could. My moonlight, I know it's there, but it's locked away. I can't access it. No matter how hard I try, it's just out of reach. Once again, I found myself powerless. How was that possible? It wasn't fair. Gods. And I hurt. I was still bleeding a little. My legs wobbled. Old blood drying on my breeches made them stiff. In some ways, I was the most powerful werewolf in this world. In others, I was as weak as any were. Moonlight was what made all the difference. Without moonlight, I was nothing. Tears pricked my eyes and my chest heaved.
Hey.
Caspian wiped away the first tear to fall.
What's wrong?
It's like Roderick said. These werewolves were only doing what I said because of my power, but now I don't have any. What have I done?
I'm holding a lot of your moonlight right now,
Caspian said.
You made sure I'd have enough to keep everyone in line if I needed to, with force. Well, it works. You saw. It's going to be okay. We'll work this out.
But why is this happening? I asked. You sealed me. Fulfilling the mate claim locked away my moonlight? Caspian wiped away another tear that escaped my eye. Air moved closer, so he was pressed into my side. He quickly surveyed the room to make sure we were alone. I understood why. We didn't need anyone listening in on this conversation. It could make things worse. I gritted my teeth and more tears fell. Last time I was powerless. I almost got sealed to a lecherous prince who...
Sarissa.
Caspian caught my face. He caught my eyes, too. Though I wanted to look away, he wouldn't let me. I saw the power in him. The moonlight I could no longer use at will.
You have us. Lean on us. We're here for you. We're not going to let everything you've worked for fall apart just like that.
He sighed.
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking clearly when I sealed you. I knew... Part of why I resisted so much before was because I could feel this power balance shifting. Because getting you pregnant would...
He swallowed.
Change things.
I hooked my fingers around his wrists and let out a pitiful hiccup. I didn't give you much of a choice. I don't understand, though. Does this mean I'm really... I had read something about this in Alana's journal. She said all of her moonlight was going to me, her unborn cub. My eyes dipped. Caspian released my face, and I gently rubbed my stomach. It all seemed so sudden.
A were having 4 mates is unheard of, right?
Air said.
And your body insisted on all 4 of us.
He shrugged.
Hell, I don't know.
Gods, for the first time in days my head is clear, I said. And this is so bad. You have a lot of my moonlight now, Caspian, but how long are Weras pregnant for?
4 months.
4 full moons? How will you keep enough moonlight during that time if moonlight is the only thing keeping the peace? How will we convince werewolves who don't want peace not to slaughter the innocent? Free will? Do we all deserve it? For so long I've been searching for freedom. I took it away from all these werewolves. Now they're taking it back, and I don't want them to. I can't allow these monsters to hurt the ones I love.
Sarissa.
Caspian placed his hands on my shoulders.
Calm down.
But what if everything falls apart before the Unity of Prime Conference? At least once, all 3 species need to eat together as equals, to discuss the fate of this broken world as equals. It's important. I know it's important. We're on the verge of something. I swear we are.
It'll happen. You don't control vampires or humans, but they've agreed to this too. Remember that. That wasn't because of moonlight, Sarissa. That was because of you. No, it was still because of moonlight. It was because of Sarissa's power as the moonlight child, Air murmured. He stared at his nails, digging underneath each one methodically. I didn't need his thread to know he was stressed. You're not helping. Then I'll help now. Air touched Caspian's shoulder and closed his eyes. Nothing happened at first. Caspian just blinked at him. Gods, come here. Air grabbed the back of Caspian's neck and pressed their foreheads together. They closed their eyes as soft blue tendrils leaked out from Air's body and sunk into Caspian's skin, brighter and brighter. Caspian's hand hovered over Air's waist. Caspian's eyes snapped open. Enough. You gave me enough. You have to keep some for yourself or you won't be able to fend off werewolf assholes who don't like your rank. He grabbed Air's hand and pried his fingers off the back of his neck. Air let him and turned to me. Caspian should stand in as alpha. Agreed, Sarissa? Yes. I think that's best. If you can handle it, Caspian. I can. He rubbed the back of his neck. I will. I'm sorry I've been a burden. You can count on me, though, I swear it. You're no burden. You've been working as hard as the rest of us, and you've been fighting grief, pain. You're strong. You've never let us down. When it counts, anyway, Air said. You did run off to fight a hard school bull all by yourself that one time when we were in Howling Sky. I smiled. No one's perfect. Caspian forced a laugh. I'll do better, and... Air, find some fucking clothes already. Why? Why else? Caspian raised an eyebrow. Modesty? Air scoffed. You've seen me naked how many times before? Hell, we had a fuck session with Sarissa together, all three of us. Caspian muttered something under his breath that sounded like, yeah, but anyone could walk in on us right now. I thought modesty only applied to me anyway, I chimed. Air growled. Only with anyone who isn't in our pack, Sarissa. He licked my neck over and over, focusing on my raw bites. It coaxed a laugh out of me and chased away some of the tightness in my chest. It soothed some of the pain racking my body. You can be naked in front of me however much you like. He grabbed my thigh and forced me against him. He was hard for me. Maybe he was hard for Caspian, too. I don't think I'm up for anything too crazy right now, I whispered against his mouth. He kissed me, but he let me go after that. You've all been quiet. What happened? Roderick spoke through our link. You heard Sarissa can't access her moonlight. It's like you said. Caspian replied. But it's fine. My moonlight seems to be enough to keep things running the way they have been. I can feel the faint ties to Wolfbridge, too. It's brighter than before. Like Sarissa gave me her place as alpha. But I don't have as much moonlight as she did. I might need to borrow some more from you and Todd. Does that mean we're having cubs? Todd asked. Caspian's and Air's eyes dropped to my stomach. Caspian grabbed the left side of my waist and Air grabbed the right. I hugged them fiercely. I think it does, I said. For the first time in weeks, my body is satisfied. When I let Caspian and Air go, I saw a gleam in their eyes. A nervous smile tried to fight its way onto Air's lips. A broad grin took Caspian's. Cubs, he explained. Various feelings passed between my mates, but it settled into one emotion shared by all of us. An anxious warmth.
Chapter 23. Caspian. Everyone's been gathered, my liege. I didn't say anything at first. I gave Henry a once-over, noting how he couldn't look me in the eye anymore. My liege was new, too. This ancient werewolf power, all of this damn moonlight, and these once-diluted pack instincts were nothing to trifle with. But here we were, about to take a risk in more ways than one. I led the way out onto the main castle balcony overlooking all of Paws Peak with Sarissa and Air on my heels. The sun was setting, bathing the kingdom in a red I had grown used to. Cameras were hastily mounted to capture footage of us for the hastily mounted screens on the castle walls below. The streets were filled with werewolves and humans. Thanks to the invisible threads tying me to all of these werewolves, I had an easy time picking out which of the two main bodies belonged to werewolves. Unsurprisingly, humans were reluctant to mingle with the werewolves who were allowed and encouraged to be man-eaters just over a week ago. I couldn't blame them, but their tolerance was admirable. Without Dirk, things wouldn't have progressed this far. I like to think that Air and Roderick, simply being them, helped too. I took a breath. It was time to be what I was bred for and then denied. I had been a prince of Wolfbridge. Now I was as good as a king. For Sarissa's sake, for the sake of everyone in my pack, I would do this. Microphone? One of the Paws Peak tech werewolves held out the device that could be easily pinned to the lapel of the pearly white suit I wore. I held up my hand. No need. I noticed the way his eyes drifted to Sarissa, like he wanted her to give him the final say. She gave a quick nod of her head. Good, I told myself. Good. After resting my hands atop the balustrade, I dug deep into my moonlight reserves. My core ignited. I had to conserve it, so precise amounts were necessary. I guided a small trickle to my vocal cords, then I spoke. Denizens of Paws Peak, on behalf of our queen, I want to thank you all for your patience and for working with us on these big changes ahead. We're fighting for you as werewolves, as humans too. We're working for your safety and your freedom. I know many of us haven't seen eye to eye, but I think we can all agree on one thing. Our queen. I held out my hand and Sarissa stepped forward. The cameras trained on her to give the kingdom a good view. We all believe in her power. Many of us have seen it firsthand. The rest of us have felt it or seen the results of it. As the Prime War continues, our world gets smaller and smaller. But Sarissa has offered us a different path to follow. With her, we can take our lives back. We can prosper again instead of grasping at a dwindling existence doomed to fall to extinction. Do you feel it? I closed my eyes for a moment, just to lightly tug on the vast mystical network tying me to all of these werewolves as the highest-ranked alpha. I tried to push my feelings, to share my own belief in Sarissa, using the way I communicated with my pack as a guideline. The threads became more substantial. Instead of invisible, they took on a blue tint in my mind's eye. It came from me. It was active moonlight, a light trickle. I pushed a little more. A chant broke out. When I opened my eyes, most of the crowd, extending all throughout the streets below, was cheering, "Queen Sarissa, World Uniter!" Air let out a breath from behind me. I was sure he was jumping out of his skin, though he wasn't sharing his emotions. I imagined him with arms folded, tapping his fingers against his skin, but I didn't look back to confirm it. I took Sarissa's waist. She was stiff but quickly relaxed.
"It's working," she said. "Maybe this connection isn't so tenuous after all."
I cut off the moonlight, amplifying my voice. "You inspire them. You've given them hope for the first time in their lives, and your power hasn't completely disappeared.
They sense it coursing through your veins."
After nodding, I activated my moonlight again, letting it envelop my vocal cords in a cold liquid grip. "I have good news!" The cheers stopped. The crowd waited on bated breaths. The humans, too. Many of them had even been cheering. "Your queen is your protector. We, the Moonlight Knights, are your protectors. When we pass on one day, we'll leave our roles to others." I placed a hand on Sarissa's stomach. She was wearing a sunny summer dress. The fabric was soft and light, hardly a barrier between her skin and mine. It sent a thrill through me, a shot like electricity traveling down my spine. Her stomach was flat. It didn't look any different, but I could feel it. Sarissa's satisfaction, the calm, the instincts to lie low for a while, the promise of cubs. I felt it all. I sure as hell wasn't ready for cubs, but the excitement, the wonder, outweighed the fear. "In 4 months, we'll have our first royal cubs. Cheers exploded. They were louder than before. Though I wasn't as intimately connected to these werewolves, their joy radiated through me, from the outside, from the inside. It was everywhere. It filled the air. Sarissa smiled. Air came forward and took her hand. I took her other hand. Together, we raised our hands high. I didn't think the cheering could get any louder, but I was wrong. I dug in deep and flashed the crowd with a wave of energizing moonlight. It came naturally. Apparently, seeing Sarissa do it a handful of times was all I needed to do it myself. No, it was because I sealed her. It changed her, but it also changed me. It changed all of us. We were one. For the time being, we will return to Wolfbridge. At our queen's request, I will stand in as the alpha in charge. Sarissa nodded. The former princess of Wolfbridge and Dirk will run things here. Should you need anything, go to them. Communication between Paws Peak and Wolfbridge is possible in real time thanks to our tech genius Todd and a Crimson Caves vampire named Jocelyn. The Heart now produces a tech field that spans all of the Goodlands. We have a truce with the vampires and the people from Freedom. A treaty talk will take place on the next full moon, so rest easy. Work hard. We're on the verge of a brand new world. Finally, I let my moonlight fall dormant. Sarissa waved, the crowd cheered again, and then we turned our backs. Once the balcony doors were closed to drown out the sound, Air turned on me. He said, "There he is." "What?" I asked. "The idealistic cub. He's back. You used to give me speeches like that all the time." "I did not."
"He couldn't have," Sarissa said. "Neither of you knew me back then."
She wore a satisfied smirk. Her lips were curved just so. It seemed she was quite pleased with herself. "It was close enough," Air insisted. "And even after that, when you tethered me, when you formed Phantom Fangs, you were born to lead. Finally, you're taking your place as a king." "That's funny, Air. Sarissa's still the queen. I'm just standing in for her. My point." Sarissa giggled. She grabbed both of our arms and yanked, smooshing us together.
"I love you," she said. "I love all of you."
Todd and Roderick sent warmth back. I stole Sarissa away. I grabbed her waist and lifted her into the air. "See? Everything is going to work out."
"As long as we're together,"
she said. I set her down and wrapped an arm around Air. "Smile," he said. "I am smiling. Bigger." Air's smile grew sinister. His lip curled up to show his canines. He wiggled out of my grip, wrapped an arm around my neck, and rubbed his knuckles against my skull. I didn't let him do it for long. I kicked out his legs from underneath him, and we both tumbled to the hard floor. "Gods, get off me! You're fucking crushing me, fat ass! You started it, and how do you expect me to do that when you won't let me go?" I stayed right where I was, pinning him underneath me. His arm was still hooked around my neck. Our noses almost touched. My mind went blank. Air's body was flush against mine. I wasn't holding my weight up at all. Heat flashed through me when Air moved. I was acutely aware of his hips aligned with mine, of the undeniable hardness. Air hooked his arm from around my neck. "No excuse now. Get off!" I did. I got up and held out my hand to him. Sarissa stood on the sidelines, shifting her eyes between me and Air. He hesitated, but Air did eventually take my hand. When he was on his feet, he plastered a hand to the side of my face and turned my head away. "Don't look at me like that." Then he quickly stepped back, past Sarissa and out of the room. "I'm ready to leave when you both are. Meet me outside the castle." Then he was just gone. I stared after him for a moment, trying to process what just happened.
"Caspian?"
Sarissa drifted to my side, hands clasped behind her back.
"I thought you and Air had things figured out."
Not really."
"You kissed him back, didn't you?"
"I did." She raised an eyebrow at me like this wasn't at all as complicated as the two of us were making it out to be. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was. "Let's go," I said. "Back to Wolfbridge. We have good news to share."
Sarissa. The first thing we did when we returned to Wolfbridge was repeat what we had done in Paws Peak. The kingdom's denizens flooded the streets. Caspian was our spokesperson. And, like Paws Peak, the crowd's reaction was much the same. They were still cheering by the time we had retreated inside of Wolfbridge Castle. I was about to signal for the guards to go ahead but Caspian did it for me. It was just as well. I supposed I didn't have any power to back up my commands anymore. The werewolves especially seemed happy to receive the news of my pregnancy and a future with royal cubs. I didn't think I'd be ignored if I made a request for myself and my comfort, but I had lost my role as alpha. I was the pretty little Wera meant to be locked away like a valuable jewel, like so many thought I was always meant to be. I hoped I wasn't wrong to want my pack together, but I couldn't stand having them so far away from me. Paws Peak would have to hold out with Caspian's brothers and Dirk at the forefront.
Sarissa?
Todd stopped walking in the middle of one of the long halls. The rest of us followed his example and looked back at him. Todd, I said.
You don't have to pretend with us.
My lips twitched.
I'm sorry,
he said. Why? Sorry for what?
This entire situation.
I'm not.
But you're having a hard time with it and you insist on suffering alone. I thought we were past this.
Roderick, Air, and Caspian gave me looks. Their eyes were like sunbeams burning my skin, but there was no shade to hide in. I wondered if this is what vampires felt daily. Todd hugged me. He wrapped his arms around me and squeezed. A puff of air escaped my lips. My eyes stung, and I let my mates feel what I was feeling. The knots in my stomach, the tightness in my chest, the stinging in my eyes, the sense of satisfaction, too. I was a mess of conflicting emotions. Warmth surrounded me as all of my mates touched me, hugged me, kissed me. A part of me was truly happy. They were everything I wanted, the pack I had dreamed of. The other part of me loathed being powerless. If there was one thing in this world I hated more than anything, it was being weak. Because if I had power, I had freedom. No one could tell me otherwise. No one could force otherwise. I couldn't protect my pack anymore. My pack has to protect me.
We're happy to,
Roderick growled.
Besides, little fighter, it's not forever. Your moonlight will obey your will again after the cubs are born, right? That's right,
Caspian said.
So, for a little while at least, leave the big things to us,
Air said. I hugged my mates. I tried to wrap my arms around all of them, though that was impossible. It felt good to be so close, to have the heat of their bodies mingle with my own, to get flashes of their emotions, to hear bits of their wandering thoughts. Todd, Roderick, give Caspian as much of your moonlight as you can spare, I said. We need to make sure he has enough to deal with any problems that might arise. It seems werewolves respond best to a single leader, the alpha. Beyond that, there seems to be a certain threshold of moonlight that must be met in order to send out large waves of dominance. With at least that much moonlight always available to Caspian, I'm hoping we'll be able to avoid any real fights.
Agreed.
Caspian pulled away. One by one, all of my mates did. Roderick and Todd each clasped one of Caspian's hands, and all three closed their eyes. Blue drifted from them and into Caspian. The power radiated through me, along with the knowledge that this werewolf was much stronger than me. It was a crippling instinct that said Caspian was my alpha. With alphas, with the mate claim, with breeding and everything else in their lives, werewolves were bound by their instincts. As much as I hated to admit it, it seemed the same was true for me. Even if I had known for a fact that this would have happened after Caspian sealed me, I would have likely done the same thing. My body hadn't taken no for an answer. So I understood. I understood why things were going so smoothly. We were wired for survival. Vampires and humans weren't exactly the same. I could see that much. But even they were fighting for their survival. Evie, Merrick, they understood we had to work together and put past differences aside or they wouldn't survive. But in the end, I had to wonder, would we really have peace? I blinked. bringing my surroundings back into focus when a hand touched my stomach. Todd? He stared intently, not even breaking away to meet my gaze.
Are cubs really growing in there?
Yes, I think so.
When do weras start to show?
Roderick asked.
Sorry to interrupt.
Corin was down the hall. His boots made hardly a sound on the dark blue carpet as he made his way to us.
A wera named Hailey wants to see you. I had her wait in the foyer since she sort of caused a scene last time.
Roderick groaned.
What does the damn crone want this time? She wants to see the queen.
Chapter 24. Sarissa. You wanted to see me alone? I asked. My mates were reluctant to allow it, but Caspian stepped in for me. He assured everyone it would be fine, since I wanted to oblige this old wera. Besides, they agreed that one of them would be at my beck and call at all times. Todd waited outside my royal chambers. My queen, I'm honored to have been invited into your private place. The old wera gave an elegant curtsy, holding up her skirt just so. She was beautiful as ever, but her hazel eyes gave her away. They didn't have the depths Babaga's had, since she was truly ancient. But this wera had seen much more than I had, that much I was sure. I raised an eyebrow at her, but I didn't comment. I settled my gaze on her timid daughter, peeking out from behind her mother. I wondered if she was scared of me. Such quirky responses. What was it like to grow up in the Witch Woods? I frowned. You want to talk about my time in Babaga's woods? Well, I'm sure it's a fascinating story. You're the Moonlight Child, and yet you would have turned out so differently had you been raised like any other wera. From Wolf Bridge, from Paws Peak, from Howling Sky if it still existed. We were all similar enough. No offense, Hailey, but I'm glad I wasn't raised as a wera. I glared. The old wera continued. I thought you might have questions about your current situation. What do you mean? Your sealing, pregnancy, cubs, things I know well but you have no experience with. I wish to assist you, my queen. Despite what you think, being a wera in Wolf Bridge wasn't all bad. No, it wasn't bad at all. Say what you mean. I hope your changes don't ruin us. Even if you had a cozy life here, the world was crumbling around you. Didn't you see it? You don't know that. Wolf Bridge was strong enough. We would have survived. She dipped her head and curtsied again. Forgive me. I would never have dreamed of saying such things to you when you were brimming with moonlight. Keep your mates close. Where is your mate? I asked. I was almost certain she had one. Currently, he and my sons are working in the fields alongside humans at your request. I imagine you asked because you assume it isn't often my daughter and I leave the safety of our home unattended, which is true. However, unlike you, we can access our moonlight. Her eyes lit up bright blue, proving her point. I suddenly felt tired. It hit me like a downpour. I sat on the edge of my bed and held my hand out to a couple of chairs. Have a seat if you like. Hailey accepted with a nod of her head and pulled her daughter along. When they were seated and Hailey's ankles were crossed, the old wera spoke again. Fatigue is normal. You'll need much more sleep than usual. Regardless of the number of cubs growing inside of you, your body is working hard. And my cubs are taking all of my moonlight. I remembered the words of Alana, the words she wrote for me in her journal. I wasn't entirely clueless, but clueless enough. Yes, they are. Because of the amount of moonlight you hold, your cubs will be exemplary. They will be stronger than any other werewolf, even if you are growing 10. They will have at least 4 full moons to process all the moonlight you can hold.
4 times you will empty and fill to the height of your power. This will determine the amount of moonlight your cubs will be able to store. My jaw dropped. That was a lot of moonlight. I hadn't thought about it to this degree, about the value I had to werewolves as a breeder. Alana was right. Any cubs I produced would bring about generations of werewolves unlike any seen before. Male or female, they would be powerful alphas. If the world was bigger, they would undoubtedly form packs of their own. Yes, such power, well, it's nearly as unimaginable as your own. And yet here you are, at the end of the world. You've given werewolves something we had almost lost. Hope. Hope for werewolves to rule the world? Yes, for some. For others, it simply means a future that doesn't include our extinction. My eyelids were heavy. I wanted to lie down, rest my head on my pillow and sleep. It's not just your moonlight at work, my queen. Your body will be doing plenty as well. It takes more than moonlight to grow cubs. Once they're born, you'll hardly leave your den because they'll want to eat constantly. Drink plenty of water, eat well, and rest. Leave the affairs of your kingdoms to the moonlight nights. Prince Caspian, Vicast of Wolfbridge, is alpha now, king, as he should have been after he killed his father. And I accept my pre-assigned fate as a breeder and feeding trough? I growled. A mother. Hailey patted her daughter's thigh and then straightened her skirt. Werewolves were built to lead, to protect. Weras were built to nurture. My Laurel knows that very well. I bared my teeth. I was built to protect. As soon as my cubs are born, I will be alpha again. No one will tell me what I can and cannot do. With how much sleep my body craved, I wondered if I had transformed into a grizzly bear, fighting torpor. I was disconnected from the world around me. I floated like a ghost down the castle halls as I made my way toward the royal armory. Aside from the silver threads connecting me to my pack, I had been cut off from the network of werewolves I had grown used to feeling under my skin. Beyond the daily reports I requested, I mostly stayed out of kingdom affairs. I talked to Evie once in a while, thanks to the Heart Field. Roderick took care of relations with Merrick and the humans from Freedom. Paws Peak and Wolf Bridge were sort of merging together. We didn't tell anyone outside of our kingdoms about me, though. So far we got away with it, but everything would be shared on the fast-approaching full moon. I needed to tell my mates about Evie's scamp, but I couldn't figure out the right time or way to do it. I couldn't protect him or Evie like this. I needed to be sure my mates would do it in my place if the situation called for it. And I wasn't. On the last full moon, I attended the full moon banquet with my mates. Our intention was change, and the Alpha Challenge took place. Then I became a queen, even though I didn't know the first thing about it. I became the alpha everyone looked to for guidance. I had been resistant at first, but I came into that power naturally, like I had been born to lead. Truthfully, I didn't mind Caspian at the head now. That had been our original plan, and he was doing well as far as I could tell. Days passed without incident. No, I didn't care one bit about ruling. I just wanted to be an equal and have the freedom to choose my own path. I wanted to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, right the wrongs of this backward world, and be a hero like Garstrauda. When I passed my hand to one of the new handprint locks Todd had designed for restricted areas of the castle, Hailey's words echoed in my head. Werewolves were built to lead, to protect, whereas were built to nurture. Light bathed the royal armory as I stepped inside, and the door closed automatically behind me. The first thing I saw was the hard skull sword I had forged with my mates mounted on the wall ahead of me. Perhaps my Garstrauda wasn't the most effective weapon here, but it was the grandest.
I continued forward until I could reach up and touch its hilt. Its 6-foot blade was safely hidden inside its sheath. Dark blues, light blues. The sword reminded me of moonlight. Rightly so, I figured, since it could only be wielded by the greatest, the most powerful. I couldn't use it anymore. That knowledge almost hurt more than anything. It was a painful reminder that as I was, I could protect no one. I understood why Caspian had hidden his pain from us. There was nothing we could do to solve it, just like there was nothing my mates could do to solve this. I believed we were better together, but that didn't mean we were always in perfect synchronization or well enough equipped at all times to handle each other's pain. Even now, after everything we had been through, we didn't always see eye to eye. I rested my hand on my stomach, mapping out the tiniest bulge. No one else would notice the difference, but I did. Today, like most days recently, I wore a loose cotton shirt and trousers. Comfort had become my top priority since I began sleeping so much. Evie seemed to be fine, and she was much farther along than I was. I had asked Trace about humans. She said according to her mother, pregnancy tended to make a woman tired, but it seemed to be hitting me much harder. I even asked for Hailey again. She said weras grow cubs faster and usually in greater numbers than vampires and women. She assured me once again that what I was experiencing was normal.
Weras were built to nurture. Sarissa, you didn't wait. Air interrupted my thoughts. Roderick steps away to talk to Merrick and you disappear before I can take his place?
I'm fine. The kingdom has been nothing but thrilled with the news. I'm not in danger. Oh, and I'm in the royal armory.
I know. You let that slip.
A small whoosh signaled the door opening again. I looked over my shoulder, acknowledging Air's presence. Then I went back to staring at Garstrada. My fingers curled against my stomach, wrinkling the light cotton fabric covering it. Air stopped at my side and followed my gaze to Garstrada. It's been so quiet, I said. It's nice, though I miss our sparring sessions. I'd be going stir-crazy if I wasn't sleeping so much.
Are you feeling okay?
Air gently pressed his hand to mine, adding a slight pressure to my stomach. I splayed my fingers and let them lie flat to even out the sensation. Just tired. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I feel like I'm not helping at all. I go out for an hour and come back exhausted. You're all busy moving so many werewolves and humans from Paws Peak and bringing them here. They feel the pull to their alpha, to Caspian, and want to be closer.
It's fine, Sarissa. We have it covered. You're doing everything you need to do.
You mean sleeping?
Yes. If you need to sleep, you need to sleep.
I leaned into him. When I blinked, my eyelids were heavy. With Air, my body said it was okay to drop. Instinct said, my mate, my protector. It said, safety. Air held my back with one arm and scooped up my legs with the other. I pressed my hand to his chest and leaned my head against his shoulder. It was nice to be held like this.
I'm taking you to bed,
he said. What are we going to do in bed?
Sleep, obviously.
I pulled down the collar of his tight black shirt. The fabric was strong and stiff, so doing it took a bit of effort. At least he wasn't in full armor. My mates always seemed to be wearing one uniform or another. That's it?
Sarissa, you can barely keep your eyes open.
Fine, but give me a goodnight kiss.
I'll kiss you right now.
He tilted his head down and I met him eagerly. He kissed me long and sweet, though not long enough. I chased after his lips when he stopped. I found some renewed strength in my tired limbs and wrapped my arms around his neck to breathe in his ocean scent. More, I said. I fluttered my eyelashes at him. My mate seemed to like that. He rolled his eyes, but he was smiling. He kissed me again. I was addicted to his taste. like little bursts of salt on my tongue, but I wasn't ready to go to my room. I wriggled out of his grasp, so he was forced to put me down on my feet. Let's stay here for a while. I dropped to the floor and then lay down on my back.
There isn't even any carpet in here,
Air said. Nice and firm.
And cold. Oh, but I forgot, you like rock-hard beds.
I beamed at him and patted the ground beside me. He joined me and we stared up at the weapons mounted everywhere. They twinkled like stars. These creations had their own kind of beauty. The craftsmanship, the time spent, the imagination. All meant for killing. I rolled over and wrapped an arm and a leg around Air. I pressed my nose into his neck again. I closed my eyes and simply breathed. It was getting hard to open my eyes. How are things with Caspian? I asked, after a silent moment had passed.
What do you mean?
I liked feeling the vibrations of Air's voice against my nose and chest. Air, how hard is it? Why are you and Caspian acting so strange?
We aren't.
You are. You can barely look at him. Air huffed.
I don't want to pressure him into anything. I pressured him into tethering me, Sarissa. He didn't want to do it, I told you. I've hurt him. A lot. I'm trying not to do it again.
Just talk to him. When your shift is over and Todd is with me, go talk to him.
I'm not good at that kind of talking.
You're talking with me.
It's easier with you.
Why? He was silent for a notable pause.
I don't know. Because of our history, I guess.
We're a pack. Talk to him. Those were the last words I got out before my eyelids refused to open again.
Chapter 25. Caspian. Most of Wolfbridge was finally asleep. I walked the perimeter of the castle, allowing myself a moment to breathe. My new position as top alpha wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I had Sarissa's guidance just as she had mine. The rest of the packs, too. I didn't feel alone. I was even happy. The kingdom was quiet. Inviting lights lined the streets. They seemed warmer than usual, like they had a yellow undertone instead of pure white. I could see and point out houses with humans and werewolves living side by side. Some of the buildings were new. Some of the residents were from Paws Peak. It was truly extraordinary. I never thought I'd see anything like it. That wasn't to say the unlikely neighbors were friendly toward one another, but the tolerance, the willingness to live so close to another species meant something. It had to. I stopped as I neared the castle's wooden front doors. I closed my eyes and singled out one of the distinct silver threads of my pack. These threads were as bright as the moon. The threads tying me to all the werewolves in Wolfbridge and Paws Peak were dimmer, like the stars. Todd, you're with Sarissa, right? Yes. Good, take care, Sarissa replied.
Night, Caspian.
Good night. Sleep well, my queen. When I opened my eyes again, Air was standing in front of me. I blinked and asked, "Where'd you come from?" "My mom's place. I wanted to check in with her, Trace, and Corin." "And? They're good? Happy?" Air tapped the sole of his boot against the rocks underfoot, and then he stopped as if he just realized he was doing it and demanded an end to it. "I think she's got a new favorite son." "Yeah, right. I don't know your mom personally, but I saw her with you enough to know she adores you." "Stalker." "I wasn't, okay? I was sort of stalking. Can a kid really be accused of stalking?" Air shoved his hands into his pockets. "You should meet my mom, for real. The whole pack. She asks me about you a lot. She likes a close family. Something like that. I invited her, Trace, and Corin to move into the castle since there's plenty of room, but I guess they want to hold on to that stupid old house. Said it's cozier. Well, I can't say they're wrong. The castle is big and empty unless we're together." Air's eyes went to the orange-red ground. I let him stay like that for a moment. I thought he wanted to speak. Something tugged on the thread connecting us, but I couldn't figure out what it meant. Neither of us had brought up the night I kissed him back. It had been a few days since then. Having him here, alone with me, brought the memory to the front of my mind. It was always lurking in the background somewhere, just waiting to be acknowledged. "Air?" I said. "Yeah?" I took a step forward. He didn't move back, so I took another one. "Did you want to say something else?" Air caught my hand when I was close enough for him to reach out and do it. I laced my fingers through his without hesitation. Holding hands was definitely not a thing we did. I was hyper-aware of the feel of it, though. I mapped it out, took in the sensation. Rough, warm, a bit smaller than my hand, but much more substantial than the elegant mold of Sarissa's hand. "I don't know," he said. "Did Sarissa send you?" "Yes, though I still put it off until now," Air muttered. "Apparently we don't know how to do anything on our own." I had to laugh at that, but it also stung. It was too true. Where would we be without our beautiful queen? What would we be? "She didn't want to join?" I asked.
This is something between the two of you. That means you must figure this out for yourselves.
Sarissa's voice sounded loud and clear as if she was standing next to me.
And honestly, I'm too exhausted to think about sex.
"Who said anything about sex, Sarissa?" Air joined.
Sex or not, the thread connecting the both of you must be straightened out. It's a tangled mess. We need our pact strong.
I saw an image of her yawning in my head. Our ties became more powerful by the day. At some point, I wouldn't have been surprised if distance hardly mattered, because it was almost like we could be there, physically, at all times.
"Good night," she said. "My eyes are closed, and sleep will take me soon."
It was already starting, too. Her voice melted away by the end. Air's grip on my hand tightened. "I really want you to take the lead here, Caspian." "You always want me to take the lead." With my free hand, I grabbed the back of his neck. I gingerly probed the scar left behind by my teeth. It had faded, but I could make out the indents still, the jagged rips left by my teeth.
"What do you want, Caspian?" "I know what I want."
"Then say it."
"I don't want to change your mind. I don't want to—"
Air grimaced.
"I don't want to take advantage. Not ever again."
I knew he meant it when he had apologized to me back in Paws Peak, but it still surprised me to hear him say this. For some reason. Gods, but it also gave me hope. I always wanted him to be happy. I always cared about his well-being, but I was convinced he didn't give a damn about me. Now I thought he did. I knew he did. A slight inconsistency in my heartbeat, a restrained breath. I felt it all through the silver thread connecting me to Air. "Say it." I pressed my fingers into his neck. "Will you make me talk if I don't?" I thought you knew me better than that. A smile flashed on Air's face, but it disappeared just as quickly, replaced by a solemnness. "I want to bite you back." The skin on my neck prickled. "Bite me back?" "You know, tether you to me." "It probably doesn't work like that, but I can't stop thinking about it lately." Blue leaked from his mouth like steam. The powerful static of active moonlight called to my senses, but Air turned it off as quickly as that smile. I tugged on his hand. Air stepped forward, closing the space between us. I reached around, dropped my hand to his waist, and grazed the back of his neck with my teeth. He shuddered. I felt it through our clothes, and I felt it deeper through our bond. It was a buzz of energy that traveled through my entire body. "You know," I breathed, "I would have let you that night in Paws Peak." "I do know, but it wasn't the right time." Air's eyelashes fluttered against my neck. "You have to want it. You can't regret it." He grabbed my arms, fingers shaking. "You can't regret me, or all the time you've spent on me because you're the only thing that kept me sane for so many years. I've never admitted it before. I never even understood it before, but after Zeke and the change of being tethered, I wouldn't have made it without you. I wouldn't have made it if you had refused to tether me. You've kept me stable for all these years, and I want to be that for you if you'll let me. I want to be that for our pack, too. You can count on me, okay? I swear I'll do everything I can. He swallowed. Being tethered to you was never something I resented. What a blatant lie. I mean it. Even though you had to leave, Jenna. You said it before, Air. You could have lived a perfectly normal life. You wanted to, but you came to me and demanded I tether you. You said stupid things like it had to be me. Gods, and after Jenna had become your everything. But you picked me. At least, that's what I wanted to believe. I wasn't stupid. I'm not stupid. It was for your mother, your sister. I was just being used by you. Fuck if you don't confuse the hell out of me. Constantly. Hey. Air framed my face with his hands.
He applied some pressure, so I turned to him and met his gaze. I leaned down like he wanted me to. Then he pressed his forehead to mine. This is why I apologized before. I know. I fucking know, he hissed, hot breath caressing my face. Everything about us is taboo. Since the first day you, a prince of Wolfbridge, came to play and make friends with the human boy in the tech-off zone. I've been mad at the world for a long time, Caspian. I've always felt so powerless. I've hated werewolves, and I've hated being human because of what it meant for my life in Wolfbridge, in this world. In defense of my sister, my family, he swallowed. Just know that. If nothing else, know that being angry is how I deal with things. But it's not because of you. It was never because of you. Gods, you're a mess, Air.
You should have picked a different human to get attached to. You picked the worst one.
It had to be you. No one else would do. Now you're talking like Sarissa, because Sarissa is right. No one in our pack is replaceable. It was always going to be us. It was always going to turn out like this. You think? I think Sarissa's very convincing and so often right, so yes, why not? Air closed his eyes. He moved, tilting his head just so, but he stayed close, intent on keeping our foreheads together. Yeah, she's our center. I pressed my fingers against his plaited hair and through his scalp. I've been enjoying hearing you bleed your heart out like this. Is this something I can expect from now on?
No, special occasions only. Talking like this is exhausting. I can never find the right words.
I chuckled, and Air moved. He squirmed until his lips were at the base of my throat. He kissed the skin where my shirt collar met. He grabbed my waist and blazed blue. His moonlight bounced like harmless sparks against my skin. He forced me back, step by step, until my back hit the castle's tan wall. We were near the entrance, out in the open where anyone prowling the night like we were could get a good view. Tell me to stop. Use your moonlight. Your power is my alpha anything, Air growled. I met his gaze, sharp teeth, and so much bright blue. Air was begging the world to watch, lighting up like that. He wasn't lying. He wasn't hiding what he wanted. He wasn't ashamed that he wanted me. Kiss me, I said. He moved to his tiptoes and consumed my mouth just like that. Sparks lit up my tongue, as much the taste of him as moonlight dancing inside my mouth. The sharp rip of his wolf canines caused stars to burst in my vision. Moonlight was seeping into the tiny wounds. It bubbled in my core, ready to activate, ready to explode. I was hard for him. Ragged, panting breaths puffed out of my lungs where Air stopped his onslaught. His moonlight was still simmering. I'll play the submissive tonight, I offered. You've always felt powerless? Take control, Air. I'm at your mercy. I always have been. Chapter 26. Air. Somehow we stumbled into an empty bedchamber inside of the castle. It didn't happen without drawing eyes, though. Guards saw us and averted their gazes, no doubt surprised to feel the heat radiating off our skin, to see our fingers touching and loosely intertwined. We stole kisses like we were addicted and couldn't wait a few minutes until we were alone and shielded from the rest of the world. I didn't care. All I cared about was having Caspian naked and pinned underneath me on that big-ass canopy bed. As soon as I shut the door, Caspian was peeling off his dark blue shirt. It was wet with his perspiration since it was another muggy summer night. The sweat on his black skin glistened blue with a wave of moonlight coming in through the bubble glass doors leading to a balcony. I didn't bother turning on the light. I didn't want artificial light to touch this scene. My moonlight kept flickering on and off with my anxious need, but I wasn't suffering from any of my tics. I knew what I wanted. I followed him, pulling my shirt from my sweat-slicked body in one determined motion. He wasted no time going for his pants, and I wasted no time following once again. I had seen Caspian naked before, only once in a sexual situation, but that time wasn't about us. It was about Sarissa. Still, that didn't mean I hadn't noticed his body differently then, because I had. I did. I never took him in like that before. It was about shifting, about doing a job, fighting, and trying not to get killed. This was safe. This was being naked because we wanted each other to see. My cock throbbed at the sight of Caspian's, so hard for me.
I hadn't realized I was moving until my hands were around him, feeling him, and his fingers were clawing into my shoulders. "Gods," he hissed, "let me pleasure you." Hell, I wanted my lips around him right now, but I waited. "Give me the okay. Anything is okay. I'll take anything you want to give me." Those words sent a shiver down my spine. They made me harder. I kissed his throat. Then I ran my hands down his ripped body. He had me beat when it came to his hide and muscle mass. He was just fucking big, and he was beautiful. I dropped to my knees. I hooked my hands on his hips, and I licked the tip of his swollen cock, dripping with pre-cum. Caspian's hands went to my hair, pulling golden strands out of tight braids. Carefully, I took him into my mouth. Having never performed this on anyone before, I had to teach my mouth what to do, but it helped that our anatomy was essentially the same. Werewolves, humans, tethered, and maybe even vampires, we were eerily similar in many ways. I worked him farther, getting a feel for how far I could take him before I hit my limit. I used moonlight to ease my gag reflex. Caspian rocked his hips. "Don't hold back," I thought. "I can take it." Caspian grunted, but he rocked his hips harder, fervent. He wanted to fuck my mouth, and that sent a trickle of excitement through my body. Right here with me, for the first time maybe ever, our minds were in the same place. This wasn't one-sided, not in the least. In and out, Caspian thrust. I took him every time. I even eased back on my moonlight to feel the burn, my eyes watering in response. I used my tongue. Caspian was panting so hard I thought he might pass out or come inside my mouth, but he didn't. Sweat dripped down his skin. He grimaced. "Are you holding back?" I wondered. He barely managed to reply. He couldn't form words with his mouth. "Don't want to come like this. At least bite me first." I followed his lead. His legs shook when he escaped my mouth. His cock bobbed up and down, glistening with my spit. The sight was enough to make me ache. I could have come, but willpower held it back. I had to grit my teeth to keep holding it back. I was so turned on. Caspian dropped. I caught him with that slow leak of moonlight enhancing my strength. I knew how heavy he was, and I needed all the assistance I could get with my own weak legs. Caspian huffed and gritted out, "Bite me. Tether me the same way I tethered you. This is nothing like when you tethered me. I just sucked your cock, Caspian." I moved him to the bed. He flopped back first onto the mattress as soon as he got a chance. The puffy thing seemed to swallow him up and mold around him when it stopped bouncing. His cock swayed side to side. He closed his eyes and breathed. "Roll over," I growled. I couldn't get my moonlight to back down. Alpha. I wanted to command Caspian the same way he could command me, even though he hardly ever used that power. What was it about Caspian I always wanted to dominate? It was all about that control, wasn't it? It was like he said, for so long I had felt powerless, so I took power where I could. And he did the same, with me, Todd, and Roderick, with Phantom Fangs. Caspian did what I asked. His arms struggled to move him, but he was so obedient for me. Gods, that got me going. I crawled onto the bed over his big body. He panted and shivered when I settled down, when my dick hit his lower back near his ass cheeks, when I grazed the back of his neck with my teeth. "Air," he rasped. "What? I'm going to come all over this bed. Can't wait, huh? You could have come in my mouth, you know." Caspian trembled. "Maybe I should have. Why are you fighting it?" "Not ready to let go of this feeling yet, but I don't know how much longer I'll last. Bite me!" I nibbled at his neck, taunting. I enjoyed his begging entirely too much. "Never thought I'd turn on you like this." "Me neither." He took in a quivering breath and sighed. Not until recently. I mean, I always wanted you, but I never thought of it like this. I can live with that. You didn't feel this way about me before, did you? If I had, I wouldn't have realized it. I couldn't. Humans and werewolves can't be friends, let alone this. Yeah, and now? Now we're way past that. You make me so hot I feel like I'm on fire. I want to fuck you silly. Moonlight burned in my gums and make you mine the way you made me yours. For the last time, Air, bite me. I'm begging you. My teeth called moonlight, and they led the way. I sunk them deep into Caspian's neck. He rolled his face into the pillows and his body seized up. Part of me was mortified by how deep my canines went, and they just seemed to keep going. It was the same way I had bitten Sarissa, unforgiving, with every intention of claiming, with every part of me that was turned werewolf. And, like with Sarissa, I couldn't stop. Instinct, this instinct that shouldn't be anywhere near someone like me, required I finish the deed.
Caspian moaned, low in his throat. He panted harder and harder, hips gyrating underneath me, until he jerked and stopped. My bite made him come. When Caspian had tethered me, when he bit me and my body went through excruciating pain, he had cried. He was just 16, and I pressured him into something that bound us in a way neither of us was truly ready for, or even really wanted. This time I bit him, and we both wanted it. We both wanted it so fucking much. Finally, my jaw unlocked. Hot blood trickled down my bottom lip. I licked away the metallic taste, and then I licked Caspian's wound over and over. It was hot, so hot, just like the instinct to bite. I had this urge to clean, to ease the pain. Core almighty, and I needed to come. My loins ached. I got up on my hands and knees, and Caspian took the opportunity to turn around, so his back was flush with the bed. His eyes were dilated, so dark I couldn't see an end to them, but those blue flecks came through like little sparks of electricity. I reached down and kissed him. He kissed me back. His frantic movements were gone, but mine weren't. I needed a release. I pulled back and grabbed Caspian's thick thighs. He got the message and reeled his legs in while keeping them spread wide for me. His spent dick sat near his stomach. I pressed my cock against his balls and down to his asshole. I pushed carefully, testing. He was tight, so I felt a twinge through our tie. Caspian flinched. "Is this going to hurt?" "I already hurt you." His hand went to the back of his neck. "I don't have to," I added, but I wanted to. I tried not to let that desperation show. I tried not to let it seep through the thread connecting us, but my control was slipping second by second. "Just tell me now." I shook. "Your choice. I need your consent or I won't." Caspian blinked. When his eyes opened again, they were blazing blue. "Do it." I pushed against his hole again. The only lubricant we had was the pre-cum dripping from the head of my dick. It wouldn't have been nearly enough, but the moonlight would make this first time enjoyable. I growled and huffed as I pushed my way inside of him. Caspian panted along with me. I found his lips as his legs wrapped around my lower back, then the back of my thighs, trying to find an angle that would drive me deeper. I moaned long and strained. Caspian was getting hard again. I could feel it where our bodies met. He moved as well as he could to meet my lips, fighting against our difference in size. I kissed him hard. I thrust and ate a mangled cry as Caspian clawed at my hair. I hit him somewhere good, really good, and I couldn't hold it anymore. He was so tight around me. There was so much friction, so much stimulation. Pent-up energy rippled down my spine. My balls drew up tight and I came. I kept thrusting, riding the wave, riding Caspian. He tore through my braids as hot cum spilled between us. He probably ripped out strands of hair, but I didn't care. Gold fell into my eyes, but all I could see was the moonlight in Caspian's eyes. We panted together as I collapsed onto him. Our bodies were ready to disconnect, but I was too tired to get off him. I rested my head just under his chin, my neck sitting at an uncomfortable angle. I felt him breathe against my chest and closed my eyes for a moment. When I had enough strength to push up onto my hands, I pulled out. Caspian stayed on his back as I sat on my knees. He grabbed his hard-on and rubbed fiercely. Then he sat up too, and he came all over me, marking my chest, my abdomen. It hit my nose. Potent. Definitely a mark. I smirked at him. "Thanks for that." "You liked it?" Yeah, I did. I leaned in and kissed him again. Caspian caught me in his arms and yanked. We fell side by side on the bed, our breaths returning to normal, the aftermath of our coupling sticky and pungent on our skin. Caspian rolled over to face me, and I did the same. He grabbed the back of my neck. He looked back and forth between my eyes before settling. "I love you, Air." My chest heaved. "That's the sex talking," I murmured. "Fine. I'll say it again when sex isn't involved so you'll believe me." By the way he was smiling, he already knew I believed him. Of course he knew. Silver threads. Ours wasn't in knots anymore. I grabbed the back of his neck in return. Hot liquid met my fingers. "Why don't you heal it?" "I want it to scar so everyone will know you're my mate. I have too, and I won't hide it." I ached everywhere. Caspian never wanted to hide anything about us. He always wanted our friendship out in the open as a human and a werewolf. He wanted to wear my mark now for the world to see. That was how much I meant to him. He called me his mate. My eyes stung. "Caspian." He kissed me, a soft smack of lips. It was gentle.
It wasn't driven by a want for sex, to try something new, to explore this attraction we had both discovered that we finally dared to pay any attention to. It was more than that, deeper. He kissed away a tear that rolled down my cheek. He did it because it was me. He kissed me because he loved me. Caspian.
Air.
I love you too.
Chapter 27. Sarissa. The conference was ready to take place. The castle courtyard was set up and decorated. A feast was prepared to accommodate werewolves, humans, and vampires. It would be bigger than Trace and Corin's wedding. The leader of the three species would have some of their best and most influential attend. As leaders, we needed to pave the way for those who would follow us. We had to show them what was possible. We had to take the first step. That was the true responsibility of those who held power. That was the role of an alpha. We had a duty to protect the weak and to show them that they had strength too, though it might take a different form than ours. Caspian even made sure to invite some previously influential werewolves from Paws Peak, including Anne and her sons. Though they didn't have as much power as George or Charles, Caspian and I still believed it was important to have them attend. They were willing, so I took that as a good sign. I stood at the west gate with my mates, Corin and a couple other guards, awaiting our guests. The vampires were to arrive at any minute. I was anxious to see Evie. I wondered how much larger her belly had gotten. Her scamp wasn't born yet, but he was close. Very close now. She told me when we had talked over portacoms yesterday, along with the name she was thinking about giving him. Ira. The full moon wasn't aligned, but it would be soon. I wondered what the humans and vampires would think of sharing that intimate moment of stillness with werewolves. I wondered how it would feel for me tonight, too. Normally, I would have felt the moon's pull. I would have felt the buzz of energy against my skin. But not tonight. Tonight it was almost cold, despite the warmth of summer. What I felt was movement in my stomach, cubs swimming in it. There was power there, but it was different. It wasn't something I could access, just something I was aware of. Todd came up behind me and placed both of his hands, aglow with moonlight to heighten his sense of touch, on my stomach. He would have sought skin-on-skin contact had I not been wearing a new summer dress meant for formal settings. My body was slowly changing, and I was told I shouldn't wear the same dress over and over for these special occasions.
They really are moving, but you can't even tell you're pregnant yet.
Not by looking on the outside, maybe, I said. Todd had been adamant on finding a way to see our cubs through my body. He said there was tech like it in the past. He came up with something similar, but there wasn't a lot we could see from the pictures, especially at this stage. Just 17 days in. But it was still amazing. I remembered Alana saying something about this kind of technology in her journal, too. I had bit my tongue and hid my thoughts when I thought about the vampires. About how Jocelyn probably used this tech as well. How else would Evie have known her scamp was male? But Alana, my mother, knew I was female without it. Maybe I would know in time, too. I was certain I had more than 3 growing in me. Maybe vampires could sense this sort of thing, too. I hadn't told my mates about Evie's scamp. It had been almost a month since I found out, and I still couldn't tell my mates. I placed my hands on top of Todd's and said, "They're basking in the moonlight. I wonder if they'll dance when the full moon is aligned." Todd nibbled my earlobe and I giggled. My mates dealt with the idea of cubs very differently. Todd was very hands-on, curious about every step of pregnancy, anxious to see the cubs grow. He said it was fascinating. "Want to feel?" I offered when I caught Roderick looking. He shook his head. He had tried it once, feeling my stomach with moonlight. I think it frightened him because it made this real. It didn't match what he could see on the outside. He had become a bit distant after that.
I want to feel.
Caspian stepped up and Todd reluctantly moved his hands away. Caspian's right hand lit up in a soft blue. He touched my stomach tenderly, hand flat against it. His eyes lit up too when our cubs reacted to his touch, almost like they were sending moonlight back.
"They're getting too big too fast,"
he said.
"I'm not ready." "At least you were born werewolves,"
Air commented.
"Roderick and I are out of our depth. Very out of our depth."
He moved forward, right hand alight with moonlight, and rested it on top of Caspian's. He lazily gripped one of the belt loops on Caspian's pants with the other. It was a reserved way of being close, hugging him without really hugging him. But the mark he left on the back of Caspian's neck was anything but subtle. So possessive. I shared the thought with Air alone. When he looked up at me with bright blue eyes, I was smiling wide for him.
"I'd tell you to speak for yourself, Air, but you're right,"
Roderick said and folded his arms.
"We've got enough on our plates, and now we have cubs to think about."
"It's been a few weeks," I said. "I thought we were all getting used to the idea." Roderick grunted. "We can do this."
"If you were anyone else but you, little fighter, I wouldn't believe you for a second."
"It's a good thing I'm me, then." He offered his lopsided grin.
"Queen Evie has arrived,"
Corin called down from the wall. "Open the gate," I called back. The metal mesh slowly withdrew its teeth from the earth as a cluster of gliders reached it. If this had been under different circumstances, it might have looked like a small army come to war. But this was for peace. This was Evie with her best vampires. The lead glider, and sleekest of all, stopped, signaling its procession to do the same. It was Evie's royal glider, with ruby-rimmed tires and red-tinted windows. The driver's door opened, revealing Gala. She wore decorative armor underneath her cloak that matched the rotor. Her cloak and hood were tugged back as there was no need to cover up in the night. The dark gray tint to her skin seemed lighter, bluer too because of the full moon. My mate stood tense at my side as Gala walked around to the other side of the glider and opened the door. She held out her hand and assisted a very pregnant Evie onto her feet. She didn't bother trying to hide it now. She let the draping fabric of her black dress hug her figure. There was barely any hiding it before, anyway. Her stomach was the size of a large melon.
"Queen Sorissa."
She dipped her chin. "Evie?" I returned the gesture.
"Has Merrick arrived?"
"Not yet. The guards at the east gate will call in when he does."
"Then let us wait and proceed to the castle courtyard together. I think it would be ideal to arrive at the same time."
She walked forward. Gala didn't move with her, but continued holding her hand. She stopped the queen from reaching us. Evie looked back at her expectantly, and the vampire commander relented. She let Evie go, straightened her back, and stood guard at the glider. All of the nearly silent engines cut out, and the other vampires followed suit. They stood and waited patiently outside of their vehicles as their queen walked through the gate. Evie smiled at me and pulled back a strand of her too long black hair. More of it was hanging down than usual. I wondered how she managed to keep it shiny and untangled when it practically always touched the floor.
"It's good to see you again,"
she said. I couldn't stop my eyes from going to her stomach. She was beautiful as ever, but her stomach held so many questions for me. It was also a relief. She was carrying an infant on the cusp of change just as I was. She was working with me, with us. I felt I had a friend.
"Can't very well hide it anymore, can I? It's questionable if I managed to hide it in the first place,"
Evie said with a quick glance at Roderick. She ran her hand over her stomach.
"He's ready to see the world."
My mate's eyes were glued on me and Evie. Their ears were peeled, and they wondered why she spoke the way she did. Their questions trickled into my mind one by one. Evie must have noticed.
"Did I speak out of turn?"
"Everything will be fine. I'll keep my promise," I said.
"Care to fill us in on this promise?"
Roderick asked. His arms were folded and his muscles flexed underneath the silvery suit he wore. I was glad he didn't reach for his holstered gun.
"You didn't tell them?"
Evie pursed her lips. I needed to make sure the time was right. My heart beat painfully in my chest. I was aware of each beat, of the hurt hitting my mates all at the same time.
There should be no secrets between those you love, Queen of Werewolves.
Take the advice of a queen who has lost much and regrets much.
What secret?
Air asked. His jaw was clenched, and his fingers were digging into his arms. Todd and Caspian exchanged looks. Then they looked at me. The look on Todd's face nearly broke my heart. It was cold instead of warm. His amber-brown eyes took on a bright yellow. When he silenced our connection, something inside of me fractured. Worse than sharing pain was when we refused to share it at all. I reached out my hand. Todd. He didn't budge. He didn't take my hand when he had always been so eager to. It shouldn't have been like this. Even the closest guards, those on the wall, could hear this conversation. Maybe Gala and some of her vampires, too. Most everyone could surely see the body language. Queen Evie is carrying a scamp. I kept my voice low, for only my mates to hear. Everyone else would hear the news together in the courtyard, over peace talks and a bounteous banquet. A male scamp. Caspian expelled a rush of air.
All will know that at the Unity of Prime Conference,
Evie said.
And you didn't think it was a good idea to tell us, Sarissa?
Air asked. He ran his hand down his golden hair, fingers extended. They caught in his tight braids, ripping and pulling them loose.
This is a big deal.
He glanced up at Corin, who got the message quickly. He and the other guards moved back along the wall, allowing us more privacy from prying ears.
Hey!
Caspian grabbed both of Air's wrists. Air's hands continued to shake, but they eventually stilled when Caspian refused to let him go. I didn't want you to be upset, I said. I didn't want you to say something awful like, vampires could become a real threat now. I didn't want you to say the peace talks are a bad idea.
You think that's what we're going to say?
Caspian asked. I shook my head. I didn't know. You've hurt each other so much in the past. Both sides have killed.
It sounds like you're the one who doesn't think peace is possible,
Roderick said.
That's no good, little fighter, if you don't believe in this thing.
I do. I do believe in it. That's why I promised to keep Evie's scamp safe no matter what happens. At the conference, I will back her up when she gives the announcement. We'll be a united front.
Without us,
Todd murmured. I had made the wrong choice. That much was clear.
Sarissa, you can't command moonlight. You wouldn't be able to silence a revolt if one broke out over this news,
Caspian said. But you can. You would back me up.
After the shock wore off, and who's to say? You didn't think we'd back you up before, so why do you think we will now?
He gave me a beseeching look.
We need to be on the same page, Sarissa. We need to be united before we can hope to do the same for these two kingdoms tied to you, let alone the rest of the world. I thought you trusted us. Gods, we sealed you. You should trust us.
Evie laced her slender fingers over her stomach. The Moonlight Child can't wield moonlight? I'm carrying cubs, I said. All of my moonlight is going to them.
I see.
Caspian has more than enough moonlight between us and has been taking care of alpha duties in my place. The Phantom Prince? Evie tisked. Forgive me, a phantom no longer. As always, she was unable to look Caspian in the eye. Any time she tried, she found a point just below his head to stare at. It was like that with all of my mates, and I knew why. Phantom Fangs killed her mate. But they weren't Phantom Fangs anymore. They were the Moonlight Knights. My mates. I'm sorry. I bit back tears, refusing to let any fall. I didn't deserve to cry. I fucked up. Evie let out a delicate laugh.
You've been spending too much time with these hooligans, at least. Such language. Somehow that made me feel better. Not just me, it cleared out the tension a bit. Roderick even wore a fleeting smile. Your queen has a good heart, Evie said. I know you have no reason to listen to me, but I hope you will forgive her. She likely did this for your sakes, hoping to put you all through the least amount of pain. She cares for you deeply.
Maybe we do have a reason to listen to you,
Todd said.
Maybe listening would have stopped things from going so far. Jocelyn is smart, you know. We've done something I couldn't figure out on my own, and it only happened because a werewolf and a vampire worked together.
Evie gently ran her hand over her stomach again. I see why Jocelyn speaks so highly of you, Todd Bizimont. She flicked her crimson eyes to Caspian. She settled on that point below his head, his throat. I might have been worried, but there was no hunger in her eyes. There was no bloodlust in eyes that resembled blood. Slowly, her gaze traveled up until she made eye contact with him. It wasn't any easier for Caspian to look. I have much to apologize for, and I've yet to do it, Evie said. I wanted to be sure I meant it when I did. I'm sorry for taking your mother away from you. Caspian flinched. Air placed a hand on the back of his neck, which seemed to steady him enough to keep Evie's gaze.
I won't ever forgive you for that, vampire.
I'm not asking for forgiveness. I simply hope we can move forward from here, beyond Queen Sorissa as the only pillar holding us all up. I don't want our children to carry our sins. Caspian looked at me. He studied me, and his dark eyes drifted to my belly. He looked at Roderick, at Todd. He took Air's hand from his neck and dropped it to his side. Their fingers touched the tips laced, but not quite holding hands. Then he looked back at Evie. He didn't blink. He didn't waver.
I'm sorry for taking your mate. I see now there's more to you, to vampires, than bloodthirsty monsters. I didn't want to, but Sorissa did. I think she wants to see the best in everyone. If there's any goodness in them, she'll find it.
Todd, Air, and Roderick dipped their chins.
We're all sorry. We've been fighting too long, and it's accomplished nothing but create more pain. That's what tonight is all about, isn't it? Change and peace. I want our cubs to grow up in a better world, and that includes your scamp. You have to promise you won't lock him away. He can't be kept like a caged animal the same way his father was. We let Dinez speak before I killed him. He was so eager to damn his own kind, he asked us to kill him. But do you know what his dying words were, when he was lying there in his own blood, eyes about to close for good? He apologized. To you. He said he was sorry he couldn't wait for you to change things. He said he couldn't live like this anymore, and he thanked me for killing him. He fucking thanked me. But I think he wanted to believe in you. I think he might have even loved you. If werewolves, humans, and vampires are going to get along, there has to be change within ourselves, too. Our weras are no longer prizes given to the best werewolf candidates. They are no longer pieces to be played in an endless power struggle. They get to choose their mates and govern their own lives. Let your scamp choose.
Evie's painted black lips parted. I had never seen that look on her face. She was always so poised, but with Caspian's words, the mask had slipped. I'm at a loss for words, she said. Her crimson eyes shimmered, and a tear rolled down the flawless, brownish-gray skin of her cheek.
Say you let him choose.
Gala stirred just outside of the gate, but Evie held up her hand, quieting her, signaling her to stay where she was. Evie cleared her throat and said, Yes, of course I will let him choose. That is my intention, Moonlight Knight Caspian. I was just surprised to hear you say it with such conviction about my scamp. No wonder the Queen of Werewolves picked you. All of you. Your hearts are unique.
Sorissa's promise extends to us,
Caspian said.
We will keep your scamp safe.
Evie sniffed and ran fingers under her eyes, quickly flicking away the moisture that had gathered there.
Werewolves aren't the brawny, no-brained beasts I thought them to be.
The humans from Freedom have been sighted. They'll reach the East Gate soon,
Corin said. He seemed reluctant to interrupt, but he was a good soldier. I nodded when he peeked over the parapet, letting him know we heard. We should move through the kingdom and proceed to the courtyard, I said. I looked down an eastern road. Werewolves and humans were poking their heads out of their houses, lit up by streetlights. The royal carriage was parked on the side of the road, as well as a couple of roaders ready to transport and escort me and my mates. Todd took my hands.
Don't keep things from us again, please.
I won't, I vowed. I squeezed his hands and pulled him close. I'm sorry. I truly am. I breathed him in, his unique scent that I would never take for granted. It was a little spicy. It burned my nose because it was so stimulating, because he was my mate and I wanted to keep him close forever. Can you forgive me? I swear I never meant to hurt any of you.
We'll let it slide this time.
Roderick huffed.
It's not like I tried to betray you all before or anything.
Caspian clapped Roderick's broad shoulder.
There was never a chance of that. Besides, I hid for a while too. We're all going to fuck up sometimes, but we'll always get through it. I believe that.
Thank you for backing up my promise, I said.
I also thank you,
Evie said.
From the bottom of my heart.
Todd hugged me.
We're with you, Sarissa, always. No matter what happens, we're your pack. Don't forget that.
Chapter 28. Roderick. I stood on the sidelines, watching as servers pulled out silvery chairs for our guests at the long table set up in the courtyard. Humans, werewolves, and vampires were all together in one place, and there was no fighting. It was treaty talks and food, good food, tailored to each of the three species. It was like a party. I never thought I'd see such a thing, and I never thought Sarissa would keep such a fucking big secret from us. She was always so open. Of course, I wasn't surprised at all to learn the Queen of Vampires herself was carrying their last chance of saving their species, but I didn't want to get confirmation like that. When Todd had sealed Sarissa, she wanted to tell us right away, but she didn't. For a good reason, maybe. We didn't have the warmest response, and now we were talking vampires and enemy species. We were able to work together so far, but we weren't eager. It was only because we were following our leaders. Then again, the apologies were real. Evie wasn't a heartless monster. Sarissa's protectiveness quelled any doubts I might have still had about that. Caspian's little spiel helped too. The fact Sarissa kept this from us wasn't what bothered me. It was the reason. It was the fact she felt she had to. Sarissa wasn't hiding anything now. She made sure not to. She let her every thought and feeling roam free through the silver threads connecting us.
I can't tell you all how sorry I am,
she thought as she sat down near the center of the table next to Queen Evie. It's all right, Sarissa. Just focus on the conference, Caspian replied. The other seat at our queen's side was reserved for Merrick. Sarissa felt it was important for the leaders to be seen like that, united. I didn't disagree, but I would be staying close. The others felt the same. Weapons weren't confiscated at Sarissa's request. She felt it would do more harm than good. I didn't exactly disagree with that either, seeing as humans would be left pretty fucking defenseless if vampires and werewolves attacked. Strength wasn't equal between the three species. That was just the truth. Everything was going well so far, but this was a gamble, and Sarissa's life wasn't part of the bet. Neither were our cubs. Core Almighty, I couldn't believe she was carrying cubs. My fingers twitched with the memory of their life tickling my hands when I had given in and used active moonlight to feel Sarissa's stomach. I couldn't do it again. Todd was all over that, but I didn't know. It was just a lot. It was frustrating because they couldn't be mine, not by blood, and yet they reacted to my touch like they knew me. My eyes rested on Job again for like the 10th fucking time since we had all gathered here. He was slinking in the shadows of trees in his damn tattered cloak like a ghost. I didn't know if he was up to something or if he was really just admiring the scenery. He seemed disinterested in everyone else. Normally, he would have been sticking close to Merrick. Odd, I thought. I had every intention of confronting him, but a large, scarred hand clasped my shoulder. All the scars were stark white, but his natural olive skin tone peeked through in some places. "Merrick, shouldn't you be taking your seat next to my mate?" I said more harshly than intended. Sarissa made me a territorial mutt. Black, white, right, wrong. Sarissa was my compass. He said,
"The food is still coming."
There wasn't much room left on the table, but I saw servers streaming out of the castle in a steady line. I also saw the end of the line. Soon the Unity of Prime conference would begin, the first peaceful conference between humans, werewolves, and vampires. If all went well, this would be a moment marked in history, another impossibility to check off as part of Sarissa's legacy. Merrick took his hand off my shoulder and stood by my side. "What's Job doing?" I asked.
"I told him to enjoy himself."
"He's not looking for traps or keeping his ears open for clandestine conversations?"
"What would be the point in that? We're far inside of Wolfbridge. If your mate wants us dead, she'll have it with us armed or not."
He had a point. Werewolves greatly outnumbered the other two species here, if we were counting the entire kingdom. As for the courtyard, the numbers appeared even.
"I'll admit you've always been devious, Roderick, taking any woman who suited you and was happy to play along. I'm no stranger to the sounds of two people lost in sex, but I hadn't expected you to bet a wearer. In my territory, no less."
I smirked. "It's tough being a werewolf, Merrick. You wouldn't understand the need."
"I'm a man. Of course I understand the need, but I also know restraint. You used to as well. You never let passion interfere with a job."
"I never knew passion before Sarissa."
"She's changed you."
"She's changing all of us. You're here too."
"Yes, perhaps."
Merrick's brown eyes landed on Sarissa and then shifted to Evie.
"She's pregnant. Is it a male? The key to saving their species?"
I made no comment. He'd find out soon enough. Evie wouldn't be keeping it a secret much longer. I hoped that wouldn't cause all hell to break loose, because if this was just a waiting game for Merrick and the other humans, there would be blood. If vampires would eventually die out, generations of humans might endure this peace. If there was no end to vampires in sight, that might not be the case. I couldn't figure out what Merrick was thinking. We had been so close in the past, I usually had a good idea. Now there was nothing because I chose werewolves. I chose Sarissa. Merrick said,
"She is beautiful, though."
I followed his eyes back to my mate. She wore a new dress made with a silvery material and design meant to ventilate the heat. Its skirt was shorter than her favorite pearly dress. We, her moonlight nights, wore lightweight suits of the same material. The five of us were meant to stick out and appear as a unit at the same time. Sarissa was glowing. It was as if the full moon was concentrating its light on her and those cubs inside of her. The dress she wore made it more intense, as if it were made of flexible lunalight. I held out my hand, but the energy I felt was a slow buzz. The moon wasn't aligned. Maybe Sarissa was commanding it the way she had the night she first kissed each one of us. If she could do that, there was no telling what kind of monsters her cubs would turn out to be. Our cubs. Werewolves were on top of the food chain. With Sarissa leading them, that fact was unavoidable, and everyone knew it. So would they rally behind her like they said, or would they try to assassinate her? I could honestly see this go either way. Everyone here had a taste of her uncanny power. When they knew Sarissa was pregnant, they would start calculating their chances, especially if they knew what that meant for her moonlight. If they sensed the loss of that power, I had felt a lot better about Sarissa's rule when cubs weren't involved. Caspian stood behind Sarissa. He placed his hand on her shoulder and spoke with a moonlight-amplified voice. "On behalf of Queen Sarissa, I ask that you all take a seat." His power rippled through the earth, up through the soles of my boots and into my feet. It tingled like a shower of sparks. Merrick stiffened beside me. What was that? So he felt it too. "Have a seat," I said. I took his shoulder and steered him to the chair reserved for him. I stayed near when he took his seat. He placed his elbows on the table, wrinkling the dark blue tablecloth in front of him, and clasped his hands, masking a slight tremble. This werewolf dominance that extended to humans, probably vampires too, in whatever way they felt it. We all knew the power here was greater than any we had experienced before. Greater than howling sky. As great as the Hellfire Strike, perhaps. This was raw energy channeled through living things, driven by the will of living things. There was no telling what could be done with it, and it had all come from Sarissa. Silence engulfed the courtyard when everyone was in place. No one dared say a word, even as the servers uncovered the dishes they spent painstaking hours slaving over. The smell was mouth-watering. The food was prepared so many different ways. Meats seasoned with expensive herbs and spices, many hard to find. Some extinct but saved before most of the world was burned by hellfire. There were fruits, vegetables, and fresh blood squeezed from the animals prepared for the feast beforehand and poured into wine glasses. "Let the feast begin," Caspian said. Sarissa made the first move. Evie and Merrick followed her example. From there, the tension dissipated some. Stomachs grumbled, and our guests dug in. That was a good sign. If they were comfortable enough to eat, this was off to a great start. Caspian, Todd, and I would be eating leftovers. We volunteered to be part of the guard tonight, vigilant. Some of the vampires and humans were doing the same, and we allowed it.
"Thank you for coming," Sarissa said.
"Thank you for the supplies you sent to Freedom," Merrick replied. "They have already helped immensely."
"I'm glad to hear it. Is there anything else we can do for you? Anything you'd like to take back with you when you leave?"
"No, nothing other than a report of what happens here will be needed when we return."
Merrick leaned forward just far enough to look past Sarissa and at Evie.
"What are vampires doing for blood these days?"
"We can live comfortably by drinking animal blood."
Evie held a glass to her lips. Her eyelids were heavy, and her eyelashes hid the bright red of her eyes. But I saw a flash of something. Her eyes reacting to blood, maybe? Or they were just that vivid.
"But they don't give you as much power," Merrick said.
Evie set down her glass. Her eyes flashed again when she smiled, white fangs protruding.
Maybe not. But some animals are quite satisfying. Then again, why do we need the blood of a bear when livestock the same as what you and the werewolves keep will suit us just fine in a peaceful land? Strength isn't needed so much then. We'll be fine."
Vampires and their eating habits were beyond strange, especially that notion of them being what they eat. Humans were the vampires' favorite source of blood until they gave them all away. Werewolf blood was even more nutritious for them, though they hadn't been successful keeping them as livestock. It had to directly relate to moonlight. If a werewolf had no moonlight, their strength was equal to a human's. I hated to think what it would mean if a vampire drank Sarissa's blood, especially if she was brimming with moonlight. That sounded dangerous.
"Speaking of livestock," Merrick said with an edge to his voice that couldn't be missed, "do you have any now that Queen Sarissa has all of the humans you fed on at Crimson Caves?"
"We made some preparations beforehand with wild animals, so yes. However, we'll need to expand,"
Sarissa said.
"I want to extend our farms outside of Kingdom walls, where they will be available to everyone. Freedom has relied mostly on hunting and foraging in the forest. Wolfbridge and Paul's Peak have relied on internal resources. Likewise, the vampires relied on human blood. We eat differently, but we can all use these farms, every part of them. Livestock, blood, fruits, vegetables, grains. It will work."
The conversation continued on like that. Aside from Sarissa, Merrick, and Evie, the table was mostly quiet. Everyone here watched their leaders closely. They strained their ears to listen, and maybe they hoped. Peace wasn't as simple as one side winning this war. Weapons weren't brought up a single time. It was all talk about life for each side and offers of help that went beyond the Queen of Werewolves' jurisdiction. It wasn't forced. It was given freely. Then Sarissa killed the mood when she said,
"Once that's done, we can explore the Badlands."
Chapter 29. Roderick. Crickets took advantage of the silence. They chirped and chirped. The full moon came closer to alignment and my skin itched. I wasn't surprised by Sarissa's proposition, but going out there, way out there, was nothing short of a death sentence. Maybe there was talk about reviving the Badlands at times, but it was all just wishful thinking. The Queen of Vampires broke the standstill.
"The Badlands, Queen Sarissa?" We don't have that much land,
Sarissa said.
What about future generations? If we all keep growing, but the land doesn't grow with us, what will we do? There has to be more out there.
Hellfire destroyed anything that was out there, Merrick said.
It didn't destroy Babaga's woods, the witch woods.
Evie frowned.
That place is protected by magic we do not understand. We all hope the Badlands can be revived, but there is no guarantee. Time is how the planet heals itself, and it's been 156 years, and the Badlands are no better than they were when I first laid eyes on them 70 years ago. So maybe we should go there and explore with the intention of revival,
Sarissa said.
Those who venture far never come back.
Poor little fighter still wanted to see her witch, even though Babaga said our time in Howling Sky would be the end of that, because of the rules governing her crazy-ass magic.
Maybe this world is big enough for you, but it isn't big enough for me,
Sarissa said.
Life always starts over somehow, right? After the cold of winter, grass grows again. It's been so many years since the Hellfire Strike. Something could be out there. We just need to be brave enough to find it. Maybe it just needs a helping hand. We can study where the Badlands meet the Goodlands and find a way to clear the lifeless dust on the surface. There could be rich